This is Rainbow, Book 1 in the Ruthless King's MC Baton Rouge chapter, by 𝐂𝐮𝐳𝐤𝐬, narrated by Tom and Tim Page. Dedication. To anyone struggling with their sexuality, we want you to know, to us, in our world, and in the ruthless universe, you're accepted here. We can be your safe place. If not, there is this awesome national hotline called Rainbow Mobile for gay, lesbian, bisexual, and transgender people. They provide support with one-on-one chat and email with any information you might need or local resources wherever in the United States. Call them 888-THE-GLNH or 888-843-4564. Prologue. Rainbow. 17 years old. The car door slams shut, and Dad throws his hands on his hips as he stares at his pride and joy. The new Range Rover. It's loaded to the brim. The bicycles are mounted on the back, and the kayaks are strapped to the roof. "That's a thing of beauty," he announces proudly. He kind of reminds me of a superhero preparing to launch into the air. I close the tailgate of my truck where the extra camping supplies are and chuckle. "Dad, it's an SUV, not a shrine." "It's kind of a shrine. A camping shrine. I knew this SUV was a good idea." My mom walks around him carrying a jug of water. She places it in the back of the truck, then turns around and pats my dad on the shoulder. "Tell that to our bank account every month when we have to pay for this thing."
"Hey, safety and luxury aren't cheap. You guys need to see the bigger picture."
He holds up his hands and makes an L shape with each one, framing the car in his line of sight as he closes one eye.
"Better SUV, better opportunities."
"You're a damn nut." Mom laughs right before giving him a kiss. "But it's why I love you." That's the one thing about my parents. They still love each other after 20 years of being together. A sickening amount. I hope to have that kind of love one day. "Get a room?" I keep a smile on my face so they know I'm kidding. I lean my elbows against the edge of the tailbed and call out for my little brother. "Greer, come on, we have to get going." He comes running out of the house with a football in his hands. He always has that damn pigskin. 15 years old, and he's already the varsity quarterback for the high school. He lives and breathes that game. Honestly, I'm jealous. I wish I was passionate about something like Greer is. Unfortunately, I never could get into anything or stick with any sport. Even in my studies, I'm average. I just haven't found anything to be driven or motivated about. When I go to college, I hope that changes, but I'm kind of skating by in life until then. Okay, I'm here. Sorry. You know I can't go anywhere without this thing." He tosses it in the air in a spiral above his head right before it falls straight into his hands. "I want to work on my long range with you, Nathan. I need to throw 10 more yards." "Dude, you're 15. The reason why you can't throw it another 10 yards is because you haven't hit puberty."
"Okay, that's enough, boys,"
my dad interrupts, pointing to the truck.
"We need to get going before we lose daylight."
My eyes drift off to the sky, where thick clouds of smoke are beginning to block the sun. "Dad, you're sure it's safe to go camping, right? The wildfire's growing and..." He silences me by slapping his hands on my shoulders.
"Hey, I wouldn't put our family in harm's way. The fire is 100 miles in the opposite direction, and the winds are in our favor. They don't expect it to change direction at this point, so nothing is stopping us from our annual family trip, okay?"
"Yeah, I know. I guess I'm just worried." I dig in my pockets for the truck keys and swallow. I'm getting a bad feeling about this trip. I don't know if I'm worried for no reason, but something tells me that we shouldn't go. Dad knows best, right?
"Let's go. We have a 4-hour drive ahead of us.
He squeezes my biceps before letting me go, then heads to the passenger side of the SUV to open the door for Mom. I let out a deep exhale and get into the driver's seat. Greer climbs in the truck next, and we buckle up at the same time. The restored 1965 Ford F-100 grumbles to life. God, I love the sound of this engine. I guess that's one thing I get excited about. This beauty. Dad and I worked on this project together when I was 14. It took a whole summer, but we souped up the engine, replaced most of the panels, reupholstered the interior, re-chromed the grille, and gave it a sick new paint job. When he got it for me, it was a rust bucket from a junkyard. I doubt he spent more than a couple $100 on it. And now it's priceless.
What's wrong? You're quiet,
Greer observes, reaching for the radio and turning the knob to turn up the music. It's on a classic rock station, as always. No one changes it. Ever. It's my one rule about getting into this truck. Nothing's wrong. What makes you say that? I follow Dad out of the driveway and take a right, waving at Mr. Green, who is currently watering his garden in his red robe. He scowls at me like he does every time I wave. Eventually I'll get the man to not sneer when he sees me.
Nathan!
I turn onto the highway, following the neon green and yellow bikes attached to the new Range Rover Dad keeps going on about.
What?
I snap. My eyes are more concentrated on the glowing clouds in the sky. They're gray, but with the sun behind them, hints of red and orange are shining through.
What's going on with you?
Greer turns his baseball cap around and spins the football in his hands. Nothing. It's just the sky. It's crazy, right? That smoke is traveling far.
Yeah, but Dad said for us not to worry. He checked into it. Everything is fine.
I know that. Hey, why don't you lean back and rest? You must still be tired after kicking East High's ass last night. I'll wake you if we stop.
4 touchdowns.
He grins in response.
You sure? You know I'm a good passenger. I like to help when you drive.
I know, but I can handle it. Get some rest. It looks like you haven't slept in days with those bags under your eyes. I reach around the driver's seat and grab the pillow I stuffed behind it.
Here.
I toss it to him. Blanket is behind you.
Thanks.
He yawns.
Yeah, I'm going to take you up on that.
He snags the blanket from the back seat and covers himself with the blue plaid throw Mom made a few years back. I try to give him a comforting smile, but even I can feel the tightness in my lips. I want to turn around and go home.
You worry too much,
he grumbles, before leaning his head against the window and shutting his eyes. I do worry too much. I worry about everything when it comes to my family. I don't have a bad relationship with my parents. I don't hate my brother, and I have the picture-perfect life every kid could want. My brother and I are as thick as thieves, and my best friends are my mom and dad. It isn't typical, but when I feel like something could threaten my family, no matter how small that thing is, I worry. I stress. It's my job to protect everyone. Mom and Dad are too laid back and chill about everything in life. They're still stuck in a hippie phase of their life. Practically every night they smoke pot under the stars and laugh about anything and everything. My middle name is Rainbow, for fuck's sake, because Mom said the first time she met Dad was at a peace rally underneath a rainbow banner. I mean, what the fuck? I can't tell anyone that. I never hear the end of it. They're too caught up in la-la land to see the real world like I do. My brother is too young to understand, and he's caught up in himself and football, which he should be. I'm the responsible one. It's up to me to think clearly for everyone, and taking this trip is a bad idea. My gut is twisting. I look over at Greer and see him fast asleep. My heart kicks my chest at the thought of something happening to him. He's too young to experience anything life-altering, and my instincts tell me this fire is going to be that something. I don't know how or why, but I feel it. I'm so fucking paranoid. I mumble to myself, but turn the station for the first time in a year until I find a news broadcasting channel. If I hear we're out of harm's way from the experts, I'll feel better. We head east into Yosemite National Park. The further we go, the lighter the smoke gets since the fire is in Central California. Finally, my hands lose their tight grip on the wheel, and I start to relax. Maybe it's all in my head. I need to chill out, like Greer said. The wildfire 50 miles from San Francisco is only 5% contained. Firefighters are working around the clock, and they're even calling for reinforcements from nearby states. I hate to say it, but this might be the deadliest fire we've seen. People in Northern California are still in the clear, but might have some clarity issues with the smoke filling the sky. If anything changes, we promise to keep you... I flip the radio to the classic rock station and do my best to put the fire out of my mind. Wildfires can't move that fast, right? We stop an hour and a half later at some mom-and-pop gas station, like we always do, for drinks and to top off the gas in the cars. "Is your radio working?" Dad asks as he screws the gas cap off the Range Rover. Huh. I didn't even notice the music had been replaced with static. I turn the volume knob, and the white noise jolts Greer awake. He bangs his head on the window, and I snicker. "Ow!" He rubs the spot on his head. "I thought you said you were going to wake me." "I did." I chuckle, then duck my head out of the car to talk to Dad. "No, nothing." "Oh, no big deal. It's probably smoke interfering." Dad waves away the concern as the gas begins to flow through the nozzle into the tank. "Yeah, probably." I try to sound as if I'm not nervous. I'm shaking it off. I stare off into the sky, which is darker now. The clouds are thick and black again, and I swear the orange hue no longer belongs to the sun, but to the intensity of flames. "Dad, we should turn around and go home. I mean, it's camping, right? So it isn't a big deal." "Son, we're going to be fine. It looks scary, and it is, but the fire isn't near us, I promise." He jiggles the handle of the pump nozzle before hanging it back in its spot on the machine. "It's the last time we'll do this before you graduate high school, Nathan. It's important." Now I know why he's so insistent. I lower my voice to a whisper so Greer can't hear me. "I'd rather us be safe, Dad, but something doesn't feel right." He cups the back of my head and gives me a sad, sappy smile. "Always the protector. I'm so proud of you, but this weekend, I'm the one who's protecting you. I've done my homework on this fire. We'll be okay." "Come on. I want to roast some s'mores and tell ghost stories." Mom shouts out the window and turns on a flashlight under her face, so it gives her an ashen appearance. "Boo!" Dad gasps and slams his hand against his chest. "Gosh, honey, you scared the life out of me." She giggles, knowing he wasn't scared at all. Can't they be serious for 2 seconds? Not everything is a fucking fairy tale. We don't live in La La Land. I slam my fist against the hood of the truck before walking around. "Nathan." "It's fine, Dad. I'll follow. Let's go." I shut the driver's side door harder than necessary and turn the key. The exhaust sputters and purrs as I wait for Dad to pull out of the gas station parking lot. But of course, being a worrywart means no one believes me when I'm worried about something, because I worry about everything. "Dad is right." "Greer, shut up. Dad isn't always right about everything. He's careless right now. With this smoke, we shouldn't even be out. But what the hell do I know?" I grab the gear shift and jerk it into drive. The tires crunch over the gravel, and since the road is empty, we don't have to wait to turn onto it. "I just think you're reading too much into it." "I hope for all our sakes that you're right." I rub my left hand over my mouth and follow my dad. Greer and I fall into a tense, awkward silence. I don't blame him for being mad at me. These trips we go on are special, and I'm being the buzzkill that's ruining it. The forest becomes thicker the further east we drive, but so does the smoke. It's almost impossible to see. Surely breathing this stuff isn't a good thing. The only thing on the SUV I can see is the red glow of taillights. Dad must be braking to slow down.
Is that snow?
Greer peeks out the window to watch the stuff fall.
Can't be. It's too hot.
It builds on the windshield, so I turn on the wipers. But that only causes it to smear, making it impossible to see. I clear it off with the windshield wiper fluid. It isn't snow. It's ash, I realize, swallowing the lump in my throat.
That's not good, right? That's bad. That has to be really bad.
It isn't great, Greer. I tied my hands on the wheel and continue to follow Dad. Greer tries the radio again, but static is the only thing that comes through, along with a few jumbled words I can't quite make out.
Damn, it's hot,
Greer mutters, taking off his baseball cap and running his fingers through his thick hair. He wipes his forehead with his arm, and I double-check to make sure it's the air conditioning that's on, not the heat. The air is on full blast, and it's getting hotter.
We have to turn around,
I whisper in fear, my voice shaking from the truth. That's the bitch about the truth, isn't it? Sometimes it's so strong and makes you terrified that it leaves your voice weak and trembling. But no matter how unstable it makes you, the truth should be shouted, even if it's just above a whisper. I honk the horn just as a large gust of wind howls, rocking the car from side to side.
Nathan?
Greer grips the side of the door and his knuckles turn white. His eyes are round with fear as he looks around.
I can't see anything. What's going on?
I don't know. The wind takes the opportunity to howl again, like a wolf echoing in the darkness. The sound sends a sliver of terror down my spine. I turn on the lights, but I gasp when I see thick ash all around us like snow. I can't see a thing. The lights are actually making it worse. I flip them off and try to keep an eye on Dad's taillights. It's my turn to wipe the sweat off my brows. My shirt is starting to stick to my skin, and I can't tell if it's hot or my nerves getting the best of me.
Call Dad,
I tell Greer.
Now. Okay, all right. I'm calling.
He presses the phone against his ear and his cheeks pink as his Adam's apple bobs.
There's no service.
What do you mean?
It isn't ringing. It's just an odd dial-up sound that says, "I'm sorry, your call cannot be completed." What's that mean, Nathan? What's it mean?
He shouts at me as he begins to panic. His eyes dart around the truck, and a mustache of sweat forms above his top lip. Hey, don't make me slap you. We have to stay calm and focused, okay? Panicking won't do us any good, understand? He nods sporadically, and the shaggy ends of his hair bob over his forehead. It's going to be fine. No sooner do the words leave my mouth when a massive explosion of fire ignites from the tree line. The heat from the blast is suffocating. I can't breathe. Dad swerves to the right to miss the tendrils of the flames reaching for him. He skids to a stop and fishtails, the passenger side of the car slamming against a tree.
"Mom!"
Greer shouts, clawing at the dashboard. Another wave of fire whistles from between the branches, and soon the treetops are burning. The heat is becoming too much to bear. Mandatory, static, evacuation, wind. The radio cuts out again. Change direction. The fire has merged with another wildfire and has started to engulf Yosemite National. The radio collapses back into white noise, adding to the suspense of the blaze flickering around us.
"I thought it was too far away. How did the fire get here?"
I don't know. I don't know anything about fires. It said it merged with another one. I didn't know there was another one. I knew it. I fucking knew we shouldn't have come out here. I wipe my face again, soaking my hand with sweat as I swerve right and park the car on the side of the road away from the flames. Stay in the truck, Greer.
You can't be serious. I can't let you go out there alone.
He reaches for the door handle, and I slam my arm against his chest, so he's pinned against the seat. The glow of the flames reflects off the window as they inch closer to the road.
You can't get out of this truck. Do you understand me? I have to raise my voice because the wildfire is loud. So much louder than I ever would have imagined. The whoosh and roar of the fire snap at us like a whip. The fiery arms reach across the road, threatening to engulf us in their deadly embrace. I hold my brother against the seat even harder. The wild thump of his heart beats rapidly against my forearm as his innocent blue eyes round at me in fear. Stay here. Do you understand me? I repeat. He nods, and I notice the sides of his head are damp with sweat. I hear a loud crack like a gunshot. No, not a gunshot. The wood is breaking. As I look around, all I can see are the embers licking trunks of the trees as hell breathes its heat onto them. Another groan sounds, and I turn my head over my shoulder to see a tall tree falling over the road, cutting through the smoke and ash. And it's coming right at us. Get down, Greer. I cover him with my body as the tree slams onto the bed of the truck. The front wheels lift off the ground, and Greer screams into my ear, ending in a sob. The truck bobs and dips from the pressure, but the tires never touch the ground again. I lift up and stare out the back window to see the camping supplies catching on fire. I grip Greer's neck, then hold his face. Are you okay? Are you hurt? No. He shakes his head. Are we going to die? Are Mom and Dad going to die? No one is dying, okay? We have to get out of this truck. We have to go check on Mom and Dad. The truck bobs again, and Greer shouts and digs his blunt nails into my arm. Okay, all right. I just want to get out of here. You and me both. I pat his cheek and look out the front windshield to see Dad, but I can't see through the smoke. Okay, you ready? I ask, as I reach for the door handle. I hiss when the heat strikes my fingers. It's hot. Be quick. I open the door, and the smoke from the fire billows in, fogging the cab. The smoke dries my throat, the ash brushes against my skin, and the heat stings my eyes. Shrugging off my zip-up hoodie and placing it in front of my face, I run around the truck just as my brother jumps to the ground. I remove the hoodie from my face and press it against his. Do not remove this. You hear me? What about you? He asks, removing the damn thing from his mouth to talk to me. I don't care about myself, but I gather the front of my shirt and put it over my mouth. Above us is another terrifying creak. Without looking, I press Greer against the truck and take the pain of the heat. I glance around and stare at a tree across the road that has flames traveling up the body to the very tip. It sways. The wind growls again and gives me a moment of clarity to see the SUV smashed against the tree. Dad's head is pressed against the steering wheel, and he begins to move at the same time the tree does. Dad, get out of the car! I try a fruitless attempt to yell, but I know he can't hear me. So I turn around and grab Greer. You stay right here, okay? Don't fucking move from this spot. Okay. Nathan, be careful. I run to the SUV and the tree snaps. I slide to a stop and watch it fall. Sparks fly from the branches, reminding me of fireflies swirling out on a summer's night. It's oddly comforting for a moment, but oddly beautiful. In a split second, I'm not thinking of absolute destruction. Nathan! Greer screams as the tree falls, and I run backward, slipping on the dirt. I trip, and my ass hits the ground first. The dirt is hot under my hands, and I scurry away as quick as I can, coughing from the smoke. I watch in horror as the tree crushes the SUV my parents are in. The smoke and ash circle back around as the wind tornadoes around us, blocking the view of the metal crunching and scraping against the tree. No! I gasp with tears in my eyes. No! Dad! Mom! I scream for them and get to my feet. Nathan! My brother sobs. Fuck. I don't know what to do. Who do I go to? I run back to Greer, inhaling scorching hot smoke. I place my shirt in front of my face and squeeze my eyes shut. They're dry, yet tears are falling from them. My heart is breaking, and my hope is beginning to run out. I'm going to go get them.
Stay right here. Do you understand me? Right here.
I'm coming with you,
he screams behind the folded-up hoodie.
No, the hell you aren't.
I can't worry about you and them. Stay right fucking here, Greer. I hate leaving him behind, but I don't think my parents have much time before it's too late. I sprint through the smoke, jumping over a rebellious flame that's lit the grass on the side of the road. The tip of the tree is burning another. The blaze has officially moved across the street. When I get to the car, the heat from the fire chokes me.
Dad?
I yell.
Mom?
The metal groans, and the SUV tilts to the left. Something hisses, and I glance down to see the tire melting into the ground. I reach for the handle and hiss as it burns me. Fuck! I rip my shirt off and my skin recoils from the temperature. I wrap the shirt around my hand and reach for the handle again. I yank on it, but it won't open.
Dad!
I bang against the glass.
Dad! Open the door.
I cough and turn my head away. I cry out when a burnt piece of the tree drops from the car and onto my wrist. I drop my hand and hold it, kicking the ground as pain rips through my arm. With my anger in the forefront of my mind, I run toward the SUV and shout, slamming my shoulder against the glass. I can't take the heat much longer. The fire is getting worse, bigger, brighter, and it's so fucking hot.
Dad, please,
I beg him, and he finally turns his head my way, blood dripping down his face. I see Mom move too, holding her arm against her chest.
Come on, unlock the door. We have to go, now. We have to go,
I shout, and Dad tries the door again just as the back of the car catches fire.
No, Dad, duck your head.
I rear my fist back and hit the glass, but it won't budge.
No,
I sob, hot tears pouring onto my cheek.
Nathan.
The roof begins to cave in, and I continue hitting the glass. Why won't it break?
Nathan,
Dad shouts. He places his hand against the window.
Go. Get your brother and go.
I'm not leaving you. I shake my head and throw my body against the car. Hot metal be damned. Mom begins to cough as the fire becomes hotter and the smoke becomes thicker inside.
You have to,
Dad shouts.
Leave us. I love you. We love you.
No, I won't. I continue running my body into the driver's side. I can't give up.
Rainbow.
Mom yells my middle name, and my eyes drift to hers. The fire is licking the back of her seat, and I know she's in pain. Her skin is turning red.
You'll always be our rainbow. Go. Go. I don't want you to see us die.
Dad lets out a painful, agonizing scream as the fire becomes too hot.
Fucking go, damn it.
I press my hand against the window and drop my head.
I love you. We know.
I lock eyes with Dad just as the roof caves in, crushing them with redwood tree and fire. I run backward and lift my arm to block my eyes as the bright flames lick the sky. The screams of my parents burning to death sear into my mind, ripping my heart out of my chest. They don't last long, the screams. They fade into the whoosh and crackle of the fire as the flames claim them, along with so many other things. We have to go. I grab Greer by the front of the shirt and drag him toward the tree line that's just starting to burn.
What about Mom and Dad?
He asks. I don't know how to tell him. How do I tell my brother I couldn't save them? Tugging my shirt back on, I yank the hoodie from him and rip it down the middle, giving him the other half. I hold it to my face. While the temporary relief is good, it doesn't do anything about the damage that's already been done. My lungs burn. I don't know how much longer I can keep going. The further into the forest we go, the flames lessen, but the heat and smoke are still there.
We have to go back for Mom and Dad.
He yanks his hand from mine and begins to sprint in the direction we just came from. I do the only thing I know to do. I tackle him. We hit the ground with a hard thud, and I turn him over. I yank him up by the collar of his shirt and shake him. "We can't go back. They're gone, Greer. Gone." "No." "Yes, I'm sorry." A sob catches in my throat as Dad's pleading eyes beg me to run. "I couldn't save them." "No," he repeats, but this time his shoulders tremble as he cries. I gather him in my arms, holding him tight as he mourns our parents. How could everything be fine one minute, and the next, our lives are changed forever? Life likes to be unpredictable, but I've yet to experience the cruelty, and damn, it's a cruel bitch. "We have to keep going, Greer. Come on." I tug him to his feet. "I know it's hard, but it's our only option if we want to live. While we walk, try to get a signal on your phone. Call 911. Twigs snap as we walk, echoing into the empty, smoky forest. It won't stay empty long. The fire is right behind us, and if it's as unforgiving as it was when it took my parents, I have no doubt it will burn us to the ground too if we don't hurry. Death has a funny way of showing when it will come around, but I guess that's the point. You never know when it will. And when it does, you're never ready. I wheeze, and my mind begins to drift as my vision sways. "Nathan?" Greer's voice is hoarse from the smoke. "Are you okay?" I try to answer, but I can't. I just don't have it in me. I'm too tired. I trip over a tree root protruding from the ground and succumb to my exhaustion. Maybe a minute of rest is okay. "Nathan!" Greer falls to his knees and kneels by my side. "Please be okay. Just need a minute." I manage between the struggled breaths. "Please don't die. You're all I've got." He takes my hand in his, and as easy as it would be to close my eyes and maybe let nature take its course, I can't leave him behind. I dig deep for my willpower, past the devastation of losing my parents, past the fear, past the exhaustion. I try to find the little bit of strength I have left. I squeeze his hand and sink into the dirt. It's comfortable for the most part, almost soft and cushiony, reminding me a lot of the leather seats in the Ford I just left behind. "I can't get through to 911, Greer says. "I'm going to keep trying." Time seems to crawl and fly at the same time. It's getting hotter. The orange glow of the fire is getting brighter, and it's only a matter of time before it's here. Suddenly I hear something different. A steady whoosh that reminds me of a heavy-duty fan chopping up the air. The air begins to swirl. Something falls from the sky between the trees, landing with a loud thud onto the ground. A flurry of voices shouts around me, and then I notice Greer's hand is gone. "Greer?" I choke, watching as someone puts him in a basket. I think I might be dreaming. "Hey, kid." A man greets me, crowding my face. He's wearing a fireman's mask, and he puts one that looks similar over mine, too. A gush of oxygen hits me and my lungs expand. "There you go. Breathe." Breathe. I don't think I can remember how. "Greer?" "He's fine." "Who are you?" I want to say guardian angels, but I know that isn't the case. "Smoke jumpers, firefighters, whatever. We're here to get you to safety. You did good, kid. You did really good." And then I'm weightless, and the firefighters get left behind. When I'm inside the helicopter and I see Greer's relieved face, I know what I want to do. No more coasting. No more average Nathan. I want to be a smoke jumper. For Greer, for me, but primarily for Mom and Dad. Maybe if I knew what I was doing, I could have saved them. I close my eyes at last, hoping when I wake up, Dad would have listened to me, and we wouldn't have gone anywhere. Chapter 1. Rainbow. Present day. They're calling it the storm of the century. Hurricane Jeffrey has idled in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico. The longer it remains in the middle of the ocean, the stronger it becomes. It's gathering the warm waters, soaking it up into this powerful circle you see spinning. The woman creates a circular motion with her hand around the storm's green, red, and yellow parts. The eye of the hurricane is enormous, but so is the storm. I've never seen anything like it. We are projecting Hurricane Jeffrey will make landfall in New Orleans, Louisiana. That's where the eye of the storm is expected to go over. God damn it, I mumble, running my hand over my face. I've learned many things living in the South, but the two that stuck with me, the damn Southern accent, and hurricanes don't fuck around. I hear it's worse than Katrina, Fox mutters, as he takes a seat on the other side of the couch after pouring himself a cup of coffee. I'm afraid you might be right. I pick up my boots and slam them on the coffee table. We urge everyone along the coastline from Texas to the Florida Panhandle to evacuate. I wish we had more answers, but since the storm isn't moving, we can't give you more of a detailed answer. But please, go anywhere other than where you are if you live in these areas. She highlights the coast of the entire Gulf of Mexico. You should probably stock up on groceries, just in case. Our Prez jokester says as he leaves his room, shrugging his cut on. I've been part of the Ruthless King's Baton Rouge chapter since I was 18. I had Greer to take care of, and the paycheck from Walmart wasn't cutting it, after using my parents' life insurance to move away from California. So the Kings gave me an opportunity, and now I'm the vice president and a smoke jumper with the local fire department. I'm living the dream. And so is Greer. He's here too. He hasn't talked since that day our parents died. He lost some hearing in his ears from that night, and I think that's my fault. When I tackled him, we hit the ground hard and I think he busted an eardrum. It never healed right, but it wasn't like it mattered. After that, he decided not to speak again. I haven't heard his voice in 15 years. I don't even think I remember what he sounds like. The guys call him Mime, and when I prospected, I told them my brother and I were a package deal. They didn't bat an eye. They welcomed him. And as much as I hate that we don't have our parents, we have the club. And that's more than I ever thought we'd have. I had to find us a family because I wasn't doing a great job with Greer by myself. I didn't know how to raise my brother on my own. So I had to drop out of high school. But when I joined the club, they paid for me to get my GED, and I forced Greer to finish high school. And he did. He went from star athlete with a future to any school he wanted to a dropout, barely passing by the skin of his teeth. I can't say I blame him. It was hard, but we made it through, and we still have each other. Mime. I call out to him when he comes from the kitchen with 2 mugs in his hands. He made it clear to me he didn't want to be called Greer anymore, only Mime, so I do my best to remember. The guys call me fucking Rainbow because they saw my damn birth certificate, and now I'll never live the name down. I don't mind so much anymore. It makes me think of Mom since it was one of her last words. When he sees me, he grins and rushes over to me, handing me a cup of coffee like he does every morning. Of course, he doesn't know this, but when he does that, it makes my day. Take a seat, brother. We're catching up on the news, and it isn't looking good. I pat the spot next to me, and he sits in the middle of the couch, between Fox and me. A giggle coming from down the hall has us turning our heads to see one of the club whores doing the walk of shame right out of Hound's room. His name speaks for itself. The man fucks someone different every night. Melanie. Jokester sighs over his own cup of coffee as she scurries out the door. Damn it, Hound. That girl ain't nothing but trouble. I think he likes trouble, Fox says about his best friend. Well, she's up to no damn good, Prez states, sipping his coffee. Too early to deal with whore drama. He pinches his eyes shut and rubs them. No drama yet, Prez. I think we're good, I say to Prez, hoping to ease the tension he carries. Jokester worked hard to rebuild this club after his dad died. There are still a few old-timers like Puzzle and Shirtlock, but they seem to keep to their own and not cause any drama. This clubhouse is more of an industrial warehouse. It's enormous, with so many rooms you can get lost if you aren't careful. We live on a large property surrounded by trees and other small warehouse-style houses that we've built. Jokester has this idea that one of us will settle down and start a family, and won't want to be in the dick-sucking part of the clubhouse. His words, not mine. Another laugh comes from the hallway. This time it belongs to a man. A few of our club whores are guys. Cosmo, the pretty one of the gang, is gay, but Jokester doesn't give a fuck. He works hard to make sure this is a safe space for everyone. The twink keeps his shirt off and his tiny blue jean shorts on, with the button unsnapped as he saunters in front of us. He shoots us a wink, and my eyes drift over to Cosmo. I shake my head at him. It's a revolving door of ass these days. What? Don't look at me like that. A man's gotta eat. Cosmo lifts his hands in surrender. Fox bursts out laughing. You mean a man's gotta eat ass, right? Don't knock it till you try it. Need me to show you what you're missing, Fox? Cosmo blows him a kiss, and Fox turns a bright shade of red. The governor of Louisiana has issued a state of emergency and is calling on all state fire departments and medical services to lend a hand. The news anchor reports. Mime slaps me in the chest and points at the TV, his brows bent together in worry. Hey, I don't know if that means I'll be sent off, okay? There are plenty of other departments and firefighters that can go. I try to give him hope, but I have no doubt I'll be called down for service. All firefighters have EMT training, and when it comes to natural disasters, they need all the help they can get. My brother shakes his head vehemently and stomps his boot on the ground. I know what he's saying. He doesn't want me to go. I don't want to go either, but if they need me, you know I have to. I tell him. He flattens his palm on his chest and pats it, staring at me with the same pleading eyes Dad had the night he died. I know. I squeeze his arm. I need you too. Nothing is going to happen to me, and we don't even know if I'm going. A loud gunshot rings through the clubhouse, and all of us get to our feet. You motherfucker! Oh, hell. I thought you said no whore drama, Rainbow? Prez asks, tilting his head back in frustration. I didn't know Renee was here. Renee is the psycho bitch who won't leave. She's begging for a property patch, and no one will give her one. She's too fucking crazy. You bitch! You shot me! Butcher yells at her. Again! Someone call 911. Prez sighs. For the third time in 2 weeks. Hell yeah, I shot you. You lying, cheating, no good bastard. Her southern accent is thick as she yells at him. We aren't together, Renee. We fuck. That's it. Which leads me to be able to do whatever the hell I want. Bambi just texted me and said you fucked her last week. Is that true? Grudge, go do something about her, please. Jokester pours a shot of whiskey in his coffee as he gives the order to our enforcer. He nods and stands, hulking over the rest of us, and stomps down the hall. Did anyone call 911? Yeah, Prez. They're dispatching someone. Lai, our sergeant-at-arms, replies, tucking his phone in his pocket. He runs his fingers through his long hair. Loud footsteps echo across the cement floor, and in a flash, Grudge has a hold of Renee by her shirt and shorts, carrying her like a bale of hay. You better put me down. I'll fucking shoot you too, she shouts at Grudge. He grunts, uncaring. If you ever want to come back here, you won't shoot anyone again. This is your last and final warning, Renee. Do I make myself clear? Crystal, she sneers. You're letting that bitch come back? Butcher hobbles into the living room, dripping blood onto the floor from the wound in his leg. She shot me. We know, we all say in unison, and we all sound bored. Grudge opens the front door and tosses Renee out on her ass. He literally tosses her. She lands on her stomach, and the wind gets knocked out of her. Then, with the same gun she used to shoot Butcher, Grudge points it at her and cocks it. So with Grudge, well, the name says it all. He holds grudges. And once you're on his shit list, that's it. Unfortunately, you're on it forever. and it seems Renee has made it to that list.
1,
he counts. Oh no, Fox says. I'm not burying another body because he gets trigger happy. Nose goes. Fox places the tip of his finger on his nose, and the rest of us hurried to do the same. Ha, sucker, he points at Hound.
2,
I'm going, Grudge. He shoots, and the bullet lands next to her feet.
You aren't moving fast enough.
She scoffs and runs to her piece of shit car that squeals every time she turns it on. Grudge tucks the gun in his waistband and kicks the door shut with his boot. Everyone stares at him as he cracks his neck.
What? She's annoying. I don't know why we don't ban her.
Because she's a good fuck, Butcher offers, holding a cloth to his leg to ease the bleeding. Good enough to get shot? I ask him, quirking my brow. Mime snickers.
Hell no. No whore is worth getting shot for. I don't care how good the pussy is.
Butcher removes the rag, and the hole in his leg continues to leak.
Man, the other 2 still haven't healed either. Out of everyone, you keep Flatline the busiest. Too bad he isn't here, or he could doctor you up,
Prez says, before he takes a gulp of his spiked coffee.
Stupid doctor's retreat. Now because of Butcher's dumbass, we have hospital bills.
Hey, I take offense to that.
You should. You're an idiot,
Prez quips.
How much longer until Flatline is back? He's been gone 2 weeks.
They're traveling all over the world, apparently. He'll be back, I think, in another week, Cosmo says, as he shrugs on his shirt and comes out of his room. He has a hickey on his neck. When was the last time I felt that much pleasure that I couldn't contain the urge to mark my lover? I can't even remember. You have a little something. Fox points to Cosmo's neck, and the man smirks. Cosmo tosses his hair up in a messy bun and lifts his arms to stretch. Oh, I know. The sirens sing through the distant air, coming closer, and Mime tenses up like he does every time he hears them. I never understood why. I don't remember sirens being a part of the rescue when we were teens. Still, trauma is different for everyone, and my brother has not been able to heal. I don't know if he ever will. The sirens finally shut off, and a few seconds later, a new paramedic walks in, alone, carrying a first aid kit. He isn't Rogers or York. He's new.
You aren't who I pay to be here when we need a medic.
Prez crosses his arms. I can't help but lean forward and place my elbows on my knees while this new guy looks around. He doesn't seem afraid. He cocks his head and presses his lips together as he rolls his eyes. Obviously I'm new, but you aren't the first clubhouse I've been to, and I doubt you'll be the last, he says, his tone sassy and fierce. Prez blocks the medic's path, stopping him from treating Butcher.
Who are you?
Ryan Hathaway. I'm from Vegas. Don't you worry, big guy. Ryan sarcastically pats Prez's shoulder. I won't be here forever. This is where my boss sent me before I head to New Orleans to help with the hurricane. Now, the patient? Or are we going to let him bleed to death? I find myself eyeing him up and down, appreciating his strength in such a feminine body. Not that women aren't strong. They are. But they have a delicateness about them I always loved. Slender and soft. And for some reason, Ryan is grabbing my attention. More than my attention. My entire body is taking notice. Ryan feels my gaze and his piercing green eyes lock onto mine, making me hold my breath. Jesus Christ, he's gorgeous. Brown hair that cuts short and styled to the left with the perfect part. Not a hair is out of place. His lips are full and pink, and an image of him on his knees. What the fuck? I yank my eyes away only for them to fall on his plump ass. My cock begins to plump at the thought of grabbing those thick lobes, parting them, and sliding into his tight hold. I clear my throat and drop my hands over my dick so no one can see my reaction. As far as I know, I'm straight. I've always been straight. But one look at Ryan, I'm starting to wonder if maybe I'm leaning to the other side a bit. What's your name? Ryan asks Butcher as he snaps on a blue glove.
Butcher.
Butcher, the bullet is lodged in the bone. This is going to hurt, Ryan warns, placing his hand on Butcher's thigh. I curl my fingers against the couch and grind my teeth, jealous that Butcher gets to experience his touch. I bet it's soft and gentle. And why do I care? Why do I think about this? Maybe I need to get laid. It's been a while. Or maybe I am gay? I look around at the other guys and see if I have the same reaction. I focus on Cosmo. He is tall and lean, not as slender as Ryan, and his ass is definitely not as big. No reaction. None. Not at all.
Motherfucker,
Butcher shouts.
You could try not to saw my leg off.
Ryan rolls his eyes again, something that makes me smile because it takes a bold man to roll his eyes at a biker. You're a big bad biker. You can handle it. He plucks the bullet out with his tweezers and grabs Butcher's hand, plopping it in his palm. A souvenir for being such a brave boy. The guys roar in laughter, and Butcher curls his lip at Ryan.
I don't think I like you.
I don't think I care, Ryan grumbles. I've had enough of you people to last a lifetime. You say you're from Vegas? I ask him, my voice huskier than usual. You must know the Mother chapter. Do you know Reaper? Ryan doesn't pause what he's doing, but his shoulders rise, and a huff escapes him. Yep, I know him. He doesn't offer any more details, and I don't pry, but I want to know. And if the loud beat of my heart and libido have any say, I want to know anything about Ryan Hathaway. Everything, if he lets me.
Chapter 2. Ryan. How the hell do I get myself in these situations? Out of all the jobs as a paramedic, I find myself constantly in front of biker gangs more than regular patients. I mean, I leave Vegas and come to Baton Rouge to do a favor for my boss and end up in Ruthless King's territory again? Do they multiply when I blink or something? Should have told my boss that I wouldn't swing by his old stomping ground to help cover a staffing shortage his friend was experiencing. It seemed convenient. Stay in Baton Rouge until the storm passes, then head down to the coast where they'll need me most. Now I'm here, and I can't tell if the biker looking at me wants to eat me, fuck me, or kill me. For a little guy, you sure know your way around bone, Butcher grunts. For a guy named Butcher, you sure do complain a lot. I press the fresh bandage against his thigh, maybe a little harder than necessary, and he growls at me. I always liked riling up a guy bigger than me. I don't know why. I know I don't have a death wish, but it's fun, and usually bigger guys won't pick on me. I'm sure my luck will run out soon, but until then, I'm going to poke every single bear, and giggle as I run away. Okay, I'll just say it was an accident and that no one got shot, or we'd have to report it to the police, and I don't feel like staying here longer than necessary. Not that your hospitality isn't wonderful, I add, only to sound more like a jerk. The big guy, the one that wears the patch that says Prez, laughs as he strokes his chin with his fingers. You're welcome to come back any time, Ryan. We appreciate your willingness to cooperate. He reaches into his coat pocket. I learned they weren't vests after being corrected a few years ago, and pulls out a stack of money. Here's the thing about bricks of cash like this. It's most likely illegal money. Maybe it's drug money or blood money, but honestly, I don't really care. I have student loan debt to pay. I pluck the cash out of his hand and tuck it into my paramedic bag. It's been a pleasure doing business with you. I give them a mock salute and swallow down my nerves as I wade through the very large bodies covered in leather. Now that I'm looking at them, I can't help but wonder if they're going to let me leave. Maybe I'll get lucky. Perhaps they'll want to take turns with my body and ravish me. I might be a smart man, but I'm still a man, and somehow these bikers get better looking with each state I end up in. A man can dream, can he? Lai, according to the patch on his vest, cut, opens the door for me. Once I'm outside, I take a deep breath and don't bother looking back. Of course, the quicker I get out of here, the better. Hey! A deep voice with a twangy edge has me freezing mid-step next to the rig, and I try not to panic. Did one of the guys see me check them out? I didn't. I think I kept my eyes to myself. I thrust my shoulders back and open the doors to the rig to toss the medical bag inside. I close the left side and see the most handsome man I've seen in my entire life. I suck in a breath. No, he stole my ability to breathe, looking as good as he does. His hair is cropped on the sides, and the middle is long with natural curls. Dark, too, like melted chocolate. Like the chocolate in the middle of a molten lava cake. God, so damn good. It's my favorite. Figures he'd have the hair to match, and the jawline chiseled by the gods and goddesses themselves. He's tall, broad, and muscular. On his right arm is a traditional American tattoo of a ship, but it's his name on his cut that has me raising my brows. Rainbow? I question him, unable to hide the amusement in my voice. He runs his fingers through his luscious locks to push the hair out of his face. That's when I notice his eyes and the way the light is shining against them. They remind me of honey lit on fire, flames burning in the dark. He smirks, his lips tilting to the left, revealing a dimple in his cheek. A damn dimple. Damn bikers, they're out to give me dirty dreams. Or you can just call me Nathan, he greets, holding out his hand in introduction. I think I like Rainbow more. You and everyone else, he laughs. It's deep, guttural, and raspy, like he hasn't had a good laugh in a while. A shame. I finally slide my hand into his right as he's about to drop it and give up. I catch him just in time, and a shiver runs up my arm as our palms touch. I inhale a sharp breath, and apparently I'm not the only one that feels it. His nostrils flare, and his eyes drift from me to the rig. We hold on a beat too long, like neither of us wants to let go, but then he pulls away, breaking our connection. My damn palm tingles. I swear my skin already misses his touch, which is insane because he isn't the kind of person I need. 1, he's straight. 2, he's a biker with a lot of straight friends who probably don't like gay guys. 3, I've been someone's dirty secret before, and I never want to do that again. When I came out of the closet, I lost my family. It took me a long time to come to terms with it, but I did. I've come too far, and I've lost too much to ever go back inside that lonely space. He clears his throat. So you're kind of early to be waiting for the hurricane to hit. Yeah, well, my boss needed me here for a few days for his friends, so I'm kind of just waiting it out at this point. But hopefully it isn't as bad as they say it will be, and I won't need to go down there at all. He nods and leans against the ambulance. I understand that. I'm hoping I don't get called down either. I look him up and down and try and figure out what he does. National Guard? He has to be a warrior of some sort with arms like that. Smokejumper and firefighter, he replies proudly. Oh, that's amazing. Quite the accomplishment. So you'll probably get the call too. I've never been good at masking my emotions. A firefighter, hell, a smoke jumper. That's amazing. But it's a job only certain people can do. I hope he doesn't see how bummed I am, but I'm happy that he has a career he can be proud of. Not that it matters since he's straight, but I don't date firefighters. It's one of my #1 rules. Firehouses are full of men who bang on their chest and hate faggots like me. While EMS is still a part of the station, I do my best to stay away from firefighters. I've had my fair share of gay bashings, so I do what any man in my position would do. I stay away from the manly men who feel the need to bang on their chests. There's nothing worse than men who have to prove their masculinity, as if I threaten it. Of course I don't, but sometimes a man is automatically on edge when I walk through the door. Yeah, so maybe I'll see you around? He asks, and his hand goes fishing in his pocket and pulls out his phone, but then decides against it and holds his arms at his sides. Maybe. I need to get back to my shift before my partner starts asking questions. No one else wanted to come down here except for me. I don't want to be gone too long before they think you tied me to the back of your bikes and drove off with me eating dirt. Oh wow, we have that bad of a rep? I really thought we turned the corner with the charity run we did last month. He reaches behind his shoulder and scratches his back. That was before they found a body with 6 gunshots in the swamp. That wasn't linked to us, he growls, taking a step forward. I cock my head to the side, planting my feet even though what I really want to do is run. He could snap my neck in 2. Does it need to be linked back to you for people to know it was you? I mean, come on, Rainbow, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out what happened. He narrows his eyes at me, and those gorgeous honey pools squint into the light as he hooks his thumbs in his jeans. And I'd love to know what you think happened since you're such an expert. I roll my eyes. And don't roll your eyes at me. I snap my mouth shut and keep my eyes forward. Wait, why am I listening to him? He isn't my damn keeper. I'll roll my damn eyes if I want. And you want to know what I know? You aren't the first club I've been around, and you aren't the first to pay me off to keep me quiet. My guess? That guy they found didn't keep his mouth shut, and pew fucking pew. I gesture my hand into a gun and curl my index finger as I pull the fake trigger. You killed him so he never had a chance to speak. He rubs his hand over his mouth, trying to hide a smile before he gives in to the laughter. He bends over and slaps his hand on his knee, then holds his stomach as he comes down from his laughing fit. I'm sorry. He lifts his hands in the air in surrender. Pew fucking pew? Really? I don't feel like bang bang has the same effect, I pout. I cross my arms and pop my hip out. Don't make fun of me. I have drugs in here that will kill you. He takes another step forward. The tips of his boots scrape against mine, and he shoves me against the rig. His arms cage in my head, and he bends down, his nose nearly touching mine. My heart races as I feel his breath flutter across my cheek. Now that he's close, I can smell the coffee lingering on his breath, the spices seared into his cut, and the faint hint of a plain bar of soap from a recent shower. Those plump lips brush against my ear. You wouldn't make it out of the parking lot if you tried anything like that. You and I both know it, Ryan. A shiver runs down my spine, and I can't decide if it's fear or arousal. Can it be both? I try to, I whisper. Why don't I doubt that? Then his thumb brushes my lip, and this time when my eyes roll back, it's because the simple touch has my knees shaking. You're a ball of attitude. Pretty ballsy to come down here by yourself. I prefer Sassy. Whatever you say, Sassy. Sasquatch, sarsaparilla, sassafras. It's going to get you in a lot of trouble one day. My eyes lift from the ground to meet his. This time the sun isn't shining against the deep browns. Instead, they're pools of wicked ink promising the bad things the world warns us about. Why don't I doubt that? I whisper the same words back to him, and his eyes fall to my lips. His pink tongue flicks out to wet his lips, and the breeze brushes over us, waving his hair out of place. The curls fall into his eyes, and he blinks as if it pulls him out of some sort of daze. Rainbow pushes off the rig and puts some much-needed space between us. I'll see you around, Ryan. You'll remember that we weren't responsible for that guy, he says. I snort, and yep, I roll my fucking eyes. Right, and the sky is green, I tell him. I'll believe that when it starts raining dicks, Rainbow. I give him the middle finger as I strut to the driver's side, giving my ass an extra shake for some reason. I want him to look at me, but at the same time, I don't. I'm playing with fire, and if I've learned anything about firefighters, they aren't afraid to put out someone's flame, and not in the good way. The rig shakes when the other door slams shut. I jump, startled by the noise. I stare into the side mirror to see Rainbow standing there with his arms crossed and his brows bent together as he watches me pull out of the driveway, missing the row of bikes by an inch. Jesus, that's just what I need. Let's run over a bunch of Harleys and see what happens to me. I need to get my head on straight. Raining dicks, I grumbled to myself at how stupid that sounded. Baton Rouge needs to be in my rear view. The sooner this storm passes, the sooner I can go home to my lonely apartment in Vegas, and the sooner I can put Rainbow out of my mind. Remember the rule, I mutter to myself as I turn onto the road to head back to the station. Shit, what was my rule again?
Chapter 3. Rainbow. We expect landfall of Hurricane Jeffrey within the next 48 hours since it has gained momentum. It's heading northeast and moving at a slow pace of just 5 miles an hour. I turn off the radio, needing silence as I tinker with the 1965 Ford F-100 I've been trying to restore for the last 10 years. It isn't often that I'm out in the barn, but it's always because there's something on my mind when I am. Plus, the damn radio is too damn sad. Everyone keeps waiting for this hurricane. It's taking its sweet fucking time to ruin lives. I lie down on the creeper seat and roll under the truck. It's the same make and model that I lost the night Mime and I lost our parents. Trying to rebuild this truck is like trying to restore the good memories I lost a long time ago. I can't seem to get anywhere with this thing. It's a time suck, but that's all right. Sometimes my hands need to stay busy when I'm not on a shift at the station. The frame is still rusted, the engine won't start, and I don't even think I care. I just need to be doing something other than thinking about Ryan. A man. But trying to stay occupied is like attempting to dig a hole in the rain. The hole fills with mud and water no matter how fast you dig. That's where I'm at. The more I try not to think about Ryan, the more I do. It's been a slow 24 hours with him on my mind. I keep kicking myself in the ass for not asking for his number. I chickened out. I've never asked for a man's number before. Is it the same? I didn't know. And I also didn't know if what I felt for him at that moment was real. So I decided against it. Now I wish I hadn't. Actually, I wish I would have kissed him when I had him against the rig. Then whatever tension there is between us could be clarified because there was a lot of tension. The wrench slips from my hand and lands directly on my nose. "Motherfucker!" I shout and roll out from under the truck. Blood drops from my right nostril, and I rip my shirt off my back and hold it against my face. My brother's laugh has me turning around. "How long have you been there?" He grins and lifts a shoulder. "Great. Long enough to know how I got the bloody nose in the first place." "Shut up." He zips his lips closed and leans against the Craftsman toolbox I just bought. He crosses his arms and sighs, which tells me he wants to talk about something. "What?" "It was an accident. I try not to hit myself in the face." But to be honest, I wasn't focused. I don't need to be out here with all these tools. I sit down on a beach chair, plopped out here a few years ago, and cross my legs. "Well, I don't have all day. My shift starts in 4 hours. He doesn't know sign language, which I've told him 100 times he needs to learn, but that just pisses him off, so I haven't brought it up again. Mime points to his eye, then cups his hands at his temples, then points to me. After so many years trying to figure out what he is trying to say, I'm an expert in mime language now. "You saw me, huh? Doing what?" He points to his leg and then mouths the name Ryan. "Oh." I look away from him when I realize what he's saying. "You saw Ryan and me yesterday at his rig?" Mime nods. "Did anyone else?" He shakes his head and reassures me by pointing at his chest. "Just him." He walks up to me, takes the chair next to me, and scoots it around until he's facing me. We look fucking ridiculous in these tiny beach chairs, which is another reason I keep them around. He taps my chest with his finger, flattens his palm over my heart, and mouths a different word. Man. Damn. This conversation is happening a lot sooner than I wanted it to. If I even wanted it to. I didn't know if I was going to bring this up or not. I needed time. I still need time to figure it out. "What did you see?" He deadpans me with a bored expression. "Fair enough." I open the cooler and grab a bottle of water. "Want one?" He shakes his head again, telling me no. As I turn it to break the seal, the plastic cap crunches. Then I chug down half the bottle. I wipe my lips and stare outside the barn doors. The scenery is gorgeous. We have a perfect view of the Mississippi River on one side and the beautiful forest on the other. "Man, what do you want to know?" "I don't know anything." I continue to look out over the water, the sun reflecting off the ripples of the murky water. The river always seems to get muddy when a storm comes. Baton Rouge is beautiful, but the river itself can look downright disgusting sometimes. He nudges my arm and huffs out a breath. He points to his heart again, then to me, and waves his hands like flames. It's his way of saying he'll love me no matter what, even through fire. He means it too. I can count the number of times he's told me that on the one hand. But on the other hand, every time he does that, it hinders my ability to breathe for a second. I love you too, no matter what. I let out a heavy exhale and play with the corner of the label on the water bottle. Honestly, brother, I don't know. This is all new for me. I've never felt like this before. I don't know if I like men, but there's something about him. I like him. Mime smiles and nods for me to continue. I'm still trying to figure all this out. The thought of any other guy doesn't do the same for me. I was immediately attracted to him, and then he opened his mouth, and all that sass came out, and I liked him more. I wanted to get to know him. I swear the ambulance was an accident. Plus, I chickened out anyway. I don't know how to go about seducing a man. Is it the same as a woman? I scrub my hand over my face and groan. I don't know yet, okay? He taps me on the temple and nods, telling me I do know. I'm just afraid because I've never done it before. Yeah, I know you're right. I guess the question is, do I care that I find myself attracted to a man for the first time in my life? You don't care. He shakes his head and mouths, just wants you happy. Pretty sure you're the best brother a guy could ask for, you know? He brushes his shoulder off, and I laugh at his confidence. Well, I think maybe it should bother me more that I like a guy, but I'm more focused on how the hell I get him to like me. I'm stumped. This is my first time navigating these waters, and he seems out and proud, you know? Mime contemplates and finally nods, then points to the clubhouse and lifts a brow in question. Am I going to tell them? I take another swig of my water. Yeah, I think when I know more, you know? What if I see him again and I don't have the same reaction? What if it was a fluke? I know Jokester wouldn't care, but you know Sherlock and Puzzle. They're old school. I wonder if they would cause issues. Mime runs his hand down the sides of his head to show long hair, then flips it over his shoulder. I know who he's asking about. I think they turn a blind eye to Cosmo, but if more of us came out as gay, I don't know how they would handle it. I finally toss the bloody rag down on the barn floor. I think it's done bleeding. Okay, are we going to sit here and talk about our feelings, or are we going to fix this damn truck before my shift? Mime snorts and gets more comfortable, leaning back in the chair and crossing one foot over his knee. Lazy bitch, I grumble and push myself up to my feet. I lie on the creeper seat again and disappear under the truck. Classic rock begins to flow through the barn, and I can see Mime bouncing his foot. I do feel better knowing that I have my brother's support. It's fucking stupid that I need to worry about other people and their reactions, but that's the way of the world, right? People can't seem happy with who they want unless they get permission, and I think that's fucked up. Well, I'm not going to ask for permission. A ruthless king doesn't ask. We take, and we always get what we want. And I want Ryan. I stop tinkering under the truck when the words cross my mind. Holy fuck. It feels good to say those exact words to myself. And now that I have, there's nothing that can stop me. Mime kicks my boots, then yanks me out from the truck and taps his wrist. I check the time and curse. Fuck, I'm going to be late. Thanks, Mime. I'd be late every time if it weren't for you. I run out of the barn to my bike, throw on my helmet, and start the engine. I raise my hand to say goodbye to my brother and head down the paved driveway lined with willow trees. The arms of the long branches feather against the ground, and while it is eerie, it's beautiful at the same time. I take the road that follows the Mississippi River and rest my hand against my thigh while I ride. Finally, I pass the entrance to the bridge that brings us to downtown Baton Rouge, and turn off the road into Fire Station 11. I park my bike and swing my leg over, plopping my helmet on the seat. Right on time, I say to myself as I stroll into the fire station. You're pushing it, Kennedy, Captain yells from his office. He can't even see me from here. How does he do that? Man, you and me both. He has eyes everywhere. Saint greets me while stirring the pot on the stove. I swear he has some voodoo shit going on. I hear his cousin's sister's ex-husband's niece is into that shit. Baldwin whispers, kneeling on the couch with his arms laced over the back so he can talk to us. I slap him on the back of the head. Where the fuck did you hear that bullshit? His cousin's sister's ex-husband's niece? He explains again. Hey, did you hear? We have a temporary medic. Taylor announces from behind Saint as they cook dinner. They're the chefs. No one else knows how to cook worth a shit. Oh yeah? I play dumb as my heart kicks up a notch. There's no way Ryan is stationed here, out of all the firehouses in Baton Rouge. The chances of that... Yeah, I think his name is Ryan. He stuck to himself with Sunday. They're doing inventory on the rig now. He seems like a decent guy. If you like a chihuahua that bites... Taylor mumbles under his breath, and everyone stares at him. He must feel their gazes because he lifts his head and continues to cut the vegetables. What? Like none of you were thinking it? Well, yeah, dumbass. You aren't supposed to say it. Saint chuckles, scooping the vegetables up in his palm and sprinkling them in the chili. Oh? Why not? The alarm goes off, and my heart goes racing. I don't have time to think about Ryan now. I'm in work mode. Captain Warwick runs out of his office, just as the address is announced over the speaker. That's the Piggly Wiggly, I announce, suiting up as quick as possible. I notice from the corner of my eye Kincaid and Locke sliding down the pole and running to get suited up too. People are panicking because of this hurricane. I mean, we'll get some nasty weather too. We're only an hour and a half away from where the storm is supposed to hit. Have you seen it? It's taken a mean curve to the east. It's barely missing Baton Rouge. New Orleans is going to get walloped. Taylor speed talks as he slips on his boots and snags his jacket to go. Man, they always do. I hop into the truck and look out the window to see Ryan and Sunday hopping in their own rig. As we pull out of the station, the sirens blare, and Saint takes a left, heading toward the bridge. From here I can see the smoke billowing into the air. No matter how many years I put into this job, I'm taken back to that fateful day every time I see a fire. Get the fuck out of the way, Saint shouts at the traffic, honking the horn so he can get people to move over. It's 4 p.m. and rush hour has started. We inch forward as cars move over one by one. I fucking hate people who can't drive. You're the only one who's so angry, Saint, Baldwin jokes. It has us laughing, which helps lighten the mood in the cab. There's always this huge dark cloud hanging over us before we go on a job. Getting to smile before we tackle the fire actually helps us. Sounds like a lame Hallmark card, but I guess in a way it is. Fucking smile and you'll have a better fucking day. We all feel like how that sounds, and it belongs on a damn t-shirt. Saint whistles under his breath when we park in front of the grocery store. It's a madhouse. Police are arresting people, probably for shoplifting. As we hop out of the cab, one of the police officers runs up to us as we finish suiting up. It's a madhouse here. There was a propane tank a customer turned on, and he lit it because he believed it was the end of the world. As far as we know, the chaos is out here now. You can take care of the fire, and we'll take care of... His attention is diverted when someone throws a bottle of alcohol at his head. He yanks his gun from his holster and aims it at the citizen. Get on the ground. Hands above your head. Well, this is a shit show, Baldwin mutters, and all at once we put on our masks. No smoke jumping today. Taylor, Saint, do the roof check. Baldwin and Kennedy go inside and do a sweep. Kincaid and Locke will be on the hose. Captain barks the orders to us. You got it, Cap, a few of us say. We rush into the front doors, where it's mostly smoke. Fortunately, the fire hasn't made its way toward the front yet. Instead, it's hanging in the back of the store. Damn, it looks creepy. Like we're going through an apocalypse or something, Baldwin says into the mic in his helmet. His voice sounds more profound and a bit distorted, but I'm able to understand him. Yeah, it does, I reply, staring at the mess in front of us. The cash registers are open, and coins litter the floor along with fruits and vegetables. There are a few splatters of blood, probably from a fight. Even with protective gear on, the heat from the fire and the heavy weight of the equipment makes me sick. I mute the radio and begin to shove shelves and aisle towers out of my way with the axe. Baton Rouge Fire Department. If you can hear us, call out, I yell, then flip on the radio again. I think you take the west side and I'll take the east. Sounds good. We meet here in 10 minutes. That's it. Okay? I nod and take a sharp right, kicking a box of cereal out of my way. Baton Rouge Fire. Call out if you need help. I shout again, but all I can hear is the crackling and roar of the fire. How's it going up on the roof, guys? I ask Saint and Taylor. Good. It's the east side that seems the weakest, so be safe if you're over there. We're making more vents now, Saint replies. I continue to keep calling out for help, but no one answers. I run down the cake aisle, then the cereal, and then it's the next aisle that has the flames. The fire is loud, whooshing and lashing at everything it can get its hot whips on. Baldwin, we have 3 minutes before we meet. Roger that. I'm clear on the west side. I breathe a sigh of relief when he answers. These guys might not be my MC, but they're still my family. Get out of that building now. Do you copy? I said get your asses out of there now. The owner just informed me there wasn't just one propane tank in there. Cap doesn't get to finish. A loud explosion rocks the foundation from the next aisle over, and the shelving unit blows to pieces, knocking right into me. I fly backward and hit the metal case behind me, and the air is driven from my lungs with a heavy thud. I hear another explosion somewhere to my right. The flames trickle higher, angrier, and with purpose, to destroy everything. There's yelling on the other side of the radio, but I can't understand it all. It's a jumbled mess of panic. I groan and try to crawl out of the rubble, but there's too much on me. Kennedy, where are you? Nathan, can you copy? I hear Baldwin's voice and nod, forgetting he can't see me. I'm here. I cough. Propane? Why the fuck were there full propane tanks? You pay for that as you leave, he shouts. I try and push the large metal shelving unit off me, but it's too heavy. I'm in the aisle next to cake mixes. Station 11, do you copy? Station 11, Cap asks frantically. Baldwin and Kennedy are here, Cap. Saint, Taylor? Baldwin questions as he comes running through the flames that have taken over the other aisle. When he sees me, he skids to a stop. Saint? Taylor? That isn't fucking funny. Baldwin groans as he slides the debris off me, then grabs my hand. You okay to walk? I think so. Just out of breath. Taylor? Saint? We're here, Cap. Saint's answer is deafened by another propane tank exploding, feeding the fire with its dangerous gas. The west side of the roof collapses, and the fire grows more extensive when it gets the oxygen it needs. I can see the sky, ruined by clouds of smoke. The flames arc upwards, like red-hot needles trying to pierce the heavens. Taylor! Saint! I scream into the mic and begin running in that direction. Baldwin stops me by gripping my jacket. We might not come out if we go back there. Kennedy, Baldwin, this is a direct order. You get your asses out here now. I flip off my radio. I'm not leaving them behind. No one is left behind. Ever. Without another word, I sprint to the west side. I don't think of Baldwin. Instead, I think of my two friends. The memories of running through the woods to get my brother and me to safety are so fresh and clear in my mind. I won't leave Taylor and Saint behind like I left my parents. When we get to the rubble, I can barely see the rocks from the fire. I flip my radio back on. Taylor? Saint? Talk to me. I wait, too afraid to breathe just in case I miss one of them trying to speak. My eyes sting from sweat, and the heat from the blaze is almost too hot to handle. I begin trying to clear the stone in hopes I find my friends. It's too late, Kennedy, Baldwin says, grabbing my shoulder. I spin around and grip the front of his jacket and shove him back. If you want to leave, nothing is stopping you. Fucking go then. A big chunk of roof collapses to the floor, making me take a quick step back to dodge. And then I see it, an arm through the pile. I scream in agony as the flames lick my suit and my gloves get hotter. I finally remove the rock where I see Saint and Taylor. Fuck, am I glad to see you, Saint gasps. I reach down and pull Saint up first. Can you walk? He nods. Get him out of here, Baldwin. I flinch when another section of the roof collapses, and I stretch my arm down and grab Taylor with both hands. Come on, buddy. I throw him over my shoulders, carrying him in the typical fireman's hold and run. I gasp for breath and jump over fallen beams. The smoke is black. It's almost too hard to see. So I bend down and use my hand to flip on the helmet light. We're getting out of here, Taylor. I see a familiar cash register, where there's a random eggplant on the conveyor belt, and slide sideways through the aisle so we can fit. My muscles burn. My entire body aches, and my skin feels like it's about to fall off the bone, but I can't give up. I can't leave anyone behind. The front doors are in sight, and another explosion causes the rest of the roof to collapse. I step through the doors just in time. But not a second after I do, the air gets sucked inside with a massive backdraft, and the flames expand. The force propels me out the doors, and I hit the concrete ground, which jostles Taylor from my shoulders. Kincaid drags me a safe distance away from the building while Locke does the same to Taylor. I shuck my helmet off and take a deep, ragged breath. Is he breathing? No one answers me. Is he alive? Ryan kneels on the ground and checks for a pulse. He nods. It's weak, but it's there. My knees crumble like the roof in the grocery store, and I hit the ground, struggling to catch my breath. I fall to my hands next and hang my head, sweat dripping from my hair to the hot pavement. That was close. Let me examine you. Ryan's fingers tilt my chin up, and someone mindlessly works off my jacket. He places a new oxygen mask around my nose and mouth, but I'm too tired to breathe. He's talking to me, but I can't hear him. I'm not focused enough. Fires do that to me. They rearrange my brain, suck the oxygen from my lungs, and tease death over my head every time I run into danger. No matter how many times I sprint into a building, I always come out. My life has to have a clock. At this point, how much time is left? Cheating death has to have its consequences. I just haven't figured them out yet.
Chapter 4. Ryan. Rain. Of course it takes this moment to pour. The firefighters spent hours trying to put out that blaze, only for it to rain in sheets now. No one seems to care, or at least no one is paying attention to it. Everyone is in the waiting room. Kincaid, Locke, and Baldwin are still in their gear, ridden with soot as we all wait for word on Kennedy, Taylor, and Saint. The door opens and I gulp when I see the Ruthless King's Baton Rouge chapter waltz through the doors. Their boots are loud as they pound against the floor. A few of them have chains hanging from their pockets, and they rattle with each step they take. Front and center is their prez, Jokester, and next to him is a guy that looks similar to Rainbow. Kennedy. He's my coworker, and I can't get comfortable calling him Rainbow. Too late. The one that must be related to Kennedy stares me down as he walks by. He doesn't look angry, he seems devastated. His eyes are red and puffy, and as he drags them away from me, I swear his cheeks are wet, but that has to be from the rain. I've never met a biker who cries.
This is Nathan Kennedy's emergency contact and healthcare proxy, Greer Kennedy.
Jokester points to the guy that I knew had to be related to Rain. Oh, fuck it, I'm just gonna call him Rainbow.
Are there any updates?
He asks the nurse behind the counter.
They haven't given us any updates,
the captain chimes in, and Jokester swings his gaze toward the man. And I swear at that moment, the room drops 100 degrees and is suddenly chilly. My skin pebbles and I tremble under my jacket.
I don't think they'd tell you anything. You aren't family like we are. You'll do well to remember that, Cap.
We aren't enemies here, Jokester. We're all here for Kennedy. A few of your guys are firefighters, cops, SWAT, yet you don't hate any of their captains.
Oh, you know why I hate you,
Jokester sneers, standing toe-to-toe with the captain. Oh, shit. Sunday grips my arm and watches the scene in front of us as if it's some sort of movie. My money's on the Prez. I'm sorry, but there isn't an update yet. If you two could please not start any drama, this is where people might be receiving some of the worst news of their lives. If you boys can't keep your differences at bay, I'll have to ask you to leave. Am I understood? The feisty nurse intervenes, shaking a finger at each man. She's an old woman who must be pushing 70. I love her. They each look away like scolded children.
Yes, ma'am,
they say at the same time. Just as they turn to sit down, a doctor pushes through the silver double doors and shouts, "Nathan Kennedy's family!" Everyone stands, bikers and firefighters alike, and for some reason I find myself getting to my feet. I barely know the man. This is silly. I sit back down, but someone grabs the back of my uniform and hauls me to my feet. It's a tight grip, too, the kind that tells me I'm about to get dragged to my death. Greer, Rainbow's brother, steps in front of me, and I gulp. "Hi," I squeak, giving a pathetic attempt at a wave as he drags me by his side. Literally drags me. My feet are hardly touching the floor. We stop in front of the doctor, and Greer grunts, patting his chest, and mouths, "Brother." He doesn't actually speak. I wonder if that means he can't. "And who is this? I can only allow family back right now," the doctor huffs in annoyance. Greer points to the doors, then to my ring finger. "Partner, this is Mr. Kennedy's husband?" the doctor questions, sounding just as confused as I'm sure I look. I was never good at acting or going with the flow. I wear my emotions on my face. It's how I got a C in drama class in high school, and that was just the teacher being nice because she liked me. So here I am needing to lie, so I just nod a little too enthusiastically. I'm not dumb enough to question a biker, and it seems everyone around us is dumbfounded too because they know their little rainbow is straight. "Right, okay, Mr. Kennedy is fine. He's on oxygen for smoke inhalation. His helmet got cracked in the fire, which caused him to inhale soot. He's awake and asking for his brother." Greer visibly relaxes, and the sudden change has me reaching up and patting him on the shoulder while he still has a good grip on the back of my collar. "Saint, Taylor, I know you can give me their updates. I'm their healthcare proxy." Captain takes a step forward. "And can you release my medic? You're scaring the piss out of him." I blow a raspberry and wave away his concern. "I'm fine. I'm just hanging out." Greer snarls at Captain Warwick. "I want to watch Saint for a few days. He has a hairline fracture in his leg and is also on oxygen. And Taylor..." The doctor grimaces. I've seen that face before. He's about to drop some bad news. Taylor is on a ventilator. His lungs, hell, his entire body is too weak and sustained too many injuries during the fall. "When will he get off the tube? He'll be okay, won't he?" Locke, I think his name is, asks. He has soot clinging to his face and hands, except his wrinkle lines are clean since they've been pinched with fear. "I don't know. I'm sorry. Right now he can't breathe on his own. It can go either way. It wouldn't be bad if you prepared yourself for the worst." Fuck! Baldwin, the only firefighter besides Taylor to come up and introduce himself to me, runs out of the hospital and into the rain. Everyone on the radio heard him tell Rainbow they should leave Saint and Taylor behind, so I'm sure he's feeling a lot of guilt. "I can take 2 people back." Greer shoves by the doctor, with me still barely touching the floor. "You know, you can let me go. I'll walk next to you. You're stretching my shirt and the collar will be too big," I try to reason with the man, but he stomps forward like a giant looking for its beanstalk. "You don't even know what room he's in," I point out. Greer smirks. And that's when I hear the raucous shouts of a deranged patient.
I said I'm fine. I can leave. I have an entire shift to finish.
Sir, we can't allow you.
Oh, what, like you're going to stop me?
Greer gives me a look that says, I told you. I can't help but roll my eyes. He uses me to push open the door. My heart does a triple flip when I see Rainbow in bed with wires all over him and a nurse trying to get his oxygen mask on his face while another tries to reattach some of the wires. Greer and I stand in the middle of the doorway, and when Rainbow sees us, he stops fighting, and Greer points to the mask.
Fine, give me the damn thing.
Rainbow snags the mask away from the nurse's hands and places it over his nose and mouth.
Happy?
The word is muffled by the hiss of oxygen. Why do firefighters, cops, and doctors make the worst patients? A snap of Greer's fingers has the nurses leaving so quick I swear I see smoke coming off their heels. The door shuts and the lock clicks. It hits me only now that the only way out is the way I came in, and that won't be by myself. Greer shoves me forward, and my feet get the best of me. I stumble and I'm running headfirst into the nightstand when Rainbow's arm stretches out, wraps around my waist, and hauls me to his side. His touch has my body burning as hot as the flames he just survived. He's dangerous. I know the heat between us will destroy me if I allow it to happen. I've picked up pieces from my charred heart once because of a firefighter. I'm not dumb enough to let it happen again.
You saved me. The least I can do is take you out to dinner.
Maybe I am that dumb. I don't get to answer, thankfully, because Greer shoves Rainbow on the shoulder. I stand next to the mattress and rub my palms on my pants. Greer picks Rainbow up in a big hug, wrapping his arms around him a bit too tightly, but Rainbow doesn't complain. He hugs his brother in return. I wish I had that. They're obviously close, and it makes me wonder how they became that way. I always found family challenging to get along with. Maybe that's because I hid who I was for so long. I had to pretend to be the straight guy interested in the girl next door because my parents disagreed with someone being gay. They think it is a lifestyle, a choice. But honestly, if I had to choose, I'd still choose to be gay, even if it was a choice. I was always at the opposite end of the spectrum of my mom and dad. I was the black sheep in a wealthy family. Anyone different, anyone who didn't follow the path carved out for them, was someone they didn't want to be associated with. When I was 18, I already knew what would happen when I told them I was gay. I'd packed my bags beforehand. I'd saved up enough money to move from Napa Valley, California to Vegas, where I became a paramedic. Something I know my family frowns upon because I'm not a surgeon. When I came out, my dad kicked me out while my mom cried, asking me what she ever did wrong. After that, I was happy to leave. I never once looked back because they were toxic.
I'm sorry I scared you, Mime, Rainbow says to his brother. I'm okay, I promise.
Greer pulls away with tears swimming in his eyes. He points to his chest and shakes his head, then presses his finger in the middle of Rainbow's chest. Anyone who can see can tell what he's saying.
You don't ever have to worry about being without me, okay? I promise.
Greer huffs and turns on his boots, then marches out the door, leaving me alone with Rainbow. I sit on the edge of the bed again and do my due diligence not to touch him. Rainbow leans his head back on the pillow and stares up at the ceiling. Are you okay? Is he okay? I ask, initiating conversation. Like the big dumbass that I am, I should take a cue from Greer's book and leave. I've done my job. My patient is alive and well. I need to walk out that door, but my ass won't move from this side of the bed. It's always had a mind of its own.
He'll be fine. We have a history when it comes to fire, and he doesn't really like my job.
He takes a deep breath of the oxygen.
He worries a lot. We're the only family we have, so he's nervous I'll run into a fire and not come out.
Can you blame him? That's a genuine worry. Today was a close call. The muscle in his cheek flexes, making the edge of his jaw seem even more defined.
It shouldn't have been. I'm sure the owner is under investigation for having full propane tanks in the damn aisle.
Well, if all people were smart, there wouldn't be chaos, and without chaos, we wouldn't be employed, I tell him with a lift of my chin. My hand falls onto the bed, and his pinky reaches out to touch mine, just enough to leave me wondering if he's doing it intentionally or not.
Smart words from a smart man. I can't say I'm surprised.
He flirts through the oxygen mask, which somehow he makes look more like an accessory than a life-saving piece of machinery. He is that good-looking. He clears his throat, and he becomes bold enough to place his hand on top of mine.
Tell me, how are my friends? Do you know?
Oh God, they haven't told him. Great. I have the job of a husband when I'm not even a damn husband. How do I get myself in these positions? I take my other hand and sandwich ours together. Saint will recover just fine, fracture in his leg, but Taylor is on life support. They aren't too sure what will happen. I'm so sorry, Nathan. Using his first name makes the situation more personal, I think. Plus, I can't deliver news like that and call him Rainbow.
Oh.
He looks down, tilting his chin to his chest. His cheeks turn a dark shade of red. The shadows from his lashes dance on his ash-ridden skin.
I'd hoped...
His Adam's apple bobs as he swallows thickly.
I had hoped I got to him in time, but I guess even our best can never be good enough to beat death, right?
He chuckles darkly.
Damn it, he doesn't deserve that. He's so young and has his entire life ahead of him.
Hey, so are you, and so do you. It's unfortunate what happened to him. I wouldn't wish it on anyone, but what happened to him? It could have easily been you. I do something that goes against all my rules. I lean forward and I wrap my arms around him. Damn it, what's he doing to me? The excuse to hug him is to make him feel better, but in return, it makes me feel better too. His chest against mine is solid, muscular, and the wide palm settling in the middle of my back is bringing me comfort, but it's also scaring the hell out of me. I go to pull away, but his arms tighten around me, and the scruff on his cheek scratches against my smooth one.
Not just yet. I like how you feel against me. You make it easier to breathe.
I unknowingly scoot closer, so there is no more space between us. I blame my body. Again, it has a mind of its own. Like a fool, I bury my nose against the side of his neck. I swear his skin is still warm from the fire. The smoke clings to him. The earthy, burnt scent is something I can't get enough of. I'll never be able to smell fire the same way. Instead, I'll have Rainbow in my mind. His face, his touch, and when I smell it, I'll remember him. And I'll miss him. I know I will, because that's who I am. I'm the boy who naively loves and gives his heart when there's no chance I'll get love in return. I don't want to be that boy anymore. I want to be smarter, but having Rainbow hold me is making it really hard. This isn't a good idea, I say honestly, forcing myself out of his arms, because if I don't, I'll stay there forever, feeling warm and safe.
Why not?
He reaches for me again, and I pull away. Because I've done this before. I've been with a straight guy, and he hid me away. I won't be your experiment, Rainbow. Last time I barely put myself back together, and I know if I allow you to get close to me, I'll have to put myself together again after you decide I'm not what you want. Well, I poke his chest. I deserve to have a guy who's all in, and I won't risk that. He sits up and snags my wrist, yanking me onto the bed, and I make this embarrassing yipping sound a small dog does when their paw is stepped on.
I think you're lumping me in with a group of men without even knowing me, and I'll let it slide this time because I understand your fear, he wheezes.
I roll my eyes at him, grab his damn oxygen mask, and place it over his nose and mouth. He takes a few inhales before dropping it again.
But I'm not the guy who's afraid of new things. I don't ever want to hide. I don't ever want to make you feel like a secret. Sure, my initial reaction to you took me by surprise. This is new for me, but that's not a bad thing. I've never felt this way about a man before, but I'm not ashamed. I've never even thought about it. Never even gotten hard for a man before. But I'm proud to say I want to know where this can go, and I don't give a fuck about anyone else. I've always been straight, but what's that got to do with anything?
You really haven't gotten hard for anyone else?
Really?
He takes another hit of oxygen.
That's what you hold on to after my speech?
He brushes his lips against my ear, and my body shudders.
You just want to know that 2 times I've seen you, I've wanted to tear you the fuck apart until you're so strung out and high on the bliss I've given you, you'll only want me.
My cock plumps, threatening to come to life from the filth of his words, and I lick my lips. You talk a big game for a guy who has never sucked cock before. I know how brazen that sounds, but a straight guy never knows what to do at first, and there is no way in hell Rainbow does. Guess you'll just have to see, won't you? I don't put out on the first date, so you'll have to be patient. He winks at me and covers his face with the oxygen mask again. Why am I here talking to a man that needs rest? I can't, I'm sorry, I can't go out with you. His smile falls, and the playfulness that skipped through the air is now gone. Give me one good reason why, and don't bring up the straight thing. It's always the same with you firefighters. I'm the faggot, the guy who takes it up the ass. I'm the twink, and it's all fun and games until one of you want me. I don't appreciate the brush you're painting me with, and I'm not the kind of man to hang around others that treat someone that way. So tell me who called you a faggot, and you won't have to see them again. You mean that, don't you? You'd take care of him. No one fucks with what is mine. You should remember that. I'm not yours, I correct him. He crooks his mouth in that stupid grin that shows a dimple, and a little more fight leaves me. Whatever you gotta tell yourself, Sassafras. I like the chase, but if you want to make sure you escape me, you better be positive you can outrun me. My throat goes dry when I see the eagerness for that chase reflecting in his eyes. Give me your phone. I do as he says because, well, I care for my life and I don't want to die. What man would deny a ruthless king? I tug it out of my pocket and hand it over to him. His fingers fly over the screen and a beep comes from the nightstand. His phone. Turn around. Okay. I give him my back, thinking he needs privacy, and I hear a snap of the camera. I peek over my shoulder to see the flash go off again. It takes me a minute to realize what he's doing, and I dive for the phone. You did not just take a picture of my... His hand grips my throat, and he flips me under him. I find myself flat on my back, rough, calloused fingers squeezing my airway, and a half-naked fireman hovering over me. I did take a picture of your ass because it's the hottest fucking thing I've ever seen, and I want to look at it whenever I want. I can't wait to own it, to own you. As terrifying as that sounds, I want nothing more than for someone to want me so much they want to claim me. I've never been wanted like that, but I'll see if Mr. Fireman can put his money where his hose is. And by the feel of it, it's a big fucking hose.
Chapter 5. Rainbow. I'm grouchy since being home. Everyone thinks I need help, but I'm fine. Hell, I'm ready to go back to work. Ryan left the hospital yesterday as if he were on fire. But to be fair, he was on the clock and had to work. As a result, he hasn't answered my texts. At this point, I'm about to drive over to his house, so he doesn't have a reason to ignore me. He's awakened something in me that I haven't felt in ages. Passion. Dude, are you hearing this? Fox turns up the TV. A news anchor is nearly getting blown away as she tries to report the weather. It's fucking raining. Why does she need to stand in the middle of a storm to say it? Hurricane Jeffrey has taken a sudden turn. She shouts over the rain blowing to the left from the gusts of wind. Baton Rouge needs to try to evacuate as soon as possible. The eye is no longer hitting New Orleans. We expect landfall in the next 30 hours. Fuck. Jokester rubs his hands over his face. Okay, we aren't ready for a Category 5. We have supplies like food and water, which is great, and the clubhouse is on stilts, which is also great, since the river is going to overflow. But we still need to get sandbags. I'll go. I need to bring Ryan here. Mime slaps a hand on my chest to stop me from getting up. How about one of us get him? Teller asks. He just got back from New Orleans himself, and I'm glad he made it back safely. No fucking way. I'm going to get him, and I'll get some extra supplies while I'm out. I'll take the club's truck. I'm not riding my bike in this. I don't think it's a good idea. You just got out of the hospital. Hound begins to say, is this about me going out? Or is this about me going out to bring a guy home? I've never had to question their loyalty to me before. But I guess there's always a first time for everything. What? You know we don't give a fuck about that. Lai drops the pool stick and crosses his arms. This is about you nearly burning to death. We give a fuck, but we don't give a fuck who you fuck. That's a lot of fucks. Our road captain Compass chimes in. He's been on a run for the last few days with Teller and Cactus in New Orleans, moving some merchandise. Okay, so not everything we do is legal. We own a few bars, but the most money comes from deals we make through Central Louisiana. Every few weeks we meet up with Pocus and his chapter in New Orleans to restock and trade intel. Just don't get shot. Butcher grumbles, limping toward the couch. No ass is worth a bullet. Then you haven't taken a good look at his ass, I say on a near groan. It gets so quiet, I could hear a feather drop. And then a roar of laughter fills the space, which loosens the ball of anxiety in my chest. Rainbow has got it bad. Stax crows as he counts another pile of money on the coffee table while smoking a cigarette. Does he? He's fighting me. I grab my jacket from the hook on the wall and shrug it on. Ah, to be young. Our treasurer's raspy voice sarcastically awes as he blows a cloud of smoke in the air. How are you going to find him? Jokester asks as he slaps Bambi on the ass coming out of the kitchen. Girl, he warns lustfully as she giggles. A woman's giggle used to turn me on, but does nothing for me anymore. I find it fake and annoying now. These whores always want the same thing. A property patch. I turned on his location on his phone, so I can track him. I lift his shoulder and place my gun in the waistband of my jeans. The barrel is cold from not being used. Poor girl hasn't been shot in a good while. You know, since that body the cops found in the swamp. I turned him into Swiss cheese. A great way to establish trust. Butcher curls his fingers into an OK gesture and squeezes one eye shut. He's stubborn. He would never give me his address. I open the door and the wind whistles through the doorway, bringing in some rain. I'll be back. Hey, get some whiskey and beer while you're out. Grudge shouts after me just as I shut the door. I make a mental note of what he wants and hurry down the steps, unlocking the truck by pressing the key fob in my pocket. The first drops of rain hit the top of my head, and my boots slip and slide in the slick mud. Damn it, I just polished the leather. I gripe, keeping my head down, so the rain doesn't get into my eyes. Jokester will kill me for dragging mud into the new truck, but I don't care. It's a truck. It's meant to get dirty. Once I'm safe in the driver's seat, I press the button on the dash and let the engine rumble for a few seconds. I tilt my head back and rest my eyes. I inhale and exhale to test my breathing. I'm doing pretty well, but I'll be good as new tomorrow. The sound of the rain getting louder has me opening my eyes to see Mime getting into the passenger seat. He closes the door, which mutes the weather outside to a low hum. You're coming with? He nods. With one finger he points to himself, then me, then down the road, and lastly shakes his finger at me. I would have been fine going alone. You don't have to worry so much. His eyes harden and his fingers curl into the leather seats. Okay, I'm sorry. I know yesterday was scary. I apologize, okay? Now, let's go before this hurricane wipes us out. I stretch my arm over the back of the seat and turn my head over my shoulder. I haven't ever been the type to look at the screen in the middle of the dash. The tires spin against the mud. It splatters against the sides before the truck finds traction and finally starts to reverse. I press on the brake, turn the windshield wipers on, and stare out the window at the thunderous sky. This moment reminds me too much of the night we lost our parents. Mime's hand touches my shoulder to bring me out of my daze. I curl my hands over the steering wheel and muster up a slight grin as I glance at him. Let's see if I can lure Ryan into the truck without him kicking and screaming. Mime reaches behind his seat and pulls out a neon green rope. We are not going to hog tie him, Mime. Clever, though. A solid plan C if A and B don't work. Here. I give him my phone and turn on the GPS. Tell me when I need to turn. He gives me a thumbs up and presses the knob to turn on the radio. Jazz music flows through the speaker and both of us groan in horror. Turn it off! Turn it off! Mime panics and presses 3 different buttons and turns the opposite knob to the right to find another station. It lands on country, and we exhale a sigh of relief. Both of us agree that's better than what was on. Either someone really listens to that shit, or someone is fucking with us. He grunts in agreement and dabs his finger in his ear. Drama queen, your ears aren't bleeding. Mime snickers at his own joke. When he laughs, it's the only time I get to hear how his voice might sound. I imagine it's deep and hoarse, crackling like our grandpas did. But Mime's voice cracks from not being used. I'd give anything to hear him say one word, but I stopped trying for that a long time ago. Pushing him wasn't helping. I just had to adjust to the new reality that my brother had lost his voice, rather than force him to do something he didn't and doesn't want to do. I think he'll speak one day again. It will take something or someone life-altering for that to happen, though, so I'm not going to hold my breath. But I hope. Rain isn't too bad, I notice, dipping my head over the wheel so I can see out the windshield. It's windy, but that's it. The rain isn't coming down hard, which makes this the perfect time for accidents to happen. I bet the station is busy. No, I can't go down that road, because if I do, I'll think about Taylor, and I'll get in my head and start blaming myself. Mine points to the left, and I turn on my blinker as I roll to the stop sign. Since there's hardly any traffic, I'm able to turn without having to wait, passing a bunch of tall trees on one side and open fields on the other. During spring, that field has so many dandelions that people could make 100 wishes a day, and there would be 1,000,000 more flowers to grow in its place. Mine makes another disgruntled noise and points to the right, to the motels that are a bit run down but aren't horrible, so I won't bring them up to Ryan. Yet. The truck dips as we drive down the dirt road. There's a large puddle in the middle up ahead, and Mime and I share a glance before I floor it. Murky orange water sprays along the truck's sides and covers the windshield before I flip the wipers on. The mud drips off the side mirror in thick globs, and for some reason, that makes me feel way more manly than it should. Imagine Prez's face when we bring the truck back filthy. My baby brother holds out his fist, and I pound it with my knuckles. I stop in front of a simple motel and stare at it through the sprinkle of rain. The outside isn't new, but it's taken care of the best way it can be without having someone renovate it. There are trimmed bushes along the front and waterlogged pink flowers. The window trim is painted a dark brown, while the siding is tan with a few dirty spots. But nothing the rain won't eventually wash away. There's only one car parked here, and it's a piece of crap Nissan with duct tape on the gas cap. Oh, fuck no. Stay here. I'll hopefully be back in a minute. Mime gives me a curt nod and presses his finger against the automatic button on the side of his seat so he can lean back and relax. Just a regular fucking day for you, huh? I tease. He gives me the bird without turning his head to look at me, which makes me laugh. I slam the door and run under the awning to get out from under the rain. I tug the lapels of my jacket a few times to get the water off the leather, then stomp my boots on the walkway to get most of the mud off. I take a deep breath and cough. Then a rumble of irritation knots in my chest. I hate being weakened when I know how strong I am and how strong I can be. What was his room number again? 1B. I don't even have to go up the steps, which is a problem because this is a flooding hazard. I know he's only here for a little bit, but did he do any research on this place? It's only making my argument for him to come back with me stronger. He'll listen. I'll be crushed if I can't get him to spend any time with me. How much I like him, I haven't liked anyone like this in a while. I need him to like me back. This might be new to me, but my soul has recognized his as old, something that stood the test of time. Maybe I knew him in another life if that's the case. If it is, it means his soul is my home. And who am I to question the universe? I walk deeper into the corridor and come to the brown-painted door with a silver number and letter plate that says 1B. There's a brown coarse mat under my filthy boots that says, "Welcome Rainbows," and I can't help but smile. If that's not a sign, what is? I lift my fist and knock on the door, then take a step back so he can see me through the peephole. Shit. Maybe this wasn't the best idea. What if he has to go to work? It makes sense. We're all on call for the storm. The chain slides, rattles, and the knob clicks, then turn. I have the goofiest smile on my face because I'm excited to see the guy that's made me this new person in a matter of 3 days. And it slips off as soon as I see his face as the door widens enough. He has a black eye and a busted lip, tears running down his face, and he doesn't even question why I'm here. Instead, Ryan launches himself at me, wrapping his arms around my neck and his legs around my waist. He sobs into my shoulder, and I bury the rage down to only focus on Ryan. I need to know who hurt my boy. I won't fucking stand for it. He's a small guy, maybe 5'4" and 140 pounds soaking wet than my 6'3", 220 pounds. Whoever did this took advantage of his size when it should be cherished and treasured. I rub his back as I kick his door in, then push it shut. I don't lock it. If the asshole that hurt him comes back, I'll be ready. A bullet will stop a guy, dead in his tracks. I plop down on the ratty blue sofa that has seen better days, and the springs creak from my weight. I got you, baby. I have you. You're safe. You're okay. I croon at him. I squeeze him tight and close my eyes. But God, the thought of something happening to him when I just got him, and I don't even really have him yet, makes me sick. I'm not in love with him, but I know I could be, and I'm obsessed with that. With him. I don't force him to talk. Not yet. I let him get his emotions out. His fingers curl into my jacket and grip. The leather squeaks from the raindrops lingering, and the puffs of his hot breath on the side of my neck has me wrestling with the lust coiling inside me. His soft lips brush against my throat, and he whimpers, sniffling as he hiccups. I continue gliding my palms up and down his back, loving how perfect he feels in my arms. Nothing has ever felt so right. He kisses the spot under my ear and moans, rocking his hips against my hard cock. He feels so fucking good, and I'm going to regret this later. I squeeze his hips just as his lips kiss down my jaw, and right when his lips are about to touch mine, I cup his jaws gently to stop him. Not like this, sassafras. I won't kiss you or feel your body for the first time when you're in this condition. Okay? Don't get me wrong. I want nothing more than to rip off his shirt and kiss along his flat chest. Are his nipples pink or a dusty brown? Are they sensitive? Yeah. I want to learn everything that turns him on, so I know how to pleasure him. He nods, but his chin wobbles, and he starts crying again. I'm sorry. I thought... It's all I'm used to. I always felt guilty when I was upset and... He tries to slow his breathing, but he's too worked up. You weren't with the right guys then, if they ever made you feel guilty instead of being there for you. I press his head against my shoulder and kiss his temple. Don't think this means I don't want answers. I do. I want details. But right now, this is about you. Get it all out, baby. I run my fingers through his hair and study his apartment while he clings to me, his sobs getting quieter by the second. The shattered remnants of a red vase are in a heap in front of the busted TV, and the lamp at the far end of the couch is utterly destroyed. If I had been there, this wouldn't have happened. He would have been safe in my arms, and I'd be taking the intruder's body to the fucking swamp for the gators. I won't forgive myself. Never again will he be alone. That's not a fucking vow. It's an oath. Puffs of even warm breath ghost against my neck, and this time he isn't trying to mask the situation with sex. Instead, he's cried himself to sleep. My poor sassafras, I whisper, brushing a piece of hair out of his face. Who would do this to you? I press my lips against his forehead before I stand, then march around the couch to the bed. When I walk in, I bite my tongue when I see how destroyed everything is. Not that there was much to destroy. This place is a fucking hovel. To open the closet that's awkwardly placed behind the door, I situate one arm around him to turn the knob. I flip the light on, snag the few shirts I see on the hangers, then look around for a bag. There are a couple of reusable grocery bags and an old gym bag that's battered to hell. It'll work. I dig through his dresser, and the air in my lungs catches when I see several pairs of lace panties. Fuck me, I groan deeply, imagining the thin, elegant material cupping his bubbled butt. I grab 2 handfuls of those afternoon delights, because that is exactly what they'll cause, and stuff them in the bag. A toothbrush and phone charger later, I'm heading out the door with my injured sleeping boy against my shoulder, and his one bag stuffed full of his belongings in the other hand. I keep his face shielded from the rain and open the back door of the truck to lay him down. But when I do, I let him go, and that wakes him up. He holds on to me in a death grip and shakes his head. Don't leave me. Stay, he begs, those beautiful green eyes filling with water again. Mime, drive to Lowe's and get bags of sand and whatever else. I'm going to stay back here with Ryan. Mime turns his chin to his shoulder. His eyes widen when he sees the damage done to Ryan's face. The expression he has is murderous. I know, is all I say, while sliding along the black leather seats. Ryan climbs onto my lap and wraps himself around me again. I sure as hell don't mind him using me as a safety blanket. It's the biggest compliment a man can ever receive. What's better than someone trusting you enough to protect them while they're at their most vulnerable? I cross my arms over his back and hold him to me. I got you. I'll always have him. And when this storm passes, the man who hurt him will wish he died in the hurricane. His death won't be swift. Like fire, like this hurricane, I'm going to take my time while I destroy him.
Chapter 6. Ryan. My head feels like one of those barrels that get tossed down the side of a cliff. With every bounce, the wood cracks a little, then when it reaches the bottom, it explodes. That's my skull right now, and my eyeballs feel like they've been dipped in pollen with how swollen they are. The snarling gusts of wind wake me as they rip by, and as I push myself up, a few pings of pain rattle my sides. I hiss, "Damn," and try to take it slower. Finally sitting upright, I keep my hand pressed against my ribs and notice I'm not in my room. I'm not in my bed. I peek under my pants to make sure my panties are still on and blow out a relieved breath when I see them. Well, there's Sleeping Beauty. I jerk my head up to see Rainbow standing in the doorway carrying a breakfast tray. His shirt is off. I repeat, his shirt is off, and his abs have abs. Stupid firefighters with their stupid, amazing bodies making me, well, stupid. Shit, I'm at the Ruthless King's clubhouse, and I'm in Rainbow's room. Another rule on the long list of rules I've made that's being broken right now. I made an entire list just for him. Do not find yourself alone with Rainbow. Do not go out to dinner with Rainbow. Do not kiss him. Do not dream about him. I broke that one already. And do not, under any circumstance, stumble into his bedroom and throw your inhibitions to the wind. And while I did not stumble in this room and tuck myself into this massive cozy bed, those inhibitions stopped at the damn door when he carried me through it, and right now they're laughing at me. I brought you some breakfast. He comes into the room with a smile. His sweatpants hang low on his hips, the V in my line of sight. It's a deep V, too, carved and defined, and as he sits the tray in my lap, he catches me gawking at him. Rainbow smirks and sits on the edge of the bed. His lower back brushes against the side of my leg. I'm thankful I'm under the comforter. I stare down at the food, and my stomach grumbles when I see gorgeous, fluffy pancakes with a big square of butter in the middle, a few slices of strawberries, bacon, and toast. In the corner sits a glass of orange juice and a cup of coffee. Black. If you need cream or sugar. No, black is perfect, just like my soul. I try to joke, but he doesn't seem to think it's funny because he gives me a stern glare. Kidding, my soul is only half dark. Depends on the day and the people I'm with. I bite into a piece of bacon. It's crispy and nearly burnt just how I like it. How did he know? You made all this for me? Why? Why not? He mirrors in return. You don't know me. I know enough to know I want to know more. He lifts his hand to my cheek, and I flinch away, then freeze on the spot when a sadness crosses his eyes. I expect him to drop his hand, but he doesn't. His knuckles brush over my abused cheek. The tender touch is so sweet and gentle, and it's been so long since I've felt anything like it that I lean into it. I would never hurt you, Ryan. Thunder rolls outside, and the coffee ripples in the mug from the vibrations. Yeah, I've heard that before, and now look at me. I pluck a strawberry off the plate and pop it in my mouth. It's sweeter than usual, and as the juices roll over my tongue, I taste that he has topped them with sugar. Well, I guess I'll just have to show you that I won't hurt you, right? Trust is earned, not given. He begins to cut one of my pancakes for me, and I reach over to stop him, but he lifts the silverware out of my reach. I can do it, I pout, feeling taken care of, yet at the same time not as independent. I wasn't expecting to feel this way, and I wasn't expecting it to bother me. It's always been me. If there's one person I can count on, it's been myself. I've gotten myself this far, and I haven't needed anyone. I don't need anyone now. I'm perfectly okay with being alone. And maybe that's really sad and depressing. Still, when every person has let you down in your life, you learn that being alone is much better than ever depending on someone again. It's tragic because I know people can be wonderful, but I always seem to experience whatever dark secrets are beneath that wonderful surface. Every person has a horrible aspect about them hidden beneath the facade society expects them to keep. Then when those people have a moment of darkness, a moment of a shadow in the daylight, their evil comes out, hurting whoever's in their way. It makes me wonder what lurks underneath Rainbow's gorgeous eyes. I'm capable of taking care of myself, I tell him, reaching for the fork and knife. I know you are. Don't think I don't know that for a second, Sassafras. I want to take care of you, though. Let me cut up your pancakes, and then you can eat to silence all that attitude. I scoff and cross my arms. I do not have an attitude, says the guy who can't even say that statement without an attitude. I pinch my lips together to stop myself from smiling as the fork and knife make that terrible clinking noise against the plate while he cuts again. Maybe you're right, I admit. I know I am. Cocky, just confident, he corrects me. I wrap my hands around the warm mug and bring the rim to my lips, inhaling the coffee to help wake me up. It tastes just as good, silky and bitter down my raw throat. This coffee is delicious, I groan and tilt my head back, closing my eyes to enjoy the warmth pooling in my belly. Don't make those noises, he glowers. I'll tell Grudge you like the coffee, but I won't tell him you moaned about it. And why not? He deserves to know the impact he's made. I tilt my chin down and stare into those golden eyes that break every rule of mine. Who am I kidding? Rainbow is the rule breaker. I bet he bends them to his will. His finger slides under my chin, still gentle and careful, like he's afraid he's going to break me. Because those sounds are mine, not that you know that yet. He stabs the pancake and brings the fork to my mouth. Open. I roll my eyes the best I can since the left is swollen. I can feed myself. Too bad. He shoves the pancake in my mouth when I open it to protest. The fluffiness and the sugary sweetness of the maple syrup stop me from arguing. Only because I'm hungry and this breakfast shouldn't go to waste. Now hush and eat. You haven't eaten a thing since I picked you up yesterday afternoon. After you're done, you're going to tell me what happened. He pokes the piece of pancake harder than necessary. I've been asleep since yesterday? Wow, I'm sorry, I had no idea. I didn't mean to put you out like that. I'll go. His palm presses against my chest to stop me from getting up. You aren't going anywhere, especially in this weather. I was coming to get you yesterday, or at least going to see if you needed anything for this storm. You're safer here than at that shitty motel. The place could flood. Well, I need to get ready for work, I argue. I have a shift. No one is getting on these roads right now. But unfortunately, if anything happens, people will need to wait until the worst of it has passed, and at this rate it will take a while. Hurricane Jeffrey isn't here yet, but it's creeping up close. I need to call Captain Warwick and tell him. I did already. You don't have to worry about that. He knows. No one is at the station right now anyway. How can we save people if we aren't there when they need saving? We need to go. If we don't stay alive, no one will be there to save them afterward. We have to take care of ourselves, too. Drink your coffee. You're bossy. I don't know if I like that. I do as he says and drink my coffee like a good boy who knows how to follow instructions. I want to not drink it on principle and stubbornness, but it's too good to waste. You love it. He shoves the last bit of pancake in my mouth. Now tell me what happened and who I need to kill for touching you like this. He does the thing again. The thing where he brushes his rough, scarred knuckles against my cheek. It has my heart fluttering in all the right places that I know will lead me to make the wrong decision. And breaking all my motherfucking rules. Ugh, damn him. Why do you care? I ask, skeptically, sinking down into the bed until half of my back is supported by the pillow and the headboard. I mean, I don't get you. I get it, you're accepting and so is your club, but this has got to be some sort of trick. A straight guy doesn't pursue a very openly gay guy so hard with reservations. I had reservations for about 10 minutes. What I hated most was letting you leave this clubhouse that first day without asking for your phone number, but I didn't know how to ask a guy out, so I chickened out. This can't be real. I rub my right temple with my fingers, which are still warm from being pressed against the mug. Why can't you just accept it? Because things like this don't happen. I know how this story is written. You get curious, I give in to you. The thought of giving in to him has my breathing coming out in unstable stutters. And you get what you want. You satisfy your urge, but the reality of being with a man day in and day out, holding hands out in public, kissing me, that's a whole different ballgame. I really love your acceptance, Rainbow, but I can't believe it. Life doesn't work like that. I never once asked or expect you to be a secret. Nothing can grow like that. Stop saying all the right things. Why? Because I have rules to follow and you... Just stop it. No. No? No, I'm not going to stop. He drags the tray off my lap and sets it on the floor to the side of the bed. You want to be kissed in public. You want all the things that you shouldn't have to ask for. You've gotten so used to accepting horrible situations because they've all been the same. Let me tell you something. I'm not them, and I'm not the story you think you know. I'm better than them, better than they will ever be. He snatches the coffee out of my hand and places it on the nightstand just as the wind gusts, bulleting the rain against his bedroom window. He stands and takes my hand, lifting me off the bed. I hold back a wince, but he sees my pain and the storms in his eyes match the chaos outside. What are you doing? I follow him out of the bedroom and try to take my hand from his, but his fingers curl tighter. He makes trying to deny him so much harder when he's fighting for me. I've never had anyone fight for me before. A man could get used to it. Double damn him. My feet patter against the smooth concrete floor that seems to be epoxied with a gorgeous marble pattern. Shiny, too. Hey, you're blocking the TV, and considering we might not have power soon, that's a big deal. A big burly biker with muscles larger than my head complains. I don't know his name. You heard the nice biker. Let's go. I whisper, trying to drag him to the bedroom again.
Shut up, Compass,
Rainbow declares as he gives me a twirl in the middle of the living room with everyone around. There must be 12 people sitting on beanbag chairs in the sofa. My cheeks heat, and he dips me over his knee, leaving me gaping at him.
I'm trying to be romantic,
he tells Compass, right before pressing his lips against mine. I gasp. I can't breathe. I don't kiss back. I can't remember how. His lips are plump and firm all at the same time, demanding yet patient as he waits for me. His tongue licks the seam of my lips, and my mouth pries open for air, but he takes it as an invitation to slip his tongue along mine. I melt. My defense lowers. My walls, the damn weak things, crumble, and I give in, just this once. It won't hurt, right? I wrap my arms around his neck and turn my head to the left. I try to deepen the kiss by pressing our lips together harder, but he maintains control and keeps our mouths soft. He kisses the way he seduces, by knowing what he wants, showing he wants it, and being gentle and sweet about it. The guys cheer, and there are a few whistles of celebration. It's embarrassing, but I like it.
Grab his ass,
one guy shouts, which makes Rainbow chuckle, bringing the decadent kiss to an end.
I plan to do that in private first, guys.
Rainbow's voice is lower, huskier, and as we lock eyes, I can tell he's just as affected by the kiss as I am. His pupils are blown, his breath harsh, and his heart is pumping ferociously against his chest. I know because I can feel it beating hard against my own.
I'd take you in the middle of a concert and kiss you there, but the weather is ruining that idea right now,
he says, slowly pulling me up to a standing position. I press a hand at the base of my throat and clear it, trying to get my bearings and thoughts together.
You've kissed him silent, Rainbow,
Jokester cracks, shooting me a wink.
Good, maybe then he'll see that I'm serious. I don't give a fuck who sees me kissing him. If they have a problem with it, they can take it up with me.
Ryan, you don't have to worry about that with Rainbow. He's a very go-with-the-flow kind of guy. Now get the hell out of the way. Our show is on. Grudge shoos us out of the way.
We might get to find out who A is this time.
Jokester throws a handful of popcorn in his mouth, and I turn to the TV when I hear the Pretty Little Liars theme song. Oh my God, you guys watch this? I cover my mouth to try and stop my laughter. I expected murder documentaries or tapes of them killing people. Then they rewatch it to see what they could have done quicker for next time, not this.
And we're leaving, Rainbow whispers in my ear. Grudge will get defensive if you make fun of him, and we call him Grudge for a reason.
The words are hard to understand since he's mumbling, but I piece them together. Oh, I love this show. It's a good pick. I've seen all the seasons. I yelp as Rainbow drags me to the bedroom away from the guys. I want to watch the show now, though. He slings me through the door and the bed catches me. I bounce a few times and push up on my elbows to watch him slowly inch the door shut. His lips are swollen from our kiss, and his muscles are tense while he leans against the trim. He shoves his hands in his pockets. The movement draws my eyes to the outline of his cock, tinting the gray material of his sweatpants. Bless the man who created such things. Right now I can see everything I need to make my imagination run wild. His cock is hard and massive, and I'm trying really fucking hard to remember the rules, but I'm a size queen. I love a monster cock. The more of it, the merrier. If it fits, I sit, and I ride.
You're going to tell me what happened to you,
he rumbles, using his foot to push off the wall. He prowls toward me and bends down, placing his palms flat on the mattress. And then he crawls over me.
I protect what's mine, sassafras.
He grips me by my hips and pulls me down, aligning our pelvises. I love being manhandled too.
Tell me,
he pleads, bringing his lips to mine again. A kiss is just a kiss, unless it's from a man who makes you want to break all the rules.
Chapter 7. Rainbow. His lips are the clouds I've been missing from my life. I've never wanted someone so badly in my entire life. He groans down my throat, and I swallow it hungrily, trying to feel it in my bones. I knew he wanted me. My body comes to life. My skin awakens under his touch. My cock is throbbing in my sweatpants, and I want nothing more than to devour him. Now isn't the time. I'd prefer to take him out, wine and dine him, and get to know him. That's what he deserves. But this hurricane isn't going to allow that, so I'm going to have to get creative. I bring the kiss to an end and lay my forehead against his. I slip my hands under his shirt, relishing how soft he is against my calloused fingertips. I need to feel him, skin on skin. I can't wait for that anymore. I tug his shirt over his head, and the collar messes up his hair. It sticks up in all different directions, and I like it. I like being the one to see him unperfect and turned on with rosy cheeks. My hand finds the dip in his waist, and I run my thumb along his ribs. "You're fucking beautiful," I whisper, unable to tear my gaze away from his torso. He's perfectly smooth with no hair, his skin the color of ivory, and his stomach is slim, but it isn't defined. He's soft. He has a very feminine figure. I dip my head down and graze my cheek along his flesh. He arches his back, whimpering and fisting the sheets. Well, maybe we can take the edge off. I lift my eyes to watch him. His eyes are closed and his lips are parted. I flick my tongue out, and his face pinches in pleasure. His perfectly groomed brows wrinkle in the middle, and his lips make a perfect O. His nipples are pink, by the way. I can't wait to taste them. I pinch the right bud between my fingers, while wrapping my tongue around the other and suck it into my mouth. I growl around the peak, rolling it between my teeth as he whimpers. His chest is flat, which is something I'm not accustomed to. I'm used to tits, large or small. But as I'm exploring his body and running my hands across his pecs, I find I love it. I love the differences. I love how he feels against me. It's right. We're right. "Rainbow," he gasps, staring those green orbs at me in a begging manner. "Nathan," I correct him. "When I have my mouth on you, you'll call me by my name." I growl. The last thing I want to hear is him screaming "Rainbow." "Rainbow," he tests me, gripping the sides of my head. "I'll call you whatever I want." "Is that right?" I kiss a path up the middle of his chest, adoring the faint line of muscle to his neck. "That's right. And this is a bad idea. Rules." He mumbles to himself. "You'll have to tell me these rules, so I can break." I kiss along his jaw to his ear. I suck the soft lobe into my mouth. "Single." I thrust my hips against his, and our cocks rub together through our pants. "One of them." I groan as his hard cock slides against mine. "Oh, fuck, that's good." I close my eyes as a shudder runs through me. Ryan pushes my sweatpants down below my ass, and the cold air slips over my bare cheeks. My cock bobs as I lean up on one arm and tug his pants down to his thighs. "You're gigantic." He reaches for me and wraps his hand around me. His index finger and thumb don't touch as they tighten around me. I drop my head between my shoulders and flex my hips, thrusting my cock into his tight fist. A bead of pre-cum leaks from the slit. He swipes it away with his thumb and brings it to his lips. He licks the pad of his finger clean, and seeing him taste me breaks any restraint I have left. I wrap my hand around his shaft and try to be as confident as possible for a first-timer touching a man. Ryan is maybe 6 or 7 inches, a few inches smaller than me, which is average for a guy. I just happen to be huge. I'm able to touch my fingers together around him. I test the weight of him in my palm, and I can tell he's nervous. I don't think he's breathing as he waits for my reaction. The only one he'll get from me is when he makes me come. I release his cock and cage his head between my forearms. A grunt escapes me when the warmth of his palm lets my girth go, and he wraps his arms around my back, digging the blunt edges of his nails against my shoulders. I glance down and see our cocks together, barely brushing against each other. We're so close. We're twitching against each other. I do what comes naturally in rock. Oh, God. I reach between us and wrap my palm around us both so I can feel more of him, and that feels even better. Fuck. Oh, fuck. I snag his mouth with my lips and kiss him hard, full of emotion, hoping he can feel how much I want him. I let us go and hook my arms around his shoulder and slide against him. You feel amazing, baby. Never in my life have I felt this much pressure. I'm on the edge, and I want to come. I snap my hips quicker, fucking against his cock harder with every stroke. Pre-cum leaks out over our ruby red crowns, and he whines, thrusting his hips against mine to add more friction. The headboard hits the wall, but the pounds fall on deaf ears since it's pouring rain outside, and the room echoes with our moans and grunts. I break the kiss and drag my swollen lips across his jaw. I saw your lace panties, and I can't wait to see you in them. I lower my voice and almost sneer, because I'm going to rip them off you and fuck you so hard you won't be able to wear them without thinking of me. Rainbow! He cries out my name as he comes. Oh my God, yes! His entire body trembles as warm streams of cum coat my cock and stomach from his orgasm. He pushes me off him and onto my back, drops to his knees, and engulfs my cock with his mouth. God damn it, I shout, slamming my fist into the wall. I watch in fucking bliss as he licks his cum from my cock and sack, then wraps his lips around the crown. His lips are stretched wide, and he hums as he takes as much of me as he can. He isn't timid or unsure. He sucks me like I've always wanted. His hand palms my heavy sack and tugs. Then he deep throats my cock, gagging and choking, leaving my cock slick with his spit. I grip his hair and fuck his mouth down on my dick. You like that, don't you? You like being used. He nods, tears leaking out of the corners of his eyes from his mouth being so full. Yeah, you fucking do. Look at you. I shove myself down his throat and he chokes again. So sexy. I've never seen such a pretty sight before. I tilt my head back and moan when my orgasm tingles. You're going to make me come, sassafras. You're going to take every drop, aren't you? He nods eagerly, ready to please. I growl as my hips stutter. Ryan, I warn him. Fuck, Ryan, I shout, thrusting every time a jet of cum leaves me. I push him down until his nose touches my pubes. He tries to swallow but can't, which causes him to cough. My cum sprays along the base, and 6 streams later, he finally pops off. He gasps for breath, and his spit-soaked mouth shines as he dives forward to lick me clean, starved for my cum. It's gorgeous. I'm addicted. His red tongue licks around my semi-hard cock. Then he takes the flesh in his mouth again, which has me quivering from the sensitivity. You're going to get me hard again, I tell him between tight teeth. He releases me and gives the crown a kiss, making me feel like a king getting his pinky ring kissed as someone kneels before him. Holy fuck. A man just sucked my cock, and it was the best experience of my life. I want more. We breathe heavily, our chests sweating from exertion, and we stare at one another. He's waiting for me to freak out, and I can see the fear in his eyes, the uncertainty as he sits between my legs. One day he'll look at me with love. Mark my words.
Chapter 8. Ryan. What did I do? Oh, fuck, what did I just do? This was not supposed to happen. I blame Rainbow and his stupid good looks with his stupidly handsome face and stupid big smile. I blacked out. How much I wanted him made me throw all caution to the wind, and now that I've had a taste of him, how can I go back? Stop it. He grabs me by the arm and tugs me to lie down next to him.
You're overthinking. There's no reason to freak out or overanalyze this. I don't regret what happened.
He wraps his muscular arm around my shoulders, and I settle my cheek on his pec. How does he have me doing what he wants with so little effort?
I can't wait to do that again.
His fingers run through my hair, and his lips find the top of my head to give me a kiss. I smile in disbelief and bury my face against him. Really? His fingers skim down my spine, and a rumble in his chest shakes my cheek. His palm flattens and squeezes my ass.
Fuck yes, and I can't wait to get in here.
He slips his finger down the crease, and he swirls the tip around the puckered star, making me gasp. I wiggle against him, and he gives me a light slap.
Not right now. You'll run out of here with your head on fire, and it's the last thing I want.
He's right. I'd run away because the truth is easier to ignore than to face it, and I know the more I let him in, the harder it will be to run. And when he realizes he's done with me, he'll be the one running away while I'm stuck with my feet in the mud. Rainbow exhales, and his breath tickles my nose. He sounds content. Rainbow confuses me. He says he's into this, and it isn't a problem, but I just don't see how that's possible.
So tell me what happened to your beautiful face, he says casually, drifting those wide fingers up and down my arm.
I know this is a topic I can't get away from, a story I'll have to tell him eventually, so why not now? I draw circles on his stomach with my finger and watch as his abs tense before relaxing once more. I follow the valleys and hills, watching my finger rise and fall over all 8 of his beautiful, sculpted abs. I wasn't ignoring you last night, I admit. I woke up from a nap after my shift and found my ex in my room. He flips to his side and readjusts my head so I'm lying on the pillow.
What the hell are you talking about? You didn't let him in? He was just there?
He grips my chin and forces me to look at him.
He did this to you?
I nod, ashamed. I'm the typical twink who can't protect himself. I try to joke, but the truth is in those words. I really do feel that way. I've never been the fighting type physically. It's why I'm so sassy, as Rainbow puts it.
Hey, don't talk like that.
He strokes those knuckles over my cheek again. That simple gesture is becoming one of my favorite things.
Don't blame yourself for being who you are. I love that you're smaller than me.
He grips my hip and yanks me close to his body.
I love that I can manhandle you, and anyone who takes advantage of that, anyone who doesn't appreciate that, has officially become number 1 on my list to kill.
I snort. I don't expect anyone to kill for me. I can't figure out why I'm not more disturbed by the offer, but let's chalk it up to being too high on my orgasm instead of admitting to being a crazy person.
Hey, I'm serious,
he continues, trying to inch closer, but there's no more room for him.
Anyone who hurt you has to deal with me, so tell me what happened. Don't leave anything out.
He continues to stroke along my jaw and cheeks. I sigh and snuggle into his embrace. Something shattering on the ground woke me up from my nap. I didn't have time to check my phone. I crawled out of bed and peeked out my bedroom door to see my ex, Trenton, rifling through my things. I forgot I had told him I was coming to Baton Rouge. He's from this area, and when we broke up, he came back here. It's been over for a long time, over a year. I thought he was stuffing himself back in the closet to be with his family, so I thought if I happened to be in town, maybe we could see each other again. But I never heard anything from him until I woke up and he was there. I was so confused and still half asleep, I thought I was dreaming. When I asked what he was doing there, he didn't say anything. I don't know what he was looking for, but when he saw me, he just... My breath shakes as I release it. He attacked. There's burning behind my eyes as tears sting them. I don't want to cry for Trenton. I was dumb enough to think a straight guy like Trenton would ever be so accepting. When he said he loved me, I believed him. But when he punched me in the face, he was spewing things like, "You ruined my life. It's because of you I lost everything. You're just some faggot, a hole for me to use."
"I'm going to fucking kill him,"
Rainbow sneers. His palm stretches out across my face as he stares into my eyes.
I'm serious, Sassafras. And then I'll fucking deliver him to you on a silver fucking platter, and we can drink champagne over his dead body, dance on it, and have a toast.
A toast?
To him being fucking dead.
Rainbow's voice becomes pure gravel and rasp. I wait for the panic, for the wheel of crazy to start spinning in my mind, but I only feel reassured, which is something I haven't experienced often. I like it. I can see why someone would find it addicting. I never know what to say when you say things like that. I know you're serious. I just can't figure out why.
I know you think you've fallen into the same trap. I'm straight-ish, he winks, and a firefighter. Those are 2 rules I broke, but you forget one thing.
The skin around his eyes crinkles while he traces the outline of the bruise around my eye. What's that? I ask in a whisper.
How accepting I am, and how that makes me different from him.
I know he's right. Everything he's done so far hasn't lined up with Trenton. He's even better in bed than Trenton was, which says something considering how new he is at this. Not that I'm going to tell him that. Rainbow would give a sexy smirk, and I'd watch his chest inflate and his ego skyrocket.
You're safe here with me, with us. I know you have experience with the Ruthless Kings, but no matter what, you're safe. I promise no one will touch you here.
That's a big promise to keep. I've learned you never really know anyone until they see you as gay, and then they show who they really are. So just be careful, Rainbow. Not everyone might be as accepting as you think. I hope I'm wrong. I hope it's just me being pessimistic.
Oh, look at you looking out for me. I suppose I'm making progress.
I pinch his side, and he chuckles.
Brat. Oh, I'm a brat.
He flips me onto my back and settles between my legs. His cock, even flaccid, is impressive as he presses it against mine.
Last time I checked, this mouth always has something to say.
I nip at his finger. And what are you going to do about it?
I could shut you up by choking you on my cock again.
His lips slant across mine, and I lift my arms to wrap around his neck. Or you can just do that, I admit, mumbling against his lip.
Yeah, this is good,
he murmurs before dipping his tongue between my lips. He moans against me and rubs his hands down my sides, careful not to press too hard against the bruise forming along my ribs.
God, your lips are so fucking soft,
he tells me, as if he can barely contain himself. A loud bang slams against the house, and I jump, then break the kiss to look out the window. What was that? It happens again. Bang, bang, bang.
Sounds like it's coming from the roof.
Rainbow rolls off me and grabs his sweatpants from the bottom of the bed. I sit up and look out the window to see how windy and rainy it is. The tree branches are whipping, and the thinner tree trunks are beginning to bend. You can't go out there. Rainbow, don't. Please come back to bed.
Oh, you're cute when you're worried about me. I run into fires. I can handle a little rain.
He leans over and presses his hands on the mattress, effectively caging me in before stealing a quick kiss. How have we fallen into what feels like a routine? His kiss already feels like a habit. Well, I cross my arms while he tugs on a shirt. Don't come running to me when you fall off the roof and break a leg.
Sassafras, you know I won't be able to run with a broken leg.
He gives me a cheeky grin, and the bed dips from his heavy weight. Rainbow laces up his boots, then he cups the back of my neck with his huge hand. His entire palm wraps around me, and his thumb rests against my pulse.
I'll be okay, I promise.
I tap my fingers against my stomach nervously. I haven't cared about someone since Trenton, and while that might not be a big deal to some, it is to me. Rainbow is quickly becoming important. I worked so hard to build walls with bulletproof glass around my heart and soul, making rules that I could have broken 100 times before Rainbow, but didn't. Rainbow is cracking my barriers, and it isn't because of his bright disposition, but the truth shining out of the darkness. I stand and wrap the sheet around my body and find myself walking him to do the door. When he opens it, a few guys look over the living room couch and whistle. I blush, and Rainbow closes the door enough so I can't be seen.
Okay, back off, he's mine. Go get your own hot paramedic.
I can't believe he's announcing us like this. I still don't know if this is some sort of dream or not. If it is, I never want to wake up.
I'll be back.
Don't go alone, I tell him, keeping my voice low. Then I stand on my tiptoes and press a hand against his chest.
You care about me. Admit it.
Shut up. I pinch his nipple, and he yelps, making me laugh. Be serious for a minute. There's a hurricane outside.
It isn't a hurricane yet. It isn't here yet. It's just some wind. I'll strap on a harness, okay? You don't have to worry about a thing.
I tilt my head and throw my hands on my hips. You mean just like when you passed out from carrying Taylor out of that fire that you stayed in too long? Yeah, scared 5 lives out of me.
As opposed to my measly 1,
he teases, and now I'm starting to get aggravated. He isn't listening to me. I want to see where this can go, Rainbow. I think we have something good, so don't do anything stupid like getting yourself killed.
Sassafras. He brushes his lips over mine. We already have something good.
He doesn't give me a kiss. He leaves me wanting.
Who's coming with me to check out what's going on the roof?
He announces, which makes me exhale in relief that he chose to listen to me. I shut the door and crawl back on the bed, debating if I want to get dressed and hang out in the living room with the guys or snoop. A normal person would decide to look around and see if there's anything incriminating. I don't know if I dare to sit out in the living room with his friends, but then I don't want them to think I'm avoiding them. I'm in a pickle. First things first, I need to get this dried cum off my stomach because it's starting to itch. Then I glance around the unknown room as I stand from the bed and try to spot anything that tells me more about Rainbow other than how good of a man he seems to be. Why can't I just accept something good? Why do I need to question everyone's motives? He has no posters on the wall, but he does have a few pictures on his dresser. I have to stand on my tiptoes to look over the top. The first picture was of him and his brother when they were teenagers. Mime is holding a football, and Rainbow has his arms wrapped around his little brother's shoulders. They're standing in front of an old truck, but I don't know what kind it is. I move to the second picture and see a man and a woman with them. They must be their parents. His parents are very good-looking people. Rainbow looks like his mom, while Mime looks like his dad. The third picture skips a few years because it's him and Mime again, leaning against their bikes, wearing their cuts. I wonder what happened during that time. The cum on my stomach begins to itch again, and I scratch it, cringing when I feel the crustiness. Finally, I drop the sheets and head to the bathroom attached to the bedroom, and nearly drool when I see how open it is. There's a huge soaking tub to the left, with salts and oils sitting on a shelf in the corner. I didn't take Rainbow for the bath-taking kind of man, but he has yet to not surprise me. The shower is large, fit for 3 men his size, which has my mind concocting all sorts of fantasies. I decide to fill the bath and pour a cup of lavender salts in the water with a good amount of oil. Shit, I curse when I realize the oil was bubble bath. So many bubbles. Why am I giddy? It's been forever since I've taken a bath. I slowly sink into the hot water and hiss when the steam is a little too hot on my ass. I take it slower and my skin adjusts to the temperature. When I'm fully seated, I lean my head against the small square pillow. I did not expect luxury in a biker clubhouse. The sound of the water cascading into the tub from the rose gold fixture has my eyes drooping. When the bubbles tickle my chin, I lift my foot and shut off the faucet, relaxing into the hot water. I feel like I'm at a spa. Since I got cut off by my parents, I've gotten used to living in rundown apartments and busted motels, fishing secondhand furniture out from the curb. I've learned so much being on my own. Secondhand items are just as beautiful, if not better, than brand new items. People don't realize how much life remains in things that they just throw away. Sure, you may need to bug bomb a ratty couch or superglue a leg back on a chair, but just because something is a little bit run down doesn't mean it's worth throwing away. I've grown up since my parents kicked me out. I had to learn the realities of the world fast if I wanted to survive. The process has made me jaded, and I think Rainbow just might be the balm that smooths out all the edges. Swooping the bubbles with my arms closer to my shoulders, I duck under the water, holding my breath to soak my hair. I use my hands to push up to break the surface when a hand holds me down on the top of my head. For a split, guilty second, I think it's Rainbow, but in my heart, I know he'd never scare me like this. My hands shoot up from the water, and I grip the arm holding me down. The fingers bunch in my hair, and the person's nails dig into my scalp. My lungs burn. Panic thrashes in my chest. Water is splashing everywhere, and then I'm yanked out of the water. I take a deep breath, inhaling as much air as I can before he dunks me again. I continue to fight and thrash around, but it's no use. Even underwater, tears are stinging my eyes. I scream, blowing bubbles from my mouth. When I'm lifted out of the water again, I gasp for breath, sputtering out lavender-flavored water and bubbles. My eyes sting from the soap, making my sight blurry, and my hands are still locked around the man's wrist. I know it's a man because I can feel the arm hair and the muscle in the forearm, and the ragged breathing is too heavy for a woman. Right when I think he's about to say something, he holds me under again, longer this time, until my head feels like it's about to explode and the fight is leaving my body. And he lets go. I shove myself out of the water to breathe and look around for the culprit. I'm alone. The curtain covering the bathroom window sways from his quick departure. There's someone here who disapproves of me. Rainbow is wrong. I'm not safe here.
Chapter 9. Rainbow. I'm as happy as a motherfucking clam. Heads up! Hound shouts as he tosses me the rope to hook to my harness. I catch it just in time and tie the knot through the hook. Thanks, Hound. Hound is actually one of the few firefighters in the house. Unfortunately, everyone is based at different stations, so we don't have the pleasure of working with one another. You steady? I shout down at him from the roof, and think about how I could have done this by myself, but I made a promise to my sassafras, and I plan to keep it. He plants his feet, shaking his head as his boots begin to slide against the mud. Man, this is a bad idea. I can't get traction, he answers, wiping the water from his face with his hand. Just forget about it, Rainbow. It isn't safe. I can barely hear him over the powerful roars of wind. The rain wouldn't hurt so bad if it wasn't coming at me sideways at a speed that cannot be safe. Hurricane Jeffrey isn't even here yet, and the river is already flooding, and trees are already down. I can only imagine the mess that's going to be waiting for us when the storm surge hits. I imagine car accidents, down power lines, people buried underneath debris, and fires. But of course, people are always surprised when a fire happens after heavy rain. I have to get this branch out of the way, or it could fall on the roof and do some damage. I shout down at him as I throw my end of the rope over a different, thicker branch. I grab the handsaw and take another glance at Hound. My brother wraps his arms around him and holds him down, helping him get that traction he's been looking for. I can always count on Mime to be there. Lifting my sight from the ground, I stare forward and close my eyes for a second. Whenever I have to do something that takes courage and a pinch of stupidity, I get a twinge of fear. Sure, I run into burning buildings and jump out of planes into wildfires for a living, but that doesn't mean I'm fearless. I always think about if I'll make it out alive. It's in the back of my mind. To do what I'm about to do is fucking stupid, but this branch has got to go. For the most part, the clubhouse is hurricane-proof, but nothing is as strong as the fury of Mother Nature. The winds whip around me, and the leather of my boots shines from the rain. I take a deep breath, inhale and exhale, and then leap off the roof, dangling from the magnolia tree next to the house. It's actually right next to my bedroom window. In the summer, when the flowers blossom, I like to open my window to smell the sweet scent. Hopefully the tree is still here after the storm, so these flowers can bloom. The wind blows me backward, and I spread my arms out and shout to enjoy the ride. It's scary as fuck, but it's just like flying. There's no better feeling than dropping through the air. The gusts pass, and I take the small break as a gift. I swing my body up onto the branch, hook my ankles together, and climb as far as I can before rolling over so my stomach is flat against the bark. I stretch my arms out to reach for the broken branch. My brows pinch together when I see the break. It's clean. I shake my head to clear the rain from my eyes and run my fingers over it. There are no splinters and no jagged edges, which means it didn't snap. So someone cut it. But that can't be right. Nobody was up here trimming this tree lately. Maybe this was from months or years ago. Maybe they decided not to cut this branch off, but now it's a hazard. Leaving it half cut like this can only lead to serious injury. A voice in the back of my head tells me this was intentional, but then I scuff it up to my sassafras getting into my head. I have to stay positive for both of us. With a shrug of my shoulder, I began to see the branch. Biting my inner lip as another strong burst of wind came accompanied by needles instead of rain. Fuck, it hurts. The branch cracks and I grab it, grunting as I fight the force of the wind. I just need to get it to my drop next to the house instead of on the roof. I use every ounce of strength I have until I feel like my muscles are going to tear, pushing down on the saw to try to angle it. And finally, it drops, landing right next to the porch and barely missing the roof by just a few inches. Damn. Close call. I'm ready to go inside. All right, I'm coming. The strongest gust yet swings me off the branch, leaving me blowing in the wind. Oh, this is bad. I catch Hound and Mime struggling to maintain a hold, but the winds are becoming too strong. I shouldn't have been out here, but I'm the only one limber enough to climb a tree. The howls in the air slashing by remind me of a pack of wolves. I'm over the water at this point, the river. Hound has had to let the slack out, and damn it, I knew moving right next to the Mississippi River was a bad fucking idea. I take the saw in my hand and glance at the guys. Hound is pressed against the house, his mouth open as he yells, and his muscles are flexed along with my brother's to try to reel me back in. Yeah, that's not happening. Mime stares at me as I place the saw on the rope. He shakes his head and tries to pull again, a desperate attempt to get me on land. The only way that's happening is if the wind stops getting stronger. All I can do is hope I make it out of this like I do everything else. In one slice, I cut the rope. With a loud crack, it lashes back, snapping into the air. I cover my face, straighten my body, and hold my breath as I hit the water. The current is a vengeful bitch swooping in for the kill. Waves crash over my head from all directions. I don't fight the current. I swim with it, doing my best to keep my head above the muddy water. It's cold. The water tastes like something died in it, and the smell is horrendous. I wince as I swallow a mouthful of river water, retching when I taste grains of dirt and fish. I don't know how long I drift for, but my muscles begin to ache. I'm tired. Finally, I see what could be my salvation. A huge tree trunk is extended over the water, but it's still pretty firmly stuck in the riverbank. I reach for it, knowing it might be my last chance to get out of this river before it kills me. Fucking rope swinging in the wind? God, I'm an idiot. All I keep thinking about is Ryan, and how I should have been more careful. Of course, the guys and I have done dumber shit than this. But to be fair, there weren't catastrophic winds on those days. I catch the trunk by wrapping one leg around the end that's sticking in the water, then throw my body around it. I crawl over the rough, wet bark, scraping my hands along the edges of the wood. I spit out more water and shake the ends of my hair out of my face, fighting the current smashing against the right side of my body. Fuck me, I'm exhausted. But pretty green eyes flash in my mind. I can't help but push forward. Giving up would be so easy. I could stop fighting and let the water take me, just like all the fires I've been in. But there's always something that makes the next day worth it. And this time, it's Ryan, my sassafras. I smirk when I think about what he'll say to me when I get home, although he might slap me and kiss me all at the same time, which makes me smile. Hell, I hope he slaps me. It would be fun to see what would happen next. I crawl along the tree trunk faster as I think about him, scampering as quickly as I can back to land. I know right now everything is happening fast between us, just like the current that's trying to sweep me away. I never thought in my life that when I finally found myself settling down, it would be with a man. Honestly, I thought I'd marry a woman, have a few kids, and have the typical white picket fence house. Even when I was a teenager, I always just figured I hadn't met the right woman to make me feel that spark. I hadn't found the person I'd spend the rest of my life with. My dad always told me that I'd know within the first 2 minutes of meeting someone if they were the one or not. He said he knew the moment he saw my mom at the peace rally. I remember asking him what he thought, or how he knew, and all he said was, "Everything around me slowed down, and everything inside me changed. That's how I knew, and that's how I know to describe it." Well, it made no sense to me, and for years I thought Dad was full of shit. He wasn't. I've just been waiting to meet Ryan. I don't know if I'm gay, considering I haven't ever found a man attractive before, but I'm fucking gay for him, and that's all that matters. I groan as I slide off the trunk and fall to the ground, gasping for breath as I stare up to the sky. The wind is swirling violently, whistling and snapping branches. I don't have long before the worst of the hurricane arrives, and if I'm not home by then, there's going to be no hope for me. My muscles tremble as I roll to my stomach. Pine needles and mud squish under my palms as I push myself to my feet, staggering from how weak I feel. I lean against a nearby tree and take another second to compose myself. The pounding of the water splashing and waving against the bank has me taking a step back, so I don't fall and find myself dragged away. The water is rising and soaking the ground. My boots squish with every step. My socks are water-laden. My clothes are heavy and sticking to my skin, which makes it really difficult to walk. I try to figure out my surroundings. Woods, trees, branches. Awesome. They all look the fucking same. I don't know where I am. I hope I'm not too far away. Oh, my phone. I tug it out of my pocket and see the screen is black. I try to turn it on, but it doesn't. Fuck. I curse. Waterproof my ass. If it can't survive a man floating down the river, is it really waterproof? I ask it as if the phone can answer me. Damn it. I shove it into my cut pocket and shiver in disgust when I feel mud slip between my fingers. I'm coated in it, head to toe. I head straight, away from the river and through the woods, hoping I come to a road. Then I hear a loud crack above me, and I look up in time to see a branch dropping down. I dive to the right and dodge it, the leaves kissing the tip of my boots. I fucking hate hurricane season. I pick myself up again and wipe my muddy hands on my wet jeans. How could a good day in bed, messing around with a guy I'm crazy about, turn downstream like this? Literally downstream. The canopy of the trees protects me from the hardship of the wind and rain. If I find the road, I'll have to brace myself, because that weather won't be as forgiving as it is right now. I step over another fallen branch, and that gets me thinking about the one I risked my life for, and how it got sawed in the first place. Someone had to have done it intentionally, but that's crazy. They would know out of everyone that I would go up there because I'm the crazy son of a bitch who jumps out of planes to fight fires. Adrenaline is a drug to me, and I'm addicted to it. Everyone who knows me knows that, so maybe somebody cut that branch to hurt me. I shake the thoughts away. That's just my anxiety talking. I'm sure there's a perfectly reasonable explanation without a conspiracy behind it. But even as I try to reassure myself, it doesn't sit right with me. I've never been the kind of person to think about things like that. But that feeling in my gut, the one that's never been wrong, tells me that's exactly what happened. If that's the case, I need to hurry up and find my way home. Whoever wanted me out of the way is clearly pissed off about Ryan. I won't stand for anyone hurting him. I don't care if I've been around the MC brothers for most of my life. Nothing will get in the way of fucking happiness with Ryan. From the moment my parents died, I've waited to feel like this again, to feel like life is actually worth a damn. And I won't give that up because someone has decided to be small-minded. Oh, thank fuck. I moan in pure ecstasy when I come to the edge of the tree line and see a road. I step out and look up toward the sky to see the gray clouds moving. The wind is dying down, and the rain has lightened up. There must be a break in the outer bands of the storm before the main event. I'm one lucky motherfucker. I hold out my thumb as the cars pass, knowing damn good and well no one is going to stop since I'm covered head to toe in Mississippi River mud. There's a plus to all this. I'm closer to home than I thought. I'm around 2 miles away. If I wanted to, I could walk, but I don't want to. I feel like I'm about to fall over.
Rainbow, that ya? I can't tell with all that shit on you, mon ami.
A red beat-up farm truck pulls off the road. I grin when I notice old Mr. McDonald. And yes, he has a farm. He is our nearest neighbor at the clubhouse. Fuck, Carl. I've never been so happy to see someone in my life, I say to him while walking around to the passenger side.
What the hell you doing out here? Weather's supposed to get real bad with this hurricane coming.
His thick Cajun accent nearly makes it impossible to understand him. Still, since I've been around here for 15 years, it comes naturally to me. Oh, you know, just going for a swim. I close the passenger side door and lean back.
A swim? In the river? Lord boy, you need to think. Ain't everything a damn jungle gym for you to try to climb.
I know, Mr. McDonald, but you know me. I always want to expand my horizons. I soar my hand through the air toward the sky. The tires crunch and dip as they roll over the edge of the road from the dirt. Mr. McDonald spits chewing tobacco into a paper cup.
You're gonna expand right to damn Jesus is what you're gonna do if you keep going.
He whistles as his own hand slices across the cab and then points to the sky.
You got a brother to think of. You can't be out doing crazy shit like that no more. You know he's a sensitive fella. He needs you. He ain't like the rest of you, and you know that.
Mime is strong. He isn't weak. Mud drips from the tip of my nose and onto my hand. Because Mime doesn't speak, people think that he's this sensitive being who cannot take care of himself.
You know he is different, and you just don't want to admit it. That's all right. Ain't nothing wrong with your brother needing you. It's why you can't go swimming in rivers in a hurricane, okay?
I sigh and press my head against the window. The glass is warm, and the sulfur scent of the river fills the tight space. Of course, the air conditioning doesn't work because the truck is older than damn dirt, and the windows are up because of the rain. Yeah, I got it, Mr. McDonald. No one gives Mime the credit he deserves. He is stronger than he looks.
I ain't saying he isn't, Rainbow. I'm saying the boy is sensitive. It don't make him weak.
Can you please take me home? I have people who are probably worried about me. I want to end the conversation. I don't like talking about Mime. He is at the top of everyone's list to talk about.
Sure. Didn't mean to poke at your nerves.
He nods, spitting into the cup again. Listen, I've seen a lot of shit, and I've killed and tortured for the club, but chewing tobacco is disgusting. No, you're fine. I'm tired. I appreciate the lift, Mr. McDonald. How are the kids? Mr. McDonald has 5 sons, and they all work the farm with their father. Pretty sure the youngest just graduated high school.
Oh, they're good. Working hard. Nothing new. I think my oldest is going through something. I know what it is, but I don't know how to bring it up to him. And he's too afraid to talk to me. I don't like that. I want my kids to talk, you know.
He reaches for the spit cup again, and the tire hits a pothole, nearly causing the brown gunk in the cup to spill over. I close my eyes and hum in agreement. Well, what do you think it is?
It's easy. He's one of them gays.
That has me snapping my eyes open. What? Dexter?
Oh, yeah. He's been gay since he could walk. I've always known it.
You don't care?
I only care and he feels like he can't tell me.
His statement has me seeing him in a new way. I always thought Mr. McDonald was a typical stuck-in-his-ways kind of man. Well, I'm dating a guy, and if I had a dad that knew, I'd want him to come and talk to me about it instead of waiting around for me.
Yeah?
He lifts a bushy brow and the movement wrinkles half of his face. Since he works in the sun all day, his skin has the appearance of worn leather. Yeah, Mr. McDonald. I think Dex would like that. We fall into a comfortable silence and thunder rolls above us. A steady flow of rain peppers the windshield. It's weather like this that reminds me of a typical storm. Are you and the boys okay over at the farm? Clubhouse has plenty of room. We're okay. Don't you worry about us. This isn't our first storm. It won't be our... Before we know it, the roof of the truck caves in, and the tires skid across the road. Since the pavement is wet, the rubber can't get traction. Mr. McDonald is pinned against the steering wheel, and all that's left for me to do is go along for the ride. When we finally come to a stop in the middle of the road, I know we aren't out of danger yet. Mr. McDonald, can you hear me? Yeah. It's a bit hard to breathe, though. With the way his neck is angled, I don't find that surprising. I'm about to help him when I hear a long, drawn-out honk, and headlights coming right at me.
Chapter 10. Ryan. It's all in my head. It has to be. I'm losing it. Fuck, I'm losing it. I dry off my body from the bath, and my hands won't stop trembling as I mop up the water on the tile floor. No, someone had to be here. I didn't dunk myself underwater. I let out a breath once the floor is dry, and I hang the towel on the edge of the tub. I lift the baggy black gym shorts up my hips and try to tighten the strings, which is pointless considering Rainbow is so much bigger than me. A loud commotion from the living room has me throwing a hand on my chest. A few shouts of words that I can't understand have me racing to the bedroom door and swinging it open. Maybe it is Rainbow. He's been outside for a long time. When I enter the living room, Mime throws a lamp against the wall, making hoarse, panicked noises. He tugs on his hair, the strands dripping wet. His clothes are drenched and his eyes are screaming for help. Mime, what the hell happened? Are you okay? Fox timidly takes a step forward, but Mime can't seem to gather himself. He's darting his eyes all around the room, gasping and clutching onto his stomach when Hound walks through the door next. Half of his pants are drenched in mud, and he's dripping in water too. Hound is creating a puddle around his feet, and he picks one boot up to kick the door shut. Fuck! He yells at the top of his lungs. Where's Rainbow? I ask, a slight tremor in my voice. I don't hear the banging on the roof anymore, and while I enter further into the room, I have to put aside who could have drowned me because that isn't a priority right now. Mime still hasn't met anyone's eyes. He's distraught, so it isn't hard to put two and two together. We were trying to plant our feet to hold his weight, but the wind got too strong. It swung him over the river, and I was pressed against the house. Mime was holding me down, but I was in so much pain, Hound explains, wiping the water from his face. He cut the rope. What the hell do you mean he cut the rope? What does that mean? Where is he? I sound hysterical, my voice cracking. God, why do I care so much? I've only known the man for a few days, and I'm halfway in love with him, and now he isn't here. Where the hell is he? He's in the river, Hound finally says, and there is no way. Mime throws a punch, and it lands with a smack right against Hound's face. The abrupt motion has everyone standing from the couch. Jokester grabs onto Mime's arms, and Fox wraps his around Hound. He's a firefighter. He knows how to swim. He'll be fine, I say, more to myself than to them. I'm going to go. In a daze, I head to the bedroom. I think I saw a first aid kit somewhere. Yeah, I'm going to go. And where the hell do you think you're going? A man I have never seen before grabs my arm, and I drop my attention to his patch. Puzzle. I'm going to go look for him. I yank my arm out of his grip, not liking how the muscle aches. You can't go out there in this, Lai says as he mops up the water off the floor. You'll end up getting yourself killed. I'm not staying here while he's out there. I'm going to look for him, and there isn't a damn thing any of you can do to stop me. I begin walking again, and another hand stops me. Okay, now it's me who's about to throw some punches. Let me go, or I swear I'll stab a syringe in your... Oh. I stop short when I see Mime's watering eyes pleading with me. He hits his chest with his palm, then mine, and points out the door. You want to come with me? He nods, and the movement causes a tear to dislodge from his eye. Yeah, okay. Let me try to find something that will fit, I say, my voice distant.
I should have something.
A guy too pretty to be a biker smiles at me.
I fucked someone your size a few weeks ago, and he left a pair of shorts here. Jesus, Cosmo, Prez hisses.
What? I'm just saying.
He can't leave. Rainbow would never allow.
It isn't up to you to keep me here. So what are you going to do? Drown me? I sneer at the president of the Ruthless Kings.
Drown? What are you talking about?
Nothing. I'm going, and everyone here should be going too. Cosmo, those shorts?
They're kind of short.
I expect nothing less. I exhale and wait for him to bring the shorts out of his room. A tug on my arm has me turning to see Mime. He mouths thank you to me. He's okay, I tell him, and lay my hand gently over his fingers pulling against the skin of my arm. He survived a fire. He'll survive water too.
Here you go.
Cosmo comes out of the room, his cheeks tinting a faint pink as he hands over the silver sequined shorts. I pucker my lips. Are you kidding me?
I said they were short.
You didn't say they were for show business. They will have to do, considering Rainbow's keep falling down my hips. I roll my eyes and head to Rainbow's room. I'll be out in a second. Mime, gather any medical supplies you have. He gives me a curt nod and runs through the open space while I don't pay any mind to the men in the living room. I lean my back against the door to shut it and close my eyes to gather myself. I have to stay calm and keep my head. I have to find him. He's the only one that's made me feel safe. He's the only one that's made me feel happiness and acceptance. Ever. I have to know where this can go, because it could be really beautiful, I think. I slip off the shorts and shimmy on the silver jean shorts next. Good God, Cosmo has to sleep with strippers if this is their outfit. No judgment. I swing the door open, and Mime is standing there with a bag in his hand. His eyes widen when he sees the shorts, and Cosmo whistles.
Damn, Legs, if Rainbow and you don't work out, call me.
Maybe you shouldn't make jokes when your friend could be floating dead in the river, I snap, irritable that no one is taking this more seriously. It's like you're so used to people dying. After the words leave my mouth, I realize how true they are. Regardless, I'm searching for him, and I'm bringing him back, dead or alive.
I'm coming with you too, Jokester says. Everyone else stays here. Keep everything locked down.
He'll come home if he's alive, Puzzle says slowly.
No need to risk our lives in this weather for a guy that what?
I go to approach him, and Mime's arm slings against my chest to stop me.
The guy is our brother, our VP. You'll show a little more respect, Puzzle.
Puzzle grunts and gives me a disgusting curl of his lip before disappearing into the kitchen. The way he sounded, the way he looked at me, has a shiver running down my spine. Let's go. I snag a jacket, uncaring whose it is, and shrug it on. I feel everyone's eyes on me as I leave. The wind and rain smash against my legs, making me cold. Damn shorts. I look like a hooker in these.
We'll take the truck. We'll follow the road that runs parallel to the river. That's the first place I think you'd go,
Jokester informs us as he jumps down the steps. I take two at a time, and Mime whisks me off my feet to hurry the process along, then sets me on the ground. He gives me a quick pat on my shoulder before climbing into the passenger seat. I think we need to check the river. I add my 2 cents in as I struggle to get into the back seat. How high does a truck need to be? This is ridiculous. I jump and claw on the leather seats to try and get some type of leverage, and Mime watches me with amusement. It isn't funny.
It's a little funny. Here.
Jokester grabs me by the back of the jacket and hauls me into the truck by tossing me as if I'm some sort of rag doll.
No time to waste. The storm surge is nearly here, and we need to make sure we're back before then. 1 hour. If we don't find him,
then you can leave me outside and I'll look for him on foot.
It's too dangerous. He wouldn't want that. You want to know why people didn't jump at finding him? Because we've gotten to know him. He's all about saving lives, and he wouldn't want us risking ours. Believe me, we've heard a lecture from him a time or two.
On their own accord, my eyes tumble to the back of my skull as I cross my arms. I don't give a damn about lectures. He can talk all he wants. I'm not going until I bring him home.
Why do you care so much?
Jokester asks, and Mime's eyes flick to the rearview mirror to watch what I say next. Because he cares about me, and he hasn't ever hesitated when it comes to me, so he deserves the same. I'm not going to hesitate. Hesitating gets people killed."
"You sound a lot like him."
Jokester takes the road slow as he turns on the wipers to clear the rain. I don't know what to say to that, so I keep quiet instead. My eyes follow every tree, every bush, every leaf that blows in the wind. I can see the river from the road. While we're going slow, and I think I'm focused enough to know if I could see a body, there's a chance I missed him. I sniffle, and Mime turns around in his seat. "I can't imagine how you must be feeling," I tell him. "You must be going out of your mind." He nods and begins making gestures. Finally, he points to himself and lowers his hand to the ground. "When you were a kid?" He nods. "Rainbow," he mouths, but no sound comes out. Instead, Mime wraps his arms around himself and points to the center of his chest. He begins to make a gesture I don't understand. It's too erratic, up and down. Waves, maybe? I don't know, I say apologetically. He blows on his hand as if it is hot and then wipes his forehead. My brain catches up. A fire. He frowns and a veil of sadness masks his features. "He saved you from a fire?" I question, trying to piece what he's saying together. He holds up the number 2 and makes the erratic hand motion again, followed by his palm arching through the air like a rainbow. Then he shakes his head. Rainbow tried to save someone, but he couldn't?
"Their parents."
Jokester finishes Mime's line of thought. Mime huffs in aggravation as Jokester completes the conversation for him.
"What? We don't have all damn night, Mime. I didn't mean any harm by it. Anyway, they're close. It's just the 2 of them. Their parents died in a wildfire in California. It's why Rainbow became a smoke jumper. Jumpers rescued him and Mime, and now Rainbow thinks he has to save everyone to make up for not being able to save their parents."
He glances at me in the mirror, staring at my black eye. "I'm not someone that needs saving."
"No?"
he asks, not believing a word of it.
"Doesn't look that way to me. I don't want to see my VP getting hurt."
"There's nothing I could do to a man like Rainbow."
"If you believe that, then you must not know him too well yet,"
Jokester replies, then inches his chin over the wheel.
"Wait, look."
He points ahead of us.
"Hey, that's McDonald's truck. Damn, it's fucked."
Jokester pulls the truck off to the side of the road, and I don't waste a second, leaping out into the rain before he even comes to a complete stop. I nearly slip and fall on my ass, but I don't care. There's a tree crushing the driver's side, a car smashed against the passenger side, and dangerous smoke billowing from the engine. Glass is everywhere. The smell of burnt rubber is fresh in the air, and the clicking of the engine ticks, ticks, ticks. I sprint toward the wreckage, years of training possessing my body. Raindrops hit my cheeks, and my arms pump at my side with every stride I take. I choke on the fumes and harsh chemicals lingering in the smoke wafting from the engine. My eyes burn as I walk through the fog, but when I can finally see through to the passenger seat, my heart starts and stops all over again. Rainbow blinks through the blood dripping down his forehead and over his right eye. "Rainbow," I gasp.
"He's there?"
Jokester yells, the splash of his boots coming closer as he reaches me. Mime shoves by us and jumps on the hood of the truck. His hand drops to the windshield, and the meaningful gesture has my eyes watering. Rainbow stretches to reach his hand and lays it flat on the other side of the glass. Mime drops his head, and his shoulders shake as he sobs with relief. Mime is different from the rest. He isn't afraid to show how he feels. It's really all he has since he doesn't speak. I unglue myself from my still position and try to open the passenger side door, but it won't budge. "Rainbow." I meant for his name to sound confident, but it cracks as I look at him. He's alive.
"Sassafras," he says. "I'm so fucking glad to see you, baby. All of you."
"We're going to get you out of there. Can you move? How is the driver?"
"We're fine. He's passed out, but I don't think he has much time left. He's pinned to the wheel. Check the other car. I'm going to kick the windshield out," he says.
Mime hears his plan and slams his own boot into the windshield, impatient to get his brother out. Jokester whistles at me.
"Ryan, I think you're needed over here."
He's standing by the driver's side of a silver Toyota. I don't want to leave Rainbow. I came for him. No one else matters.
"Go, Sassafras. I'll be here when you get back."
The thud of Mime's boot slamming against the window has me nodding, so I place one foot on the tire of the car and climb over by using the bed of the truck. "Nice short, sassafras," he hollers. My cheeks heat with embarrassment. God, even in an accident he notices my ass. I hop to the ground next to Jokester to see a man unconscious with his face against the airbag. Blood everywhere. I reach my hand to his neck to search for a pulse and grimace when I don't feel one. He's gone.
Damn it.
Jokester laces his hands behind his head.
I'm going to have to call Lie.
Why?
Because he can make all this go away.
Okay, that's my cue not to ask any more questions. You do that. I run around the back of the car and the windshield finally shatters. I stop short when I see Mime yanking his brother out of the truck with a red hand, blood dripping down his arm. I let them have their moment as I run to the driver, still pinned in the truck. I yank the door open quickly, but what I see tells me there's nothing more I can do. I can make him comfortable, but that's it. I dig into the bag and pull out a bottle of morphine and a syringe. I know MCs have a doctor, so that's the only thing I can think of for the Kings to have medicine like this. "Mr. McDonald, right?" I ask him as I stab the meat of his arm with the needle.
"Yeah, that's me."
Love that accent. I wish I knew more people like you with it. I drop the used syringe in the bag and take his hand in mine. When the tree fell, a branch punctured the roof. It's now embedded in his neck. He's lost a lot of blood. Too much. It won't be long now.
"Oh, I doubt that."
He coughs, and a red flow of blood leaves from the wound on his neck.
"We can get him out, right?"
Jokester asks from my right, just as Rainbow comes to stand at my left.
"Fuck,"
Rainbow mutters when he sees the injury.
"It's bad, ain't it? Real bad?"
he asks.
"This wouldn't have happened if he didn't stop for me," Rainbow whispers.
"Don't, it's my time. Explain it to me, please." I can hear the fear shaking his question while his coherent eyes meet mine. "You have a branch in your neck and you've lost a lot of blood. If I remove it, you'll just bleed out faster."
"Well, ain't that some shit?"
I smile sadly at him when his eyes begin to water.
"Rainbow?" "I'm here, Mr. McDonald."
Rainbow wipes the blood dripping down his neck on his shoulder.
"Can you call Dex? I need to talk to one of my kids, and I need to say my piece. Please."
"Of course," Rainbow says, his fingers trembling and his lashes wet. He clears his throat and shakes his head.
"It's dead from the water.
Fuck!" he screams, tossing his phone against the road. "God damn it!" Mime and Jokester check theirs too, but there's no service. I didn't bring mine, so I can't check. Mime shoves his phone in Rainbow's face and points to the recording app. "We can record a message for Dex. I'll get it to him. I swear I'll get it to him." A tear drips from Mr. McDonald's eye as he closes them. He's getting tired. "Make it quick," I whisper to Rainbow. Rainbow clicks the app and holds it to Mr. McDonald's lips.
"Ready when you are." "Hey, Dex, it's your pa. I done got myself into an accident and I ain't coming home. I've lived a good life, and I've come to peace with a lot of things except one."
He swallows, and another stream of blood drips down his neck. He squeezes his eyes shut and grips my hand tighter.
"I know, Dex. A kid, my first baby boy I know. Always have since you was still in diapers. It's okay. I want you to know it's okay. I just want you happy, Dex. Love who you want to love. I'm proud of you. I'm so damn proud to call you my son. And the man you got to love is gonna be a lucky guy. I love you and your brothers more than anything. Promise me you won't get rid of the farm. It's yours now. And promise you won't hide yourself no more. You're too good, Dex. You're too damn good. I love you."
He inhales a gurgling breath.
"I love you."
Rainbow ends the recording, and a smile takes over Mr. McDonald's face.
"Sheila,"
he says on his last breath as he exhales, a lone tear rolling down his cheek. "Who is Sheila?" I ask as I reach and close his eyes, then double-check his pulse.
He's gone. That's his wife. Unfortunately, she died giving birth to their last son, Rainbow informs me sadly. I hope he's with her now. I let go of his hand and take the branch from his neck. We have to bring him to his kids. Mime bends down and lifts his dead body into his arms without question and heads to the truck. I throw myself into Rainbow's arms at last. You're alive. Little water won't keep me from getting back to you. His arms tighten around me, and I sigh in relief, but it quickly turns into a sob. Hey, it's okay. I'm sorry for scaring you. I lean back and slap him in the shoulder. You can't do that to me. And I smash my lips against his. I was so damn scared. He chuckles. What? I pout. He runs his hands through my hair and grins. Nothing, just something I thought of earlier. Let's go home. So much has happened in one day, and it's nowhere near over. Is he going to believe me when I tell him someone tried to drown me? Or will he believe in his club more than me?
Chapter 11. Rainbow. After dropping off Mr. McDonald's dead body and having to watch Dex carry his father away, I'm so fucking done. I'm done with everything. I didn't have the heart to play the message his dad left. It didn't feel like the right time. He was angry and pissed off, and he had 4 brothers to console while trying to keep his own shit together. We park the truck in front of the clubhouse at last, and I stare at the damn tree that nearly cost me my life. The wind is starting to get stronger, and the sky is turning black from the hurricane finally approaching. Time is up. Thanks for coming for me, I say as Jokester shuts off the truck. I know I told you not to.
He wouldn't take no for an answer.
Jokester points to Ryan.
I'm glad, too. I'm starting to rethink some of your rules, VP.
Rules are a bitch.
Speaking of a bitch, who is the motherfucker that hit your face?
Don't worry, Prez. I got it handled, I tell him, grinding my jaw thinking about how long the list of things I need to worry about is getting. I tug Ryan onto my lap, and his nose crinkles when he gets a whiff of me. The branch was intentionally cut, Prez, I state. It was clean.
You're sure?
I deadpan him through the rearview mirror from the back seat. Wonder if it was the same person that tried to drown me in the tub. I, Mime, and Jokester turn in our seats to stare at Ryan. What the fuck did you just say? I growl, tightening my hand around his hips. Never mind. Ryan tries to open the door, but I stop him. Tell me, I say with anger simmering in my veins. I'm ready to add to my kill list. You were on the roof, and I decided to take a bath. Then someone dunked my head underwater. He explains, taking a deep breath to calm himself down. He kept me under until I needed to breathe. He did it 3 times, but I don't know who it was. He left when I was underwater. This time it's me pushing the door open, ready to tackle every man in the clubhouse, but Ryan's palm on my chest calms me. Don't, he warns, as if it's so simple for me to let go of this information. Someone tried to kill you. Mime cracks his knuckles. Exactly. I agree with my brother. Someone scared me. If they wanted to kill me, they would have. Ryan points out. I think we need to go into this as if I never said a word. If we want to figure out who did it, it might be better to figure it out that way. I didn't plan on telling you in the first place. But since you felt like the branch was cut intentionally, I thought I should. You always tell me when someone is trying to hurt you. I jerk him closer to me and cup the side of his face with my palm. His skin is so different from mine. He has no stubble across his cheeks, unlike me. I shave, and the next second I probably could shave again. Not Ryan. His face is so smooth. You're mine, Sassafras. I protect you. You aren't alone anymore. I'm by your side, and whoever fucks with you fucks with me, okay? He nods and leans his cheek into my palm. I didn't think you'd believe me. If you told me the sky was pink, I'd believe you. You're insane. Maybe, but at least I'm happy. Rain begins to pour so hard that I can no longer see the steps leading up to the front door. It's a monsoon. Jokester pulls the truck into the garage and parks next to all the safe and sound Harleys. "You keep saying stuff like that, and I'm going to fall in love with you," Ryan admits, pressing his forehead against mine. His fingers drift along my left cheek through the dried mud and blood. 2 doors slam shut, and when I look out the window, I notice Mime and Prez making their way inside to give us a moment alone. Having you love me doesn't sound so bad, because I could easily see myself loving you. Loving you could mean the end of me. He shakes his head and desperately grips the sides of my neck. And the start of us. I swing open the door and cradle him to my chest while I step out of the truck. My boots hit the floor and exhaustion slams into me as the adrenaline wears off. "Whoa, okay. Stop using all your energy sweet-talking me, and let's get you in the shower." Ryan wraps his arm around my waist and then slings my arm over his shoulder to take most of my weight. "I like sweet-talking you." "You don't need to, God," he grunts. "You're heavy." "Heavy enough to flip you over and pound that big fucking ass I can't wait to sink my cock into." He trips over his feet and catches himself on the wall while gawking at me. "Nathan." He croaks my given name, and nothing has ever sounded sweeter. Being exhausted makes my lips loose. "I see that." Ryan blushes and steps inside the hallway where the laundry room is. I grin, loving how flustered I can get him. He gives the door a quick kick, locks it behind us, and helps me to my bedroom. "I need to look at that head wound and make sure it doesn't need stitches." "I'm fine." "Yeah, well, I'll believe that when it starts raining dicks outside," he replies, which makes me snicker. He must really like saying that, so I'm going to get him a shirt that says, "I'm waiting for it to rain dicks." I think he wants it to happen. "What are you laughing at?" "You." "I just pictured dicks falling from the sky." I cackle. "And they slap you in the face." He snorts in laughter and slaps my stomach. "You sound high." "So sleepy, baby." I lean more of my weight on him. He stumbles to the side but catches himself before we fall on the floor. "Whoa, okay. Mime!" He shouts for my brother. "Hey, you only scream my name." I pout. Mime comes running, and when he sees me, I give him a goofy grin. My brother huffs in annoyance and points to me, then closes his eyes and tucks his hands under his cheek to pretend he's asleep. "Yeah, I'm getting that exhaustion as a drug to our man here. I need your help carrying him to the shower." Mime gives Ryan a curt nod. "Ain't he cute?" I ask my brother. "Don't answer that. He's mine. Get your own paramedic with a thick ass." Mime throws his hand over my mouth while they carry me to my room. "Rainbow, we're so glad you're okay. Man, you freaked us out. Don't fucking do that to me again," Hound says after a few people give me their regards. I lick my brother's palm and he rips his hand away to wipe it on his jeans. "Sorry, wanted to go for a swim." "Okay, everyone, we have to get him to bed. Rainbow's apparently a babbling baby when he's exhausted," announces Ryan. "Aw, but he gets so fun when he's like that," Fox complains. "I get fun in other ways, don't I, babe?" I wiggle my brows at Ryan. "We appreciate everyone being supportive, but he needs rest. I'll give an update in a few." Ryan says to everyone as Mime carries me into the room. "Oh, don't sit on the bed. No." Ryan catches me just in time as Mime bends down to take off my boots. Mime rips my boots off and stands, gives Ryan a pity pat on his shoulder and leaves the room. Now, I'm alone with the guy I'll swim the Mississippi River for. I hear the spray of the shower turn on, and Ryan comes out a second later, looking fucking gorgeous in those short shorts. He's wearing my shirt, and it's tied to the side. I can see a bit of his stomach showing. The entire outfit just makes me want him more. "You're sexy." "You're stinky," he replies, dragging me into the bathroom. He strips me and throws my clothes in the tub, turning the bottom of it brown with mud. Not nice, but true. He pushes me into the shower, and the hot spray hits me in the face, waking me up and ruining my sleepy days. The weight of the world hits me at once, and I fall onto the stone bench along the wall. I'm unable to stand. I'm too fucking tired. I press the heels of my hands against my eyes and try to take a few deep breaths. I'm shaking. Near-death experiences never hit home until that experience is over and I'm safe, away from knowing eyes. The shower door opens, and a burst of cool air combines with the hot temperature of the water spraying my legs. A pair of small feet nearly touch my toes. The water mixing around us is dirty, tinted with mud and blood. My eyes travel up Ryan's body. So fucking beautiful. And when I meet his eyes, I know he can see the water in mine. And it isn't from the shower. "I got you," he murmurs, wrapping his arms around my neck. He doesn't have to pull me closer. Instead, I go willingly, clutching onto him like the lifeline he is. I dig my fingers into his back, and I press my cheek on his bare stomach, trying my best to settle my emotions. I just need a second. I'll be fine. "Mr. McDonald died because of me." I start. If he hadn't stopped for me, his kids wouldn't be planning a funeral. Don't for a second blame yourself. It was an accident, Rainbow. You can't blame yourself for that. He stopped to help because you needed it. He drops to his knees and looks up at me while kneeling at my feet. Somehow he's worshiping me, but he's the king who really deserves the royal treatment. "It was awful, and I hate that he died. He seemed like a nice man. But you know what? I'm relieved it wasn't you. You scared the hell out of me. Everyone else seemed okay with you drifting down the river, but I wasn't. That's my fault. I desensitized them to my death a long time ago, because there could be a day where I don't come home. But the only one who isn't used to it is Mime. And he will never be. Just like I won't be if you keep me around. I'll always worry about you when you walk out that door." He takes the loofah into his hand and begins to bathe me, scrubbing the mud from my body. "You have other things to live for now. Don't always be the hero when I need you here. You kind of like me, don't you?" I tease him to lighten the mood. I sit back and enjoy his touch, the soft fingers lazily tingling my skin as he cleans me. "You know I do." He pinches the inner muscle of my thigh. "Ow, that hurt." I pout. "Oh, what a baby." He bends down and kisses the reddened spot. "Better?" The plump feel of his lips turns me on and soothes me all at once. I want to take him to bed, kiss him from head to toe, show him how a man is really supposed to make him feel. But if I do that right now, I'd be doing us both a disservice because I'm so damn exhausted. My entire body is sore. I want him, but I don't want to rush wanting him. I want him the right way. His big emerald eyes blink at me before he stands. His cock is plumping, the tip a light pink, and the shaft pale with a dark blue vein trailing along the side. So different from my own. I have a more olive complexion all over my body, giving my cock a permanent tan, and my tip is a deep red. The longer he touches me, the more the heavy muscle comes to life, but he isn't doing anything about it. I'm grateful. I just want to be. I'll always get hard when he touches me. That I can guarantee. He squirts some shampoo in his hands and begins to scrub my scalp. Plops of soap drip onto the tile floor, tinted brown from the mud. He washes my hair 3 times before the water runs clear. Then, when I'm finally squeaky clean, he washes himself. The way his hands caress his body, forming along each curve in his round ass, I feel like I'm witnessing what perfection looks like. "You're stunning," I say to him, my eyes glued to his ass. It jiggles with every move he makes. Suds trickle down his spine and disappear down the crease between his cheeks as he turns around and washes off. Never thought soap would turn me on, but on him, it does the job. Ryan turns the shower off and opens the glass door to snag a few fluffy towels from the cabinet. He wraps one around his waist and then begins to dry me. I can Let me. He cuts me off. Let me take care of you. I'm so used to taking care of everyone else, saving everyone else, that I've forgotten what it's like to be cared for. If I want to be honest, I've been drifting downriver without a lifeline for some time now. Ryan is my lifeline, and he's bringing me back to shore, back to a land and a life where I see more than the looming promise of death, where I see life and love. I'm jaded from death. I see so much of it that I've been waiting to die myself. Well, no more. Ryan is the reminder I need that there's more to life than waiting to die. Can you stand, babe? He asks, grabbing my hands as he helps lift me up. My legs are jello. Yes, sassafras. Thank you. I dip my head down and steal a kiss from his wet lips. I feel better already. Sweet talker, I swear I'm in trouble. You better believe your sweet ass. I throw my towel to the ground and crawl into bed, groaning as the softness of the mattress and blankets hug my body. You coming? I hold out my arms for him, and he drops his towel too, crawling in the space next to me that I swear was made for him. Our hair is wet, and it's cold on my arm, but I don't care. He keeps me warm where it matters most. I tug him close to me until my semi-hard cock is nestled between his cheeks, his ass pressed against the top of my thighs. I'm sorry I'm so tired. I mumble against his wet hair. Don't ever apologize for surviving. I'm tired too, and the storm is getting worse. Plus, I can't complain. I'm right where I want to be. I kiss the back of his neck and release a breath. Me too, sassafras. Me too. The thunder crashes above us. The wind shakes the glass in the window, and the rain hammers against the roof, singing us to sleep. Ryan is the hurricane. He's completely destroyed everything I knew myself to be. The aftermath isn't catastrophic like other storms or people that tornado into your life. I'm rebuilding myself into someone better because of him. And I couldn't have done that if the foundation didn't get ripped out from under me. And whoever is trying to sabotage us will see that I'm stronger than I have ever been. The aftermath I'll leave behind, it will be deadly.
Chapter 12. Ryan. An uneasy feeling trickles down my spine and has me snapping my eyes open in the darkness. The rain is beating against the window with rage, pounding on the glass as if it wants inside. Lightning cracks somewhere in the nearby distance, and the winds outside howl louder with every gust that passes. Hurricane Jeffrey is here, but that isn't what wakes me up. The bathroom light is on. Maybe that's it? I can't sleep with the light on. Then a bolt of lightning shatters the sky, and a loud, piercing, terrifying frequency bursts and shakes the house. It brings a bright light through the window and illuminates the entire room. And I see someone in the corner. I gasp and shove Rainbow awake. Rainbow, get up, someone's in the room, I say on a near whine. Thunder roars again, and in the split second of lightning, the shadow is still in the corner, hulking like a villain preparing to kill. Rainbow! I scream at the same time another bolt bursts from the angry storm whirling outside. He sits up, half asleep. What's wrong, baby, what is it? His voice is sleepy. Someone's in the room with us, I whisper, my entire body trembling as I stare at the dark corner. What? He hisses, rolls over me and grabs a bat. Where? I point to the corner with a trembling finger. Naked, Rainbow flips on the light and swings, slamming the bat against the wall without question, hitting nothing. I swear someone was there. I saw them. Hey, I believe you, okay? Without question. Rainbow sits on the bed and drags me into his arms. You never have to worry about that. Maybe it was in my head. Maybe he wasn't there. I woke up and I felt like someone was watching me. He flips me easily and settles me on his lap, his hands on either side of my face. If I've learned anything about that feeling, it's that it's true. The door creaks and Mime is standing there rubbing the sleep out of his eyes, but when he sees us naked, he covers them back up with his hands. Rainbow chuckles before gently kissing my collarbone. I gasp. Tingles spread through my entire body, and a quiet moan slips from my lips. I had no idea that was a hot spot, but oh my god, I want him to do it again. He squeezes my left ass cheek. "What's up, bro?" Rainbow asks. Mime points to his ear and makes an explosion sound with his lips. "We're fine, sorry. Thought I saw someone in here," Rainbow says. "Hey, Mime, can you do me a favor? Can you see how Taylor is doing?" Mime nods and pulls out his phone from his pocket, then shuts the door to leave us in privacy. "Wait, I thought the door was shut when we went to bed." "It was, sassafras." Rainbow growls deeply. He stands and stomps toward the door with me clinging to his waist. I'm a sloth, and he can't get rid of me. He closes the door a bit harder than necessary, then locks it for good measure. The lights flicker, and I dig my nails into Rainbow's shoulders. "Are you afraid of the dark, sassafras?" "No." I answer it as a question. I'm only afraid when I think someone's in the corners and there's a raging storm outside and my boyfriend nearly died. Other than that, the dark doesn't faze me. He plops on the bed. "Boyfriend, huh?" His lips tilt in a crooked smile, his straight white teeth glinting in the light. Shit, did I say boyfriend? No, I didn't say that. You're hearing things. Am I? Shame. I like the sound of it. Just so you know, I don't share. This isn't an open relationship. If I'm your boyfriend, that's it. I won't fuck around on you. Why do I believe you so easily? I sigh, hating myself that I fall into his lap so easily. 'Cause you know I mean it, just like I know that you really saw someone in this room. So I don't care what I have to do, okay? I'll keep you safe. The lights flicker again, and this time the electricity shuts off. Rainbow raises his eyes to the light. Ah, there it goes. I'm going to go get us some supplies, okay? You're going to leave me alone? Don't leave me alone. I hold on to him tighter, wrapping my legs around his hips. I have to go get some candles and maybe some snacks. What kind of snacks? I mutter lightly, staring at his chest and tracing the muscle lines. I don't know. I have to see what we have. Fox usually puts the food together. Chocolate? I ask hopefully. You want something sweet, sassafras? I'll get something for you. It's cream-filled, though. I hold my hand over my mouth as I laugh. Oh my God, you're terrible. And you love it. He gives my ass a light tap, telling me to slide off. And what am I going to do about this? He points to his long, thick cock, and my mouth waters. Bring me back something cream-filled, and I'll see what I can do. I wink at him. He grumbles something under his breath as he tugs his shorts on. He doesn't bother hiding how hard he is for me. It tints the gray material, and I can see the outline of the thick crown. Don't you dare get dressed. I have plans for you. There's a knock on the door, and Rainbow lifts his brow and grabs the bat again. He swings it open to see Mime there. He has a bag full of goodies, and he shoves it against Rainbow's chest, then lifts his phone in the air. Rainbow reads, and his shoulders deflate. Thanks, Mime. I appreciate it. He sounds so sad now. The good mood is gone. Mime grunts and types something else on his phone to show Rainbow. Oh, seriously? That fucking sucks. What? I ask. Generators are flooded. We don't have backup power now. Mime waves his hands and leaves. He's going back to bed but brought us snacks. He knows me too well. Rainbow turns the lock again, so it can only be us in here. Let's see what we have here. He pulls out a bag of chips, bottles of water, soda, Lunchables, and Twix bars. Got your chocolate, and bam! He pulls out a few candles, too. My brother thinks of everything. I immediately reach for the Twix bar as he sets up the candles. You know, I'm starting to think you planned this. No electricity, your brother coming to give us supplies. It's kind of romantic. Oh, of course. I had a talk with Jeffrey today and told him the electricity better cut out or else. He took my threat seriously, and now I get to wine and dine you with the finest meal in candlelight. I giggle before taking a bite of the Twix. This time when my eyes roll back, it's in pleasure. And this is what I needed. He opens a can of Coke and takes a long chug. Good. He slides into bed next to me and snarls before stealing a bite of my candy bar. Hey, what? Get your own, I tease, pulling the bar out of his reach. He swallows and rolls on top of me, pinning my hands above my head. Okay, he whispers, dipping down to press our lips together. I know something sweet I want. He dips his tongue into my mouth, and a hint of chocolate lingers from the Twix bar. It's delicious. He's delicious. His hand cups my throat while he kisses me, his thumb pressed against the soft spot under my chin. The candy bar drops from my hand and clatters onto the floor as I wrap my arms around him. His kiss is rough and dominating, and yet his lips are soft all at the same time. The coarse hairs along his cheeks burn against the skin along the top of my mouth and the bottom of my chin. I like it. I like the burn. He rocks his hips against me, and his erection rubs against mine. The additional friction the material of his shorts bring has me hissing. Rainbow groans as he swallows my sounds. Thunder rolls at the same time as his hips. The wind gets lost in the breezy breaths we're sharing. I love how you feel under me, he mumbles over my lips. I love being under you. Good. I plan on you being there more often than not. He kisses my chin, gently turns my head and nips down my throat, then flattens his tongue and licks up the throbbing vein pumping wildly for him. Then he closes his mouth and presses a kiss, then another, and blows cold air across the wet trail that he's left. He scares me with how good he makes me feel. The sense of security he blankets over my worn and beaten soul feels so good, like a safe haven. I never want to be without it. Your skin is silk. His baritone voice seeps into my blood while he speaks into my flesh. He's finding his way to my core. He's making himself home in my bones. Rainbow is taking over me. He's making me see every hue and color in the spectrum, but nothing is as bright as the emotion I feel for him. His fingers dig into me and drag down my sides as he tries to control himself. An impatient sound comes from the back of his throat. He drags his lips down my chest, which is so different from his. I'd be insecure if he wasn't lavishing me right now. So fucking perfect. He sucks a nipple into his mouth, flicking the tongue over the sensitive bead. He lets go with a pop, and cold air has the bud growing tighter. I whimper. He drags his lips across my chest and latches onto the other while his fingers pluck and tug on the one he abandoned. I'm addicted to you, he whispers, kissing the elongated red peak. Rainbow sucks a mouthful of flesh into his mouth around my ribcage, and my mouth falls open on a silent scream. My cock springs to attention, already tingling with the promise of orgasm. Why the fuck do I have weird hotspots? Pre-cum leaks from me, and Rainbow expertly moves across the hard flesh to give adoration to my whole body. He growls as he dips his tongue into my belly button and plays with the piercing I have there. It isn't something I show off, but it looks like he's just now noticing it. By the look on his face, I can't tell if he's mad or excited. How am I just now seeing this? He tugs on the top metal bead as he clutches it between his teeth. You aren't paying enough attention to me, I say as a joke. I really don't care. Unacceptable, he says. This is the hottest thing I've ever seen. I'm going to buy you a ton of these. He gives my navel a goodbye kiss and drops lower until my cock is in his face. Oh, God. My breath comes out ragged and needy. You don't have to... My mouth goes dry when I see his mouth so close to my cock. I want to. I should warn you I've never done this before. I'll probably be terrible at it. He tries to laugh, but his Adam's apple bobs, and I can tell he's nervous. He doesn't know where to start. I sit up and grab his face, kissing him so hard I taste blood in my mouth. I break away. Anything you do will be perfect, but if you want advice, just think about what you like. Everyone is different. I migrate to the side of his face and suck his earlobe between my lips. I like a little teeth. His hand pushes against the middle of my chest and slams me against the bed. Is that right? Do you like it a little rough, sassafras? I don't know. It's something we can explore together, I tell him honestly. I only know I like teeth and the bit of pain they can bring, but my ex never tried it other than that one time.
I like that. I'll try anything with you.
Would you bottom? I ask, right as he wraps a hand around my cock and squeezes. Yes, oh fuck, I moan. He strokes me once and I nearly come undone. I love how his powerful, calloused hand holds me. He's gentle, yet firm when I need him to be.
You bet this fat ass I'll be bottoming.
He grips the sides of my cheeks and squeezes hard, shaking the globes until I'm distracted and almost laughing. Until he swallows my cock whole. Rainbow! I cry out and run my fingers through his hair while he tests me out. He can fit the entirety of my cock into his mouth. The very tip hits the back of his throat. God, it's so warm. He gags and pulls back, then scrapes his teeth along the shaft. Rainbow brings his golden brown eyes up to me for approval and direction. So good, babe. So good, that's... Ow! But then I groan and he pops off.
I'm so sorry. I didn't know how much teeth you wanted.
I grip the back of his head and shove him down there again. You took me by surprise, but I liked it. Do it again. He beams up at me with pride and enthusiasm, then takes my cock into his mouth with newfound energy. He bites down harder than before, and the sharp prick of pain passes after a moment, allowing pleasure to engulf me. Oh yes, just like that. I tug the strands of his hair as he bobs his head. He squeezes my sack in one hand in the next second and rolls me around in his palm. I fist the sheets and moan, crying out as my orgasm inches closer. I arch my back and thrust my hips, which makes him gag and choke again. Jesus, he's out to kill me. His hand leaves my sack, and his finger drags down my taint to my hole. I moan and try to push my ass down onto his finger. It's been so long since I've had sex, and I ache to be filled by Rainbow. He rubs his fingers around the puckered star, but doesn't press inside. Instead, he speeds up his pace while sucking me. The slurping sounds have me losing my mind while he hollows his cheeks. His tongue flicks out along the head, dipping into my slit, sending fire to heat my skin. My sack pulls tight against my body, and I thrash my head from side to side. Nathan, his name slips from me on accident. Nathan, get off, I'm going to come, I can't hold back, oh God, so good, babe. I tap his shoulder, but he redoubles his efforts. I can't, Nathan, I groan and shout all at once while I empty into his mouth. Thick streams of cum shoot across his tongue, and my eyes roll to the back of my head in a really great fucking way. He slips my cock out of his mouth and inserts his finger. I'm trying to catch my breath as I watch him drench his finger in my cum before probing my hole again. He swallows at last, and my cock hardens again from the filthy move. How'd I do? He asks for critique while pushing one digit inside me. A gold star, I slur, still high from my orgasm. I think he sucked my ability to think right out of me. He slides his finger in and out, curling it at the last minute, but still not hitting that spot I need.
In the drawer there is a bottle of lube. Snag it, baby.
I like the burn, I argue, not wanting to move.
I won't hurt you, sassafras. Get the lube or I will not take this ass the way we both want.
I groan from the horrible threat and sling the drawer open. The candles flicker and sway, the shadows dancing along the walls, but I'm too blinded by lust to appreciate it. He curls his finger and presses inside me, finally hitting my prostate. My back bows off the bed and I cry out. There it is. I knew about the prostate, I just had to find it. I try to laugh, but it comes out weak and breathless. Tell me. He continues to rut his thick finger against the sensitive bundle of nerves, making my cock leak. How many fingers? How long do I prepare you for? He sounds ashamed that he doesn't know, but to me I love it. I love his honesty and his curiosity. I love how open he is to being with a man and wanting to learn. With the size of your cock, you're going to have to give me 3 or 4, scissor them and stretch me out. Don't take it easy on me, I like the burn. He takes the bottle of lube from me and pours a generous amount on his fingers and slicks my hole. I hiss, cold.
Sorry, baby. I'll warm you up in a minute.
He kicks off his shorts, and that beautiful, gigantic cock slaps against his stomach. The tip glistens with pre-cum, and my mouth waters for a taste. I know now isn't the time, but I want it to be. Is it possible to do everything I want? I want to be consumed by him in every way. I want my mouth to hurt from my lips being stretched wide while I suck his cock. I want my ass to ache from the hard pounding he'll give me, so tomorrow when I sit down, I can still feel him there. I want my sack to be sore from coming so hard, and so many times, when my cock is hard, the last thing I want to do is come. Destroyed and deranged. That's how I want to feel when he's done with me. He grabs onto my knees and spreads my legs wider, then slips another finger next to the first. He licks his lips while his eyes stay locked onto where we're connected. Jesus, I can't wait to feel you. You're so fucking tight. You're going to squeeze my cock so good, aren't you? I nod. I think I nod. I don't know. I can't focus. He strokes my prostate again, and I reach for my cock to relieve some of the pain. I'm so hard it hurts. I need something. Anything. Rainbow slaps my hand away, and the skin stings from the quick smack. My cock, my rules. You don't touch yourself unless I say so. Until then, you'll come without stroking your pretty cock. You like rules, don't you, sassafras? So you don't mind following them. Rainbow, I whine while thrusting down onto his fingers. Please. You're hungry for me, aren't you? He adds another finger, and my mouth falls open on a silent scream from the stretch. You take my fingers so good, baby. He curls over me and thrusts in and out of me at a fast rate. My hands slap onto his back, and I dig my fingers into his shoulders. He's pegging my prostate with his quick strokes. My cock twitches and jerks all on its own, practically screaming for release. I'm so close. He punishes my lips with a brutal kiss, all tongue and teeth. There's no finesse or rhythm. It's just him pouring how much he wants me down my throat, and I do the same in return. I bite his bottom lip and suck it into my mouth, earning a growl from Rainbow. I let it go with a hard pop, and he grabs a fistful of hair and yanks my head to the side, sucking my skin until I know there will be a mark. That's exactly what he wants. He wants others to see that I'm taken. I'm clean, he informs me, lathering his cock with lube. I got tested a month ago, so please tell me you are. I don't want anything between us. When I feel you, I want to feel every part of you. I haven't had sex in a year, and I'm clean too. He grabs his shaft and guides it to my hole. I've never fucked without a condom. Me either, I try to say, but it comes out as a choked whisper while the blunt tip of his cock presses against me. I take a deep breath while he pushes in, popping past the ring of muscle. I try to relax and bear down instead of tightening my muscles. I squeeze my eyes shut, and he buries his face into my shoulder, groaning as he sinks into my depths inch by inch. You feel so goddamn good. The words are hot and tingle the side of my neck as he speaks. When he's fully seated, his heavy sack presses against my ass. I can feel him trembling against me. The lightning flashes outside, the thunder cracks, the rain beats against the house sporadically from the wind, just like my damn heart right now. I relax and wrap my legs around his hips, sliding my feet down his calves until we're a tangled mess. He pulls his cock out of me until only the tip is left, lodged just inside the tight muscular ring. We moan in unison, and he thrusts forward, slamming his broad crown against my prostate again. My cock jumps, and pre-cum drips from the slit. The added weight and friction his stomach gives against me fill up my cock to the tip of overflowing. I'm about ready to burst. A quick touch, that's all it would take. But he said not to. I have to follow the rules. He bites into my shoulder and snarls, flipping me into another position effortlessly. My torso is pressed against the headboard, and my hands grip the edge to hold on tight. His teeth sink into my left cheek, followed by his tongue licking it better. Fucking love this ass, he growls, lust caught in his throat. He grabs onto my hip, presses a hand on the middle of my back to keep me locked in place, and rams himself inside me again. Fuck. He doesn't give it to me easy. Instead, he fucks me fast and hard. The sound of skin colliding fills the room. He tugs me to his chest. My back presses against his front, and he wraps his arms around me. There's no space left between us. I moan and tilt my head back, and we kiss. It's sloppy and wet, but I'm too strung out on how good he's making me feel to care. His hand finds my throat again, and he rips his lips from mine to whisper in my ear, "You're mine," he breathes harshly, panting as he finds a way to speed up his pace and fuck me harder. "You're fucking mine, Ryan. This fucking ass is mine. Say it." My dick bobs from the momentum, hitting against my stomach while he owns me. I can't speak. My tongue is tied and my eyes water from how good he feels, how good I feel, and I'm about to explode. Sweat breaks out over my skin. My heart tries to leap out of my chest, and when I don't answer him, Rainbow throws me against the bed. His cock slips out of my used hole, leaving me empty and needy. "Did you not hear me?" He lifts me up by the thick of my hair, and the sting of pain sparking along my scalp yanks a moan from me. He turns me around so I'm facing him, lays me down, and in one firm stroke he fills me again. Rainbow lifts me as he sits on his legs and kneels on the bed. I'm in his lap, and every time he flexes his hips, burying himself as far as he can, I thrust down. I want everything, every damn inch. I take his face in my hands, loving the sweat dripping down the sides of his face. "I'm yours, Nathan." I lift myself from his cock and slide back down. "I'm yours." "Always meant to be mine." His palms are spread wide on each cheek, grabbing his handful while we ride one another. "I'm yours too, never doubt it." "Nathan," I cry out desperately. "I'm so close." "Me too. Fuck, me too." I close my eyes, my hips stuttering as I try to wait for him. I can't hold back. Oh, God. I rake my nails down his back, marking him in the same way he's marked me. "Open your eyes. Look at me. I want you to see what you do to me," he says as he tightens his grip on my ass, pushing me against his cock, which makes me fuck him harder. "God, you take me so good, baby." His brows knit together, and his lips form an O shape. He licks his lips, the shine barely noticeable in the dim candlelight. "Ryan, oh fuck, now, baby, now!" "Nathan!" I scream, dragging my nails down his chest and let go at last. "Yes, oh God, so good." My cum paints his stomach and chest. A jet of it even hits his neck. I slowly move against him, so he teases the hot button inside me, and another burst of cream spurts from me, adding to the mess on his belly. "Sassafras," he whispers in a vulnerable voice. We lock eyes, and emotion overwhelms those gorgeous eyes as he fills me. Warmth bathes and soothes me. He flexes his hips 5 times, planting himself as deep as he can. His cheeks turn a pretty shade of pink while he comes, and I bend down, pressing a kiss to the heated skin. The room is humid and sticky. It reeks of sex, sweat, and cum. He skims his way up my body, cups the back of my head, and kisses me. It's languid and tired, yet still special. I try to catch my breath, but he steals it from me. I don't mind. We sag against one another, and he falls to the bed, bringing me down with him. I'm a goner. I broke all my rules, and now I am following his without question. I have to hope he doesn't break me, because I won't be able to recover from him. My stupid heart is running ahead of me, and my mind can't keep up. I'm going to go falling in love with him. My heart is excited, but my mind? I'm terrified. He turns us to our sides, and I go to roll away, but he stops me. Not yet. He presses a kiss against the back of my neck. Not ready to not be inside you. A man doesn't stand a chance when a man like Rainbow is holding him. I'm going to have to rewrite my rules. But then again, why bother? Rainbow would find a way to break them anyway.
Chapter 13. Rainbow. It's been a full 12 hours of Baton Rouge getting fucked by this hurricane. and the storm doesn't seem to be letting up. It moves slowly across the ocean, and it's taking its time across the city, too. Cell service is down, power is out, and who knows how many people need my help. Ryan's, too. And all we can do is wait. Luckily, I'm not alone. I have Ryan here, and it's bliss. I'm lying on my back staring up at the ceiling while a sleeping Ryan is curled against my side. I'm thinking about our sex. Our exceptional, best experience of my life sex. I think about what my parents would say if I told them I was dating a man. I know they wouldn't react like Ryan's parents did. They wouldn't disown me. Knowing my mom, she would want to make dinner and meet him. My dad would be supportive too and ask him to come camping with us or something. Dad loved the outdoors. A pang in my chest hit, stealing my breath. I miss them so much. They were the best parents a kid could have asked for. They wouldn't have been mad for a second if I was gay. They would have loved me. Hey, what's wrong? Ryan props himself onto my chest and rubs the sleep out of his eyes. Those green irises are full of concern. And as I stare at him, the more lost I get. He has a golden rim around his pupil, and it fades into the mossy green evenly. Fucking gorgeous. And the lashes? Don't get me started. They're long and curly, and right now, they're blinking up at me as if I hold the answers to the universe. Just thinking about my parents. I answer honestly. He's been up front with me, but that's one subject I haven't been able to talk to him about just yet. Don't be mad at him, but Mime told me your parents died in a fire? He did? That surprises me. He doesn't like mentioning them either. When we were looking for you. Well, and 𝐁𝐥 translated. He said that's why you became a smoke jumper. I nod. Yeah, it is. I saw them dying. I tried to get them out, but the door was jammed. The metal was hot. A tree had fallen from the other side of the road, and it was on fire. I was 17 and Mime was 15. I felt like it was up to me to save everyone, but I couldn't get them out of the car. They burned alive. Oh, he gasps. I heard their screams as I ran to my brother, and we dashed into the woods. The fire was gaining on us, and eventually I couldn't go on anymore. Too much smoke. And the smoke jumpers came and saved us. Ryan sniffles as he presses a kiss to the middle of my chest. I'm so sorry you had to deal with that when you were so young. Where did this happen? California. I never would have guessed since you have a twang to your accent. Well, I've lived here since I was 18. The money we got from our parents gave us just enough for us to get away, and I packed us up and moved us as far away as possible. They tried to put us in foster care, but I only had less than 4 months before turning 18. I wasn't going to have the world separate my brother and me. I know what happens in foster homes, and wasn't going to allow that to happen to him. So we ran and came here. I worked odd jobs and then became a bartender, and that's how I met 𝐁𝐥. He just started this chapter in Baton Rouge. He was young and needed members, and my brother and I needed a family. We needed a place to be. So we've been here ever since. Does Mom not talk because of what happened to your parents? I nod. I think so. It was traumatic. He just wouldn't talk to anyone the next day. I thought he was processing, you know. I figured he'd come around, but days turned to weeks, then months, then years. And it was just the new reality. He hasn't spoken a word since. That's all right. I understand him. And anyone who doesn't can take it up with me. He's sweet. A bit softer at heart than the rest of you. He isn't weak. I snap at Ryan. It's more out of habit than anger. Hey, I know that. He's different in a great way. I didn't mean to offend you. His soft, slim fingers slide under my chin and turn my head, so I have to look at him. I'm so used to defending him. I'm sorry. People think because he doesn't talk that he's this weak person. But he's so damn smart, and yes, I know, he is more emotional and dependent on me. We're all we have. I need him just as much as he needs me. I wish I had a family like that. Ryan presses his cheek against my chest and stares at the wall. I'm from California too, you know. That right? Look at us. We have so much in common. He giggles and buries his face against me. I love that sound. I run my fingers through his hair. Then a huge crack of thunder rattles the house, startling him. He jumps against me, and his heart is pounding so hard I can feel the pulse against my stomach while he lies on me. I got you. What part of California? I change the subject in hopes it calms him. Napa Valley. I whistle. Damn, okay. So your family is rich. Filthy. And having a gay son doesn't conform to their agenda. Well, you conform to mine. I flip him over and tickle his sides. No. Rainbow! Rainbow! He squeals and tries to kick me off with his legs, but it doesn't work. I'm stronger, and his sides are very ticklish and sensitive. His face turns red as he gulps for breath, laughing so hard he has tears coming out of his eyes. I love his smile. It's big and bright, like a ray of sunshine. I'd bet anything he hasn't smiled nearly as much as he deserves to. The wind outside begins to die down, and the door to the bedroom bursts open, snapping the lock. What the fuck? I shout, and grab the blanket in time to cover us. Church, now. Jokster's words simmer beneath his anger. I've heard that tone before. Jokester is barely keeping his wits about him. Ryan, you too. He slams the door, but it doesn't shut, and it bounces back open since it's broken. That doesn't sound promising. Did I do something? What if he's going to kick me out and he thinks I'm lying about someone trying to drown me in the tub? I swear it happened, Rainbow. I wouldn't lie. He isn't kicking you out. Something else had to have happened. He's fucking pissed, though. Let's get dressed. I reach under the bed and grab the bag I packed him when I went to his apartment. He peeks inside. You packed me a bag? And here I am wearing your clothes. You look good in my clothes. I slide on the pair of shorts that are pulled at the end of the bed, then open the drawer to tug on a Ruthless King's Baton Rouge shirt and stare at the old raggedy one beneath it. Rowdy's was a bar we used to own a few years back. Unfortunately, it was destroyed by another hurricane. I love that bar. We haven't rebuilt either, and I don't know if we will. Well, your clothes fall off me. He slips on a pair of tight yoga pants that show the curve of his ass. No fucking way. I growl at him. What? No fucking way are you wearing that. My eyes only. I point to the round peach. He jerks on his shirt next. A cute light pink crop top hangs off his shoulder and shows the smooth skin of his stomach, including that sexy belly ring. What do you think you're doing? Wearing what I want to wear. You aren't the boss of me. Ryan throws his hands on his hips, giving me that sass I love so much. You might want to rethink that, sassafras. I let my eyes roam over him, head to toe, from his sleep-tasseled hair to the tight pants hugging his legs. I'm the luckiest damn man in the world. I'll bend you over later and remind you who's boss. I bring my hand down on his ass and watch the slight jiggle. Jesus, you're going to be the death of me. Let's go. I keep my hand on his cheek and grunt in frustration as we step over the broken pieces of trim on the floor. The floor space is open. We don't have many hallways, so it's just a quick walk to the living room. It takes us 3 steps before we enter the living room, and there are candles flickering and flashlights pointing to the ceiling. Everyone is sitting either on the oversized sectional couch, or if you're like Hound, you decide to sit on the pool table, popping sunflower seeds into your mouth. What's going on? We inch further into the quiet room. There's a body in the middle of the floor, and the first thing I do is look around for my brother. I let out a breath of relief when I see him sitting on the edge of the couch. He's whittling a piece of wood, something he does when he's thinking. Ryan immediately falls into paramedic mode and leaves my side to check on the person. Don't bother him. He's dead, Jokester says, striking a match and lighting a joint by the smell of it. What the fuck happened? Ryan grunts as he flips the guy over. None of us recognize the man dead on our floor.
He was delivered to our doorstep wrapped in plastic.
Lie pinches the joint as Jokester passes it to him. In this weather? No, Ryan explains. He's cold.
Dead bodies usually are,
Teller points out. Ryan rolls his eyes. No shit. I mean, he's ice cold, to the touch. He's been dead for at least a few days and put on ice. How he got here, I don't know. Ryan notices something on the man's arm and turns it over, frowning when he sees a rainbow flag tattooed on the victim's skin. I'd say it's a hate crime. Someone isn't happy with people who are gay.
You know, we didn't have shit like this happen before you showed up,
Grudge comments. Cosmo snorts. It didn't happen like this, but it does happen. Don't think I haven't heard my fair share of jokes from you assholes. Baton Rouge isn't exactly San Francisco either.
I didn't know the jokes bothered you.
Jokester frowns. No one asked. Cosmo inhales on the hookah in front of him, tilts his head back and blows out a cloud of smoke. I'm used to it. After all, I've proven myself. I've earned my place. Still cold. Ryan mumbles to himself. There's no way he could have been transported. He had to come from somewhere close by. Everyone begins to talk at once, a loud hum of conversation that can't be understood. Mime covers his ears. Jokester whistles, and immediately everyone quiets down.
Okay, settle down. Ryan, are you saying one of my men did this?
Ryan stutters, then exhales a deep breath. I don't know. I don't want to point fingers.
You said someone tried to drown you while you bathed, right? Could be the same guy.
Jokester postulates. Someone tried to drown you? No fucking way. Not one of us. Fox is the first to become defensive. We aren't the kind of club to discriminate. Please. There are always people who have limits, Fox. Cosmo throws his hair in a messy bun and shakes his head. I'm just saying, people can always surprise you. Jokester takes a survey of everyone in the room, and with how much his mouth is moving, he's saying everyone's name to himself.
Where the hell are Sherlock and Puzzle? Probably off planning our demise.
Compass glowers, and Cactus slaps him on the chest.
What? I'm just saying they hate everyone. It isn't a secret.
Jokester rubs his eyes stressfully.
Lie, get rid of the body.
You got it, Press. Lie bends down and freezes when he stares at the dead guy on the floor. Wait a minute. I know him. He pushes a piece of black hair out of the guy's face, and Lie glances away.
Who is he?
He's a Rem boy. His name was Callum. Everyone wants to ask how Lie knows a rent boy, but no one does. It's clear whatever Lie knows, he wants to keep it to himself. He was a good kid, only 19. Lie bends down and picks him up, cradling him softly to his chest. He deserves more than this. Lie disappears into the darkness while he walks across the warehouse to go downstairs where he keeps his supplies. We call him Lie for a reason. It's what he uses to dispose of the bodies. There is never a trace left.
Someone fucking find Sherlock and Puzzle. Right fucking now.
Jokester yells so loud that it shakes the house just like the thunder does.
I better not see any of your fucking faces until I see one of them. Got it?
Yes, Press. We all answer at once. And I know I'm not the only one that feels like I just got lashed with a whip.
Ryan.
Jokester gets his attention, and Ryan pushes off the floor to get to his feet. I help him and bring him to sit down as everyone disperses from the room. The heavy thumps of boots echoing get further away until the room is silent.
Who do you think it is?
I don't know. I haven't been here long enough to know anyone.
Anyone rub you the wrong way? Say anything to set you off?
Ryan bites on his bottom lip. I can tell he wants to say something, but is choosing not to. Baby, is someone bothering you? Who? I slip my fingers through his and spin him around to face me. He looks over his shoulder to Jokester as the Prez puffs on his joint.
I don't want to get anyone in trouble. Ryan, I just had a dead gay kid dropped at my doorstep because he knew one of us. I fear we might all be in danger. Who? Tell me or I'll punish you in front of your old man.
Jokester threatens Ryan, and at the same time, I puff my chest out with pride when he refers to me that way. I jerk Ryan behind me and sneer. He won't fucking touch him.
I'll do what I have to figure out who's killing innocent boys. Do not fucking question me, VP.
Jokester stands and shoves my chest.
We have a few men here, besides you and Ryan, who are gay or bi. I won't allow them to be in harm's way because he's afraid.
He's afraid of you. I spit at him. You're acting insane.
I'm acting how I need to. This isn't fucking Wonderland. This is Baton Rouge, and this is my fucking clubhouse. I don't care what I have to do to get answers.
I look away from Prez, chest heaving as I try to get myself under control before I kill Prez myself for threatening Ryan the way he did. Ryan. He's trembling behind me. It was Puzzle. He made an offhanded comment, but I didn't think anything of it. It was when we were about to leave to see if you were okay. He says to me. I can hear the emotion lumping in his throat.
Puzzle. I just wanted to make sure.
For what? Ryan peeps around my shoulder to ask Jokester. Prez takes out his blade and tisks.
You don't really want to know, kid.
And it's true. Ryan would be scarred for life if he ever found out Jokester liked to play with his victims first, teasing them with the blade for hours around their mouths but never cutting them. He likes to give them hope, and then he snatches it away, carving a frown down their face. He starts from the edge of the lips, working his way down either side of the throat, cutting along the jugular veins. That's how they die. They bleed out. And they are forever scarred into the afterlife, never being able to smile again.
A hurricane turns into a fucking murder mystery. You two stay here. I'll be back.
Jokester points at us, and Ryan inches around to my other side to get as far away from Prez as possible. What do you think he would have done? I spin around and pick Ryan up, then sit down on the sofa. He clings to me, and I need him to. I need him close and to make sure he's okay. He isn't. He's shaking. We'll figure this out, I tell him. I don't care if I have to kill Puzzle myself. No one threatens what is mine.
Chapter 14. Ryan. The mood is eerie. My nerves are shot, and I'm not going to lie, I'm a few seconds away from either passing out or throwing up. I know MC life is gruesome, and I've learned that it's best not to ask any questions if you value your life. People who open their mouths get shot. I just had to want to impress my boss in Vegas by showing how flexible I was. I just had to volunteer because I wanted to make a good impression, and of course he sends me here. I could have said no. I didn't, because I never say no. I can't say I regret it. I wouldn't have met Rainbow if I didn't take the job, but when the hurricane is over and after everyone gets their help, I'm supposed to go back to Vegas. And even though I'm terrified right now, I've never felt more alive than when I'm with Rainbow. Of course, his MC will give me nightmares, and there will probably be more dead bodies, torture, and who knows what else. But if it means being with Rainbow, then I'll be a part of it. How do I tell him I want to stay? Doesn't he know I'm not going to be here forever? It hits me. Of course he knows. But God, I'm so stupid. I'm a temporary fix. I'm someone he can use up until he's done, and then he'll send me on my way. I'll be left with a broken heart while he gets to add another notch to his bedpost. He can't be like that. He's too kind and thoughtful to me. He's been doing his best to convince me he means what he says. Why would he go through all that work for nothing? I need to be honest with him. I need to ask him, It's fast, but if he doesn't want me here, he needs to say so. I'll be able to go back to Vegas without questions lingering over my head, and I'll be able to move on with my life. The window in the living room shatters when a thick branch punches through it, completely interrupting my thoughts. Rainbow covers me with his body at the same time to protect me. Glass slides across the floor, and the wind and rain sweep into the room. "Are you okay?" Compass runs into the room, and the rain hits his face, soaking him immediately. "Come on, we have to get out of—" His eyes round when they land on us. "Oh, shit." "What?" I shout next, trying to make sure everyone can hear me over the hurricane blowing outside. "Come on, buddy." Compass takes Rainbow's arm and drags him up by one arm, and when they turn, that's when I see a large shard of glass sticking out of Rainbow's shoulder. "Rainbow!" I run after him and slip onto the wet floor, smacking my head against the floor. Glass bites my skin. "Are you okay?" Fox squints his eyes and turns his head to avoid the rain hissing through the broken window. I lift my hand and press it against the back of my head. "I think so," I grumble, and Fox takes my hand to help me up. I hiss when his palm causes small pieces of glass to embed further into my hand. Fox drags me to another room to get away from the damage. We're taken to the kitchen next, where there are 100 fucking windows to bring in a bunch of natural light. "Are you kidding me?" I point to the glass. "You live in Hurricane Alley and you have a bunch of windows that you didn't board up. Place him on the table and let's hope another tree doesn't burst through." I point to the extra-large wooden table that can hold a family of 30. "We didn't have time," grumbles Fox. "Storm moved too quick." He and Compass go over to lay Rainbow on the table. "On the other side, you fucking idiot. He has glass in his back," Jokester yells at Compass. "I'm fine. Someone just yank it out." Rainbow tries to turn his head over his shoulder to get a look, and I come up behind, grab the kitchen scissors, and slice through his shirt. "I like that shirt. I'll get you another." I have a habit of rolling my eyes, especially at Rainbow, and I can see the back of my skull right now. You have a piece of glass in your shoulder and you're bitching about a shirt. "It was comfortable." "Someone shut him up," I say, wiping my brow with sweat as I begin to get nervous. "Here." Jokester bites a cork into his mouth and rips it from the bottle. I can't tell what it is, but it smells terrible. He tilts Rainbow's head back and pours it down his throat. My eyes burn just from the smell. I can't imagine how he must feel. Considering I'm not a doctor, I calculate since it isn't close to his spine, it's okay. I grab the shard and pull it out, the flesh trying to cling to it. He bites back a painful shout and sags over the table when I finish. I toss it in the sink and snag the bottle of whatever the fuck it is from Jokester's grasp and chug. I swallow and cough. Tears prickle my eyes. "Oh my God, what is that?" "White lightning." I turn to Compass and wipe my mouth. Am I supposed to know what that is? I press a wet rag against Rainbow's wound and flicker my eyes to Fox. "What is that?" "It's moonshine." He tries not to laugh at my reaction. "Isn't that illegal?" I pour some on the rag and clean out the cut in Rainbow's shoulder. I can't believe he protected me. That glass could have hit my chest. Instead, he risked his life for me. "Son of a bitch, that burns." "Sorry, baby." I cringe. Am I allowed to call him that outside the bedroom? "It's one of our businesses. It's why we're always making deliveries to New Orleans. It's good cash," Jokester explains. "Well, it's absolutely disgusting. You guys need to rework your formula. Christ, if I had chest hair, it would have burnt off." I'm serious, but I sound like I'm joking. Everyone laughs, including the patient. "It isn't funny." They laugh louder. "It's not." "It's an acquired taste, sassafras." Rainbow tries to move, but I hold him down. "Not so fast. You need stitches." "Fuck that. With all the shit going on, there's no way I'm getting stitches. Someone brand me. Let's go." He bends over the table and stretches his arms to the other side, grasping it white-knuckle tight. "Who is going to do it?" A second later, Mime leaves the room and comes back with a branding iron with the Ruthless King's skull on it, the same one that's on the back of their cut. "Whoa, wait a minute. Burns can be just as bad to treat. You can't be serious, Rainbow."
I'm always serious when it comes to protecting you, he replies, taking a swig of moonshine. Melt my damn heart. But fucking moonshine. I knew I was in the South, but I've only ever heard of moonshine in movies. A click of the stove comes on, and I see Mime holding the branding iron over the flame since it's a gas stove. You're serious? You can't... I won't... Rainbow, don't hurt yourself for me. I'm bettering myself for you, he states as a loud thump comes from the roof. Let's just hope we all don't die first. Mime yanks off his shirt, too, and begins to heat up another brand. Greer. Rainbow says his name with a clipped tone. No, you don't have to do this. I run my hands down my face. What's happening? I whisper the question to myself so no one else can hear. Mime hits his chest, points to Rainbow, and makes a fist. Everything we do together, I know. Rainbow explains to all of us what Mime said. Mime takes a stance next to Rainbow and gives the hot brand to Fox. He clutches the table, and Rainbow gives an appreciative grin to his brother. Ready? Jokester says behind Rainbow. Fox gets into position as well. I hurry in front of the two brothers and hold both of their hands. You crazy fuckers, I whisper just as the brands sizzle against their shoulders. I flinch and squirm and gag. The smell of burnt flesh is one that I have not and will never get accustomed to. The men grunt, but they don't scream or pass out. Unlike me, I'm lightheaded. How can someone willingly do this? I think I might bring branding back. So loyal members get a brand. People who don't want them get cast out. Jokester blows the smoke off the iron. A side door bursts in and Grudge and Teller are standing soaking wet next to one another. We found Sherlock. Teller shakes his head left and right, getting water everywhere. And the river is flooding, no one can leave. Great. Where the hell is he? Jokester slaps the iron rod in his palm, and I get to work bandaging the brothers. First, I disinfect the area. With moonshine, since that's all that is readily available. Motherfucker. Oh, now he shouts, after he's branded. Please, I scoff, and my eyes do the thing where they tumble into the back of my head. Mime grunts again and slams his fist on the table. Watch your mouth. I'm the one with the bandages, remember? I poke at the quiet brother, and Rainbow and Mime both chuckle. Hey, talk or no talk, remember who the queen of attitude is here. I joke around again as I tape them up. You two are insane for doing that. Where the hell is Sherlock? Repeats Jokester. He's hanging from the tree outside. Teller's voice grows solemn. Silence falls over the living room. The only sound is the rain dripping onto the floor. What the fuck did you just say? Jokester drops the iron rod onto the ground. He's dead, Teller repeats. We can't get him down. All we can do is hope the rope doesn't break or he'll be lost to the river. You've got to be kidding me. Fuck! Prez screams at the top of his lungs and kicks the trash can. It flies across the kitchen, spreading trash all over the floor. He grabs the sides of his hair before lacing his fingers across the back of his neck. Where is Puzzle? Can't find him, Grudge sneers, cracking his neck as if he's looking for a fight. Jokester strolls to the window to look out of it and grabs the edge, hanging his head. Damn it. We doubted him and now look. We have to be better, he announces. No more second guessing. If you don't like how I run this club, fucking leave. People shouldn't have to get hurt. You got it, Prez? A few of the guys answer. Fine, Puzzle. Bring him to me. His frown is mine. Do you understand? Jokester watches as Grudge and Teller leave again before turning around and eyeing the room. Hound, see how Lai is doing with the kid, Jokester orders. Hound gives a mock salute before climbing up the steps that are next to the kitchen. Compass, Stacks, Cactus, Butcher, Creep, Mime, Fox, Rainbow. He takes a head count of all the members in the kitchen. Where the fuck is Cosmo? Why is everyone fucking disappearing? Where can everyone go in the middle of a fucking hurricane? His frustration grows by the second. When this hurricane is over, the first thing that will be changing is the brand. To be in this club, you have to fucking wear it. When you do, you pledge your life to your brothers, no matter their sexuality, their job, their pasts. I don't fucking care what makes us different. No matter what, if you are a king, you fucking act like one. Yes, Prez, everyone agrees. He glances out the window again, watching the turmoil and havoc the storm is bringing. Even from here, I can see the river rippling in places it doesn't belong. We have to get him down from there. He deserves more than what we gave him. I'll climb up and get him, Rainbow volunteers. Again. I just got you back from taking a quick swim, and now you want to go out in worse weather? I nearly screech and grab the brand again to stop him. Don't even think about it. I can't have him stay out there. It isn't right for his body to get battered. I know, I just got you back. Ryan is right. Jokester turns away from the window and turns the silver rod to close the shutters. I hate it, but I can't risk any more lives. He rubs his temples. Good thing you're here, Ryan. Flatline isn't around and we need a medical expert. Sounds like we're going to be needing it. I grab the moonshine and take another long gulp. I shiver and shake my head, stick my tongue out and make a noise that's not quite human. That stuff is so gross. I'm no doctor, but I'll help any way I can. Good, because I don't know what's going on, but I need to make sure everyone from here on out lives, okay? You got it. No pressure, right? I take another swig of moonshine, and Rainbow snatches it from me. Another branch slams against the side of the house, and the window cracks down the middle. If an estranged biker doesn't kill us, Hurricane Jeffrey will.
Chapter 15. Rainbow. I pop a few Tylenol, hoping it helps with the pain spreading in my back. The storm is nothing like I thought it would be. I never thought it would unhinge a murderer. I knew Puzzle was old school, but I didn't think he'd ever kill us. And now we're trapped with nowhere to go, not knowing when he'll strike next. To make matters worse, it's been another few hours since Cosmo's been missing. There's no sign of him. That can't be a good thing. We can't lose Cosmo. He's the breath of fresh air the club needs. Another few hours and all this will be over. The storm will be gone, and eventually we'll find Puzzle. He has nowhere else to go. He's here. I don't know how he's evading us, but I'm tired of it. I never would have brought Ryan here if I knew he would have been in danger. I trusted Puzzle because I trust everyone in this club, and now Puzzle's actions have me reassessing everyone. Since the living room is trashed, everyone is hanging out in the kitchen. Jokester wants us all together. Strength in numbers and all that. It's one man. How hard can it be to kill one man? Are you okay? Ryan drops a few pillows and blankets at my side before sitting down. No. Out of everyone, Sherlock is dead. He could have figured this out already. And you know, maybe he saw something he shouldn't have with Lai's friend, and that's why he's dead. And he's just hanging outside getting fucking blasted by this storm. It isn't right. I didn't know Puzzle hated us so much. Do we know for sure it's him? He asks. Who else could it be? I don't know. I just wish I could fix it for you. He drops his head against my arm and yawns. Why don't you get some rest? I'll stay awake. A few of us are on rotation. No, I don't want to sleep. Wherever Cosmo is, he isn't sleeping, you know? He trembles. What if it was Puzzle in the bedroom? He better fucking hope not. I tighten the hold around the handle of my gun. The winds are dying down, and the river is still a foot below the porch. Cactus, Fox, go do rounds outside. Without questioning Jokester, they get to their feet and throw on heavier coats to protect themselves from the weather. I'm going to go use the restroom. I'll be back. Ryan stands, and I snag his hand before he can get too far. Let me come with you. Are you going to shake it for me? He snickers. It's the bathroom. I'll be okay. I don't care. We don't know what's going on here. I'm not risking you. I use the cabinets to push to my feet. I'm so damn tired. It's times like this where I feel like I've lived 1,000 lives, and I'm ready to hang up my cut. I wonder what it would be like to do something basic, not having to risk my life every day. Maybe I can marry Ryan, get a 9-to-5, and I can come home for dinner every night. Right. If I had a job working a 9-to-5, I'd be miserable. I love what I do, and I love the club, so I could never turn my back on them. Plus, if Ryan is going to be my old man, which makes me chuckle internally because I've never heard it before, he needs as much protection as possible. I don't trust his parents not to come back into his life. I have to get him to stay. He doesn't belong in Vegas. He belongs here with me. He's about to open his loud, beautiful, sassy mouth that I'm going to fill later to relieve some of this tension, but my eye drifts behind him. Blood is smeared on my bedroom door. I grip him by the arm and tug him backward. I press my fingers to my lips and point to the door to our bedroom. His face loses all its color, and before I can tell him to, he slips behind me. I ignore the pain as I lift my arm to aim the gun in front of me and step into the room. A few of the candles have gone out, and the darkness makes it hard to see. I take the brightest candle from the dresser and bite back a sound of annoyance as the hot wax drips onto my hand. Ryan pats my arm and points to the floor. Blood. And it's smeared. As if a body had been dragged. Stay here, I mouth to Ryan while I step inside the bathroom. My boots slip on the tile and I catch myself on the wall, my injured shoulder taking the brunt of it. That's when the candle flickers and the light glow of the flame reflects off the white porcelain tub. Well, it used to be white. Blood drips freshly off the edges into the puddle on the floor. Drip, drip, drip. The blood is loud in the silence. Oh, fuck. Puzzle is lying there, vacant eyes staring at the ceiling. He has shallow cuts all over his body. But it's the gashes along his inner arms and neck that killed him. Jokester, I found Puzzle, I shout. Ryan slips in next to me and gasps. Oh my God. He runs to Puzzle's side, and his feet splash in the red on the floor. He places his fingers against Puzzle's neck and frowns. He's gone. I mean, obviously he lost too much blood, but I had to check. He's the guy we thought was doing all this, and you wanted to see if he was okay? Yeah, he's still a person. Ryan huffs and crosses his arms. That a problem? No, sassafras. Far from it. It's one of the many reasons I find myself falling in love with him. In the middle of panic, Ryan rises to be better. Jokester pushes his way into the bathroom and punches a hole in the wall when he sees Puzzle. Damn it, he roars, continuing to punch the wall until the drywall crumbles to the ground. If it's not him, who is it? Jokester, Ryan, Grudge shouts from the kitchen. Like a stampede, we run out of my bedroom. I'm going to have to burn it and rebuild just to get the scent of blood out of here. Ryan is sliding along the floor, his bare feet covered in Puzzle's blood, and he swings around the corner. Grudge's eyes are practically black with rage. He's flexing and unflexing his muscles to calm down as he and Fox step inside. Fox is holding his shoulder, with blood seeping through his fingers. Fox, no. Ryan, please. Hound begs Ryan to help his best friend. I'm fine, Hound. It's just a flesh wound. Don't be so dramatic. Fox grunts. Jesus, you guys drop like flies. Ryan winces as he cuts another shirt open. No offense. Feels that way. Fox mutters. Puzzle is dead. Just found him in Rainbow's bathtub. And Sherlock is dead. Someone shot you. Jokester begins listing off the attacks. The rent boy is dead. I'm starting to think maybe it isn't targeted. It's just random now. Maybe as a whole, someone is pissed off this club is gay-friendly. Even if Puzzle and Sherlock weren't flying the fucking flag, they didn't deserve to die like they did. I doubted them. Jokester leans his elbows against the kitchen island while Ryan works on Fox's shoulder. It's a through and through, Ryan tells him. After some rest and healing, you'll be fine. It's going to hurt for a few. You're going to want more of that moonshine. Doctor's orders. Hound hands him another bottle and pops the cork. Fox drinks it greedily, and from here I can see Ryan's eyes watering. I'm way ahead of you, Doc. Good. Ryan taps his shoulder and Fox whimpers pathetically from the pain. Oh, shit. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Doc, you're killing me. I didn't mean it, Fox. Ryan cups his hands over his mouth, and a few guys chuckle. But Fox is chugging the moonshine as if it's water. Jokester is off in his own world, caught in a long daze. He feels powerless. Someone outside is somehow able to manage the storm and is trying to take us down, one by one. There's nothing we can do. We're trapped in the house until further notice. It's like we're all waiting to die. Thump, thump, thump. Wait, what is that? Shh, shh. I swear I hear something. I listen closely, and everyone begins to quiet. What is it? Ryan tries to whisper. Rain beats against the roof, and the snarl of wind howls in rage, but I can't hear the thump. Nothing. I thought, thump, thump, thump. Did anyone else hear that? I question, sounding a bit frantic. It's probably the river knocking something against the beams on the porch. Creep offers while lying on the floor and resting his eyes. The rhythmic beat sounds again, and it has Jokester straightening his spine. It's coming from the back porch, where we keep the rocking chairs. In the mornings, a few guys like to have coffee outside while having a view of the river. Creep sits up too and scrubs his eyes, turning his head to the back door. The sound gets even louder and faster, and he gets to his feet. Ba-boom, ba-boom, ba-boom. It sounds like one of the chairs smashing against the wall. That's probably from the wind. Creep shrugs his shoulder and lies down again, lacing his arms behind his head. Yeah, except I secured the chairs. They shouldn't be rocking. Jokester runs to the back door, and I'm right next to him with my gun at the ready. We glance at one another, and Jokester silently counts by lifting his fingers. 1, 2, 3. Jokester swings open the door, and I step out first, aiming my gun into the night. The banging is coming from my left, and Jokester points a flashlight in the direction. What I see makes my blood run cold. Cosmo! I sprint to his side, and he drops his hand from the rocking chair, his arm landing hard on the porch. The rain is coming in sideways, but it doesn't wash off what's been done to him. He's cold, shivering, and has a wound on the side of his head. His face is barely recognizable from the beating he received. There's that nasty fucking word carved fresh into his upper left pec. Faggot. We'll remove it. He won't ever have to worry about seeing it. That isn't even the most concerning part. He's naked. Jokester covers him with the jacket, and I bend down to hook my arms around him. Can you walk? I ask him gently, pushing his wet hair out of his face. Cosmo is the one everyone loves, the positive, funny guy. He's the one we need to bring us joy. He has that natural energy that everyone can't help but feel. He's a scrappy fighter, but he's slender. He shakes his head and looks away when I see his chin wobble. He squeezes his eyes shut, and without him saying another word, I pick him up and carry him inside. Cosmo, what the fuck happened? Holy shit, Cosmo, is he okay? Who the hell is doing this? One by one, each member protests. I can't tell who's talking anymore as their voices rise and arguments begin to unfold. Put him here. Ryan points to the kitchen table. I do as he says, lying him as carefully as I can down against the hard surface. Cosmo's cry is unlike anything I've ever heard of. The pain makes me want to murder. Cosmo? Cosmo! I need you to tell me where it hurts. Ryan tries to ask, but Cosmo is hysterical. He begins to kick, fighting us when Ryan touches his leg. His foot lands in the middle of Ryan's stomach, and Creep is there to grab him before he falls. Are you okay? I struggle to keep Cosmo pinned to the table, and Ryan nods. He runs to his bag, grabs a syringe, and then stabs Cosmo in the thigh with it, plunging the medication into his system. It takes a few moments, but Cosmo begins to settle until he's still and breathing evenly. What's the diagnosis, Ryan? Jokester asks, as every member crowds around the table to be near Cosmo. Everyone needs to give Cosmo some room. He's naked, injured, and I doubt he would want everyone staring at him. I'll update everyone when I'm done examining him. No one moves. Ryan claps his hands twice. Do I need to repeat myself? Fucking get out. He points to the kitchen area, which is just a few feet away, and all of the guys, including me, do as we're told. Ryan grabs a large plaid blanket off the floor and tucks a pillow behind Cosmo's head, then covers Cosmo to his chin with the oversized flannel throw.
He's strong, Rainbow. He's good for the club,
Jokester mentions to me. I lean against the counter next to him and nod while staring at Ryan. I know. He's perfect.
I'm happy for you.
If I'm not mistaken, I hear a bit of jealousy and sadness in his tone. Thanks, Prez. I rub a hand over my weary eyes. Who do you think is doing this? Think it's someone in this room? But I dare to ask. Doubting one of our own can be a terrible offense.
I don't think so. But I don't know anything at this point. The man I thought was behind it all is dead in your bathtub, Rainbow. I know I'm supposed to have answers, but I don't. I'm just as lost as you are.
A few guys sit on the floor, and to pass the time, they begin to play cards. No one is focused. Everyone keeps trying to catch a peek at Cosmo. Ryan's feet are still drenched in Puzzle's blood, but the liquid is dry now and crusting on his toes. Ryan leaves Cosmo to rest and joins us in the kitchen, then nods to the sink. Can you pick me up and sit me on the counter, please? He sounds so tired and seems to be on the verge of tears. I do as he asks without question, and he places his feet in the farmhouse sink. It's one large space instead of it being separated in two. I turn on the faucet without him asking. The water is cold since there is no electricity. He flinches but doesn't pull away. He squirts a ton of dish soap over his feet and hands and begins to scrub. The white suds turn pink from the blood, and the sink gurgles while the water drains. He's in bad shape, he begins to say, not looking up from his feet. I place bandages and stitches where they need to be, but there isn't anything I can do for the anal trauma. Every man in the room stops breathing.
What?
Jokester chokes.
Are you saying this sick fuck raped Cosmo?
Ryan sniffles and inhales a deep breath. He tilts his head back and stares at the ceiling. His eyes are watering, and he's trying to compose himself so he stays professional. Pretty brutally. There's damage. He needs to go to a doctor to make sure nothing is too severely injured on the inside. I'm not a specialist. I'm a paramedic. I can't. I take Ryan into my arms, and he begins to sob for Cosmo. You did more than any of us could, Sassafras. You did good. We'll get him help, don't worry. He's going to need therapy. But first we have to find out who's doing this. It could be one of us next. Ryan tugs himself out of my arms and rinses off his feet and hands. I give him a towel to dry off, hold him close to me, and then slide down to the floor to sit on our makeshift bed. A storm might stop raining, but life sure doesn't. And right now, it's a downpour.
Chapter 16. Ryan. Rainbow looks handsome in his Class A uniform, a fancy uniform that firefighters wear for special occasions. And this is one. It's been 2 weeks since the hurricane has passed, and we are no closer to getting answers to what happened to the club during those 24 hours. It's been quiet now. It's like the murderer came and left with the storm. Everyone feels like they're walking on eggshells and waiting for the next shoe to drop. We never found Sherlock's body. The rope snapped during the storm and his body washed away. Puzzle's funeral is later today, and we're on our way to Taylor's funeral now. Firefighter Taylor died during the storm when the power went out. The hospital generators flooded, and Taylor could not breathe on his own, which led to his death. It's been a long 2 weeks, but the first 48 hours after the storm was the hardest. So many dead bodies, so many car accidents, so much pain and suffering. The city is still cleaning up, and it will be a while before Baton Rouge is back to normal. I'm only here for another week or so before I head back to Vegas, and I don't know how to bring that up with Rainbow. Things between us have been great, but the circumstances surrounding us have impacted our relationship. Rainbow has been so quiet, lost in his thoughts, and I'm not sure how to bring him out of it. He feels guilty for Taylor's death. No matter how many times I tell him it's not his fault, he stews in the dangerous "what else could he have done" thought pool. Trying to pick a time to ask him about me going back to Vegas is impossible. There isn't a good time. With everything going on and all the funerals we have to go to and the shifts we have to pick up, plus the clubhouse drama, the Vegas thing doesn't seem to be appropriate to bring up. I'm stuck in limbo trying to figure it out. "You look very handsome," I tell him as he clips the last badge to his uniform. If there's one thing to say about Rainbow, it's that he's a very decorated firefighter. He's very good at his job and is recognized for his ability, which I think is outstanding, but I bet he believes he doesn't deserve any of them. That's just the kind of guy he is. He doesn't believe how much good he really is capable of. "Thanks, Sassafras." He stares at himself in the mirror and hangs his head. "I don't want to go." I wrap my arms around his waist and lay my cheek against his back. I know, it's been an exhausting 2 weeks, but things will get back to normal soon. It doesn't feel like it because everything has changed, but we'll get through it. "I don't know what I'd do without you. Just by being here, you've made everything easier to handle." He spins around in my arms, and his hands flatten on my ass, something he does every time he holds me. I used to find it silly, but now I find it comforting. If he isn't touching my butt, something is seriously wrong with his health. Even in his sleep, he keeps a palm on my tushy. I'm glad I'm here too. It would be a nightmare to go through this without you. He bends down, presses a kiss against my lips, and tilts my head back with his hands as he cups my jaw. "I hope you never have to go a day without me, Sassafras. I think a day without you would kill me." This is it. This is my segue. "Ready?" Hound knocks on the wall and pops his head into our new room as the original room is currently under construction. Rainbow and I agreed that we couldn't be in there knowing what happened. I wouldn't have been able to take a bath in that tub ever again, so Rainbow is gutting it and renovating it, which isn't a problem since a third of the clubhouse got destroyed. "Ready," Rainbow replies, tucking his wallet in his pocket. Damn it. I'm never going to be able to talk to him. Before I know it, I'll be packing my bags because I didn't get the nerve to say what I needed to. "Coming, baby? You aren't going to leave me alone, are you?" He gives me a lopsided smile, the best one he can muster, and a hint of his beautiful straight teeth show. Even on his saddest day, he's the most handsome man I've ever seen. And seeing him when I feel at my worst still makes me happy, even when happiness shouldn't have a place here given the circumstances. He holds out his hand, and I slip my fingers through his. There's a sea of black in the living room, and every biker is dressed in their best. I hate why they're dressed up, but holy hotness, every single one of them looks like a model. They all wear a black shirt of some sort, paired with their cut, tucked into pairs of either dress pants or black jeans. The only one missing is Cosmo. He hasn't left his room. Flatline, the club's doctor, came back last week, and he's been treating Cosmo. Physically, he'll heal. Mentally, it'll be a long road. Hound is dressed in his uniform, too. Fox is standing next to him, and his shoulder is still in a sling as he waits for the bullet wound to heal. "Everyone ready?" "Yeah, Prez. We're going to the station, so we'll see you guys a bit later," Rainbow explains, guiding me out the door with Hound and Mime right behind us. Rainbow and Hound pause on the steps, and the sun shines perfectly between them. The silhouettes of their bodies are the only shape I can see. I take out my phone and snap a quick picture of the two of them. They bask in the warmth of the sun, and Hound is the first one to trudge down the rotted steps. They have to be replaced because of water damage. Mime is in the driver's seat of the truck waiting on us. The tarp covering the broken window whips in the air, and I jump, startled. I'm still so paranoid that somebody could be behind me. I whip my head around, scanning everywhere, but there's nothing. The branch logs that shattered the glass are piled neatly next to the door for summer night bonfires. That's what Jokester said. I only hope I'm here for them. "Ready?" I ask Rainbow. "We're going to be late if we don't leave now." "Yeah, I guess." He throws an arm around me and walks down the creaking steps. Water squishes out from under the grass as our feet hit the ground. It's still drenched, and it's going to take forever to dry up. Rainbow opens the truck door for me, then picks me up since I can't climb into the seat myself. I'd be embarrassed if it weren't for Rainbow loving the fact that he gets to throw me around. We get buckled up, and Rainbow holds onto my hand so tight his knuckles are white. Mime pulls out of the muddy driveway. There's still debris everywhere, fallen branches and scattered leaves. There are a few puddles of water gathered where there were natural dips or holes in the woods. We pass a group of men tossing ruined furniture on the side of the road. Rainbow tenses, and that's when I notice Dex. He's the oldest and tallest of the bunch. He doesn't seem to notice us, but we're the only ones that live on this road, so he has to know. Remind me to give him that recording his father left. I keep forgetting. He deserves to have it. Rainbow's voice fills the cab, and it sounds deeper since it's so quiet. No problem. I lean my head against his shoulder, and the rest of the ride to Station 11 is quiet. When we get there, the fire trucks are out of the bay, with ladders up and American flags blowing in the wind. Rainbow blows out a breath. God damn it, I can't do this, he says. He didn't deserve to die like this. No one does. I press my hand in the middle of his back and rub large circles over the wide width to try to calm him. When Rainbow sees the fellow Station 11 crew, he opens the back door. I don't expect him to pay me any attention during a time like this. I don't know if his friends know he's with a man, so I've already given myself a pep talk. I'm prepared since this isn't about me or us. This is about saying goodbye to his friend. Hound steps out of the truck next. I'm about to jump to the ground from this dangerous height. Thankfully, I'm surrounded by medics if I fall on my face. Here, baby. He grabs the space under my arms and lifts me with ease, gently placing me on my feet as always. I feel sick. I hate having to come to these. He takes my hand and leads me toward his crew. We've been back at work, but I'm not sure if he outed us or not. When we work, it's professional. Always. I mean, I hope that changes, but I won't push it. Saint. Rainbow shakes his fellow firefighter's hand. How are you holding up? Taylor was my best friend. Saint doesn't answer the question exactly, but what he says implies how he's doing. I tried. Don't for 1 second blame yourself. You saved us. His plans were different from mine in the end. There are no hard feelings, brother. Saint gives him a quick hug, and the rest of the guys come out, all dressed in their Class A uniforms. Baldwin, Kincaid, Locke, and Cap Warwick greet us next. I want to apologize. Maybe if I hadn't fought you on getting out there, he would have lived, Baldwin says. You were following orders, and I don't think you would have. Rainbow grimaces as the truth leaves his mouth. As Saint said, there's no hard feelings. How are you doing, Hathaway? Saint asks me. I'm good. I wish I could have known Taylor better. Saint begins to laugh. He called you a chihuahua that bites. Well, he wasn't wrong. I lift a shoulder and all the guys laugh until it lulls into a slow, sad stop. Ready, boys? The hearse is 3 minutes out. Captain Warwick begins to walk to the edge of the road where cops and firefighters are lined up to show their respect. Their lights are on, but the sirens are off. I'm happy for the two of you if you were worried about telling us. Taylor would have cheered you on, Kincaid states. I didn't feel the need to hide or announce it. I just figured if you guys didn't like what you saw, that was your problem. Rainbow sounds curt, and his hand drops to my lower back. And keep your eyes to yourself, Kincaid. Possessive Rainbow. Me likey. Anyway, it's all good. We don't care. Saint claps Rainbow's shoulder. Baldwin, is the intercom on? Yeah, everyone will be able to hear it. Come on, let's stand next to our engine. Rainbow's fingers clutch my hips, and I don't miss the way he mean mugs Kincaid. Stop glaring, I whisper. He was looking at your ass. The deep, pissed off, and protective rumble coming from his chest has my heart frolicking down being in love lane. And plot twist, that's a dead end with no way out. I giggle, wanting to say more than what I have in store, but time and place. And now is not the time nor the place. We stand on the side of the road, and my breath catches in the middle of my throat when I look down the road and see regular people lined up on the streets. Hundreds of police cars and fire trucks are parked on the side of the road, blue and red lights on. It's hard not to get emotional. The love here today can be felt, but who we lost will be felt forever. The hearse turns onto the street, and the big men next to me stand straighter and salute. Saint has a tear dripping down his face as the last call for firefighter Evan Taylor sounds. Dispatch sounds on the radio, which are amplified in the speakers on either side of the station. "Firefighter Taylor," dispatch calls for him, but he doesn't answer. "Firefighter Taylor." Dispatch tries again while the familiar melody of Amazing Grace comes from a bagpipe somewhere in the distance. Having heard no response from firefighter Evan Taylor, he has responded and served his last call on this earth and for Station 11. Firefighter Evan Taylor protected and served the citizens of Baton Rouge for 5 years. His dedication, honor, and sacrifice will always be remembered as a firefighter. The hearse drives by slowly, and I see the American flag draped over the casket through the window. Firefighter Evan Taylor is a guardian now and watching over his fellow firefighters. The first car drives by, and in the passenger seat, I see a man who resembles Taylor. His window is down so we can hear the last call, and his cheeks are wet from crying, mourning over his sibling. Firefighter Evan Taylor has completed his tour as a firefighter. This is the last call for firefighter Evan Taylor. May he rest in peace and be safe until we meet again. Dispatch ends the call and static crackles the speakers. No matter how amazing the support is, no matter how beautiful the show of love is, I hope to never have to come to one of these again. Rainbow has become my breath, and the last call would take that from me. I'd suffocate until he breathed into me again.
Chapter 17. Rainbow. I begin to unbutton my uniform, and the exhaustion hits me like, well, a fire truck. I lay down on the bed, suddenly too fucking tired to even undress. It's been a long damn emotional day. I'm mentally exhausted. Fuck, the last 2 weeks have been horrible. I don't know how I've made it without collapsing, but we're here. I've collapsed. After pulling people out of cars, dragging bodies out of ditches, and putting out electrical fires over the last 2 weeks, I finally have the next 3 days off. The aftermath of this hurricane was terrible. I never want to have to think about it again. I never want to bury 2 of my MC brothers while one casket doesn't even have a body in it. I can't handle not knowing who's targeting us. And I sure as hell never want to hear the last call for a good friend of mine. I can't take any more. I can't. It's too much death. I inhale a deep breath, and when I let it out, it comes out shaky and uneven. Taylor's last call runs over and over in my head. I shuck my blazer off, then toss it on the floor in a useless mound. I hate everything about my job in this MC right now. Of course it's temporary, but right now, the hate feels pretty fucking permanent. That's the bitch about hate, isn't it? One moment you're sure you're done with the world, with people, with life, and in the next, you know you can't live without the same things you just said you hated. Hate comes from love, and love grows from hate. I'm waiting on the love to come back. Hey, baby, what's wrong? There it is. There's the love. Ryan shuts the door gently, turning the lock in place to give us privacy. He's still in his dress uniform, looking as beautiful as ever, and he drops to his knees in front of me. Those overly large green eyes blink up to me. His hands fall on my knees, and he begins to rub up and down my thighs. I'm processing everything, I admit, looking away and feeling ashamed. I shouldn't look so weak in front of him. He probably thinks he made a mistake being with me. I bet Ryan wants an indestructible man, a man who can protect him. I'm going to lose him, and I just got him. It's been a long few weeks. He begins to untie my boots and tugs them off, then sitting them beside the bed. It's starting to slow down now, I think. We should be able to breathe soon. When? I ask. sighing when he yanks off the black socks. We don't know who killed Puzzle and Sherlock, who shot Fox, who fucking... I can't even say the words. Who hurt Cosmo. I won't be able to sleep until I have the answers. I rub the back of my neck and stretch the muscle to try and relieve some of the tension. I know, but you know what? Fox and Cosmo are healing. I have a feeling you guys will catch the man behind this and give him what he deserves. Until then, let me take care of you. He questions while unbuttoning my shirt. I skim my hand up his arm. I'd love nothing more. I stop his hand for a second and bring it to my lips for a quick kiss. The air that leaves him is wistful, almost dreamlike, and it's hard not to get caught up in the small sounds like that. They make me feel real fucking good, like how a man should feel. I'm stronger when he's with me, better. I'm somehow able to let my emotions out without him judging me. I've missed out my entire life if this is how it is with a man. But then again, there's a real possibility I was only ever supposed to feel this way with Ryan. His love is meant for me. It just took me a minute to find it. His hands slide over the round muscles of my shoulders to take the shirt off. He slides the sleeves off one arm, then the next, and then his fingers tug on my belt. I stretch my arms behind me and watch as he slides the leather strap out, then yanks it from the loops. He tosses it behind him, wiggling his brows, which makes me chuckle. Ow, ow. I get all this sexy man meat to myself. I'm one lucky guy. He jokes as he tugs my pants down and adds them to the pile on the floor. Now all that's missing are those tiny silver shorts I saw you in one time, I say on a near growl. I only pull those out on special occasions, like strip dances for the governor or president. He lays the fake southern accent on thick while stripping off my briefs. I toss my head back and laugh. It's loud and it feels good. I don't feel like I've found humor in anything lately. Leave it up to him to find a way to make me feel better. Can't we pretend I'm someone important? I ask him, my cheeks hurting from smiling so hard. His eyebrows wrinkle in the middle as he stares at me. Then, without looking, he tugs the black briefs down my legs and tosses them aside. Rainbow, you're more important than anybody I've ever known. He bends down and presses a kiss to my leg, since it's the closest body part to him. No one has ever looked at me the way he's looking at me right now. Is it too soon to tell him I love him? It has to be, right? I can't imagine him anywhere else, and the thought of him being with a man who isn't me has me seeing red. It makes me want to kill. I didn't miss how Kincaid looked at Ryan. Ryan is a gorgeous man, with delicate features and a body that would make any man turn his head. Still, I swear, I'll gladly kill anyone who dares to do anything other than look. He stands and begins to undress himself, adding his much smaller clothes to the pile on the floor. Miles of soft skin come into view, and I get the opportunity to watch his nipples beat as the air kisses them. His belly flexes as he dips down and removes his shoes, then shimmies out of his pants. My eyes hook on his belly ring. That damn ring is the sexiest thing I've ever seen. The gems are blue, which shines bright against his pale skin. He has a tiny freckle to the left of his navel that is just so cute. My hands latch onto his hips. My thumb brushes over his hip bone. The ridge is too tempting to resist. I bend down and press a kiss against it, blowing a breath across his skin. He's so fucking soft. His flesh has me hypnotized. I lean my head against his stomach, and I find myself kissing him again, dropping lower and lower. My nose is nestled against trimmed brown hair. I tighten my fingers against his skin and take a deep breath. When I release it, I close my eyes and kiss lower until the base of his shaft rubs against my bottom lip. His cock is hard, elegant, and straight, with a pink tip. I never looked at my cock and thought it was pretty, but his definitely is. Rainbow. He runs his fingers through my hair and pulls my head back gently. Let me take care of you. He pushes against my shoulders. Flip over, he says. Yes, sir. I obey happily and flip to my stomach. The mattress lowers as I sink into the soft memory foam. My arms stretch on either side of my head, and I wait to see what Ryan will do. Then he giggles and quickly pecks his lips to my ass cheek, and his touch disappears again. While he's gone, my body becomes relaxed, weightless. My eyes close, but I don't fall asleep. I'm in a daze. I'm in a lightweight state, and it feels so good. I hear the soft streams of music from somewhere. Nothing that I know. It's instrumental with piano and violin sounds melting together through the speaker. It's beautiful. I've never been the kind of man to listen to classical music. I like country and rock, but this classical stuff isn't bad. It's relaxing me further. If I sink any more into the mattress, it will eat me. The lights turn off, and finally I turn my head to see what he's doing. What I see brings a smile to my heart. He is lighting candles. I grin shyly and bury my face into the bed again. No one has ever done this for me. I suddenly feel bashful, as if I'm being wooed or something. It feels good. He crawls onto the bed and mounts me like I would my bike. Damn, which reminds me, I want to take him for a ride on it. I bet he'd make that bike look like porn. His cock settles between the crease. Feeling his weight on me is different, and not unwanted. I was serious when I told him I wanted to bottom for him. It shouldn't be a one-way street. I gasp as a cold glob of lotion is squirted in the middle of my back, yanking me out of my dirty thoughts. My cock is hard under me, and the friction from the comforter is making me leak pre-cum onto the blanket. Sorry. He doesn't sound sorry at all. He rubs his palms over my back and massages the lotion into my skin, warming it up quickly. I groan as his fingers dig into the muscles and find a few knots. That feels so good, I mumble, sounding high and completely blissed out. You deserve it, he says, ending his sentence with a small smack to my ass. I lift up. Hey now, don't go doing things you aren't ready to act on. He massages my ass next, which surprisingly feels fantastic. Who would have thought getting my cheeks rubbed down would feel like heaven? It's one fine ass. He continues to massage down one leg, then works his way to the other. His fingers melt my tense muscles into goo, and I groan again. But this time it's mixed with sleep. Ryan cups the globes in his palms again and squeezes. When he does, his thumbs bury into my crease and I tense. Not because it freaks me out, but because I wasn't expecting it. And I like it. I'm sorry. He moves away from me. I turn to my side and reach for him before he can get away. No, don't. I'm sorry. I've never been touched there, Ryan. It startled me, that's all. I don't want you to stop. I lie on my stomach again, and with shaking, nervous hands, I place his back where they were. Just be easy with me. I'm a virgin, I joke, and the laugh that escapes me is kind of high-pitched. I'm so fucking nervous. I am a virgin. Holy fuck. Why didn't I think about that sooner? What if I'm not any good at being a bottom and he doesn't want to fuck me anymore? Hey, I don't know what's going on in your handsome head, but there's no pressure. You're all tense, and I just gave you the best rub-down ever. No, I swallow to coat the dryness in my throat. I'm nervous. You're experienced in this and I'm not. What if I'm not what you expected? The pounding of my heart is so intense I can feel it tingle the tips of my toes. You're going to be everything and more because it's you. And don't forget, I felt the same way because you had only been with women, remember? I was afraid you wouldn't want me again. Straight men, I'm not straight, baby. I only want you. And I only want you. His fingers run up and down the crease again, slow, without pressure. And then he's gone, back to massaging my shoulders. I'm disappointed. I thought we were going to go to the next level. I actually really need to. I need to feel him. I need to be close. I need him. Reaching around again, I take his hand and drag it down until his fingers graze my ass again. No words are spoken this time. He understands. I'll take care of you. And whenever you say stop, we stop. Okay? I nod. I trust you. The reality of those words hits me like a wrecking ball. I have trusted people before, but never like this. I've never trusted someone to take care of my heart, soul, and body. So much to give someone else. Especially when half of the time they don't really appreciate it. But I know Ryan will take care of me. I feel that. I know that. He opens the nightstand drawer and pulls out a bottle of lube. The cap clicks open, and I clutch my fingers around the pillows at the head of the bed. I've been through 100 fires. I can do this. His index finger rubs around my hole. It doesn't feel bad. It doesn't feel great. I mean, it doesn't really feel like anything. You okay? He asks. I'm fine. You can do more. I tell him, not thinking anything of it at this point. Ryan loved this. Is there something wrong with... Oh, fuck. I dig my pelvis into the bed when he pushes his first finger to the knuckle. Oh my God, that's your finger? Jesus Christ, there's no way I can take more. He doesn't say anything, just hums as if I'm right or wrong. I don't know. He slides his finger out, then in, out, and in. It's an even, slow pace that has me relaxing eventually. Okay, that's not bad. He curls his finger and hits my prostate. I cry out passionately as a zing of desire settles into my aching shaft. I leak pre-cum onto the bed in my belly while he continues to peg me. I moan, and I rut my hips back for more. Damn, this does feel good. He slips another finger in, and I tense from the stretch. I feel so full, and I happen to like it. You're doing so good, baby. I wish you could see what I see. Your ass is begging for more while sucking on my fingers. So tight. I can't wait to be inside you. Damn it, sassafras. You can't talk like that. You're going to make me come. A hot sheen of sweat breaks over my entire body, and my eyes roll to the back of my head as he pegs that magical fucking button again. This is a PSA for all men. Fucking play with your prostate. Nothing, I mean nothing, has ever felt so goddamn good. I push my cock onto the bed, the comforter wrapping around the sensitive throbbing muscle. It shouldn't feel so good, but with his fingers fucking me, everything that touches me feels electric. Can you take one more finger? He asks, latching his other hand on my left cheek to spread me wide open. Yes, fuck yes, please. I beg of him. My brain short-circuits when a third digit fills me. I expect him to take it easy, but he doesn't. He fucks me. Hard. My cheeks slap together. My body is forced to rub against the bed, which in turn strokes my cock. That's it. So beautiful, baby. You like that? You like being filled by me? Damn, I had no idea he was a dirty talker. I feel so powerless right now, and I love it. Yes, I want more. I'm ready. Please. Please what? He taunts, hitting that spot inside me that has me seeing stars. Fuck me, goddammit. He slaps my ass so hard it shuts me up. He just spanked me. I'll fuck you when I want, Nathan. I shiver when he says my name, as if he's angry with me. Sexual anger is the best. Yes, take it out on me and have me feel the aches of your rage for days. Ryan's fingers slip free and I arch my back, stretching like a cat as I search for him again. He's turned me into a needy man. I'm empty, and I drop my head to try to understand my emotions. I'm so happy, elated, and safe. I'm exposed to him and I'm nervous, yet I don't feel like myself. My head is jumbled, but it's only because he isn't touching me. Ryan Hathaway has wrecked me, shattered who I used to be, and somehow has put me back together. He's made me into the man I'm proud to be. He kisses each cheek and settles behind me, then begins to drag his lips up my spine. Since I'm taller and bigger than he is, I have to twist to meet him. I expect a hard kiss, but his tongue is the first thing I feel as he slides by my lips and into my mouth. He strokes my tongue, teases it, and kisses me slowly until I'm gasping. Damn. He needs to top more often. I like this. You sure? He mutters against me. I nod and suck his lip into my mouth. He rolls to his back and presses his hand against my hip to pull me over him. I'm confused about what he wants me to do when he grabs my thigh and settles me over him. My eyes widen when realization dawns on me. I don't know. I am so out of my element. I wish I had my confidence back. I feel like I'm 16 again, making out with Serena Tuckleberry in the back of her mom's car. One thing led to another, and it took me 10 minutes to put on a condom. I kept tearing them. I'm not that awkward kid anymore. I've gained years of experience in sex, and I became damn good at it. Until now. He holds his cock at the base. The flesh shines from the lube and the wide tip of his crown prods against my puckered star. I let out an anxious breath. When I see the pleasure on Ryan's face, there's no reason for me to be nervous. I press down on him, and he pops through the tight ring of muscle. I wanted you to have more control. This way you set the pace, he says while holding his breath. Those eyes begin to roll back the further I sink down on him. My ass is flush against his thighs when I take him to the hilt. Our sacks press together. His is soft against mine, his round balls rolling over my own. You feel so good. He exhales on one breath. His nostrils flare as he inhales, and his nails dig into my thighs. So do you. I don't move yet. I adjust to him filling me to the brink. I feel ripped in two, but in a really good way. I bend down and steal a kiss. The slight movement jostles him inside me, and I moan down his throat. I sit up and press my palms against his chest and give a tentative rock. Oh, fuck, I shout when he brushes against my prostate again. Ryan. I toss my head back and fucking whimper. I've never been the kind of man to whimper, but I shouldn't be surprised that he's making me do things I've never done. So tight. The tendons in his neck stand out, and his hands grip my hips as I ride him. Back and forth, up and down. I take his cock harder and faster with every stroke, becoming more confident and more aggressive. I need more. I grip the headboard with my hands to use as leverage to fuck him harder. My cock bobs in the air and slaps against his stomach with every bounce. You fuck me the way I've always dreamed of being fucked, he groans, thrusting his hips up to bury himself deeper. I wrap one hand around his throat and lift him off the bed, squeezing his windpipe enough so he knows I'm serious. I don't stop moving. I don't stop chasing my orgasm. I sneer at him. Don't you fucking forget that I'm the man making your dreams come true. I smash my lips against his, then rip my mouth away violently. I shove down onto the bed, and the headboard begins to bang against the wall to let everyone know someone is getting fucked. He wraps his arms around me and somehow manages to flip me over in a smooth move. Then he grabs my hands and pins them above my head, owning my mouth with his like he owns my ass. You're going to make me come, baby, he gasps, slamming into me over and over again. Me too. Fuck me too. Touch me. It fucking hurts. I whine, talking about my cock. It's red and pissed off from the urge to orgasm that keeps building and building. He wraps his hand around my aching cock. There's pre-cum all over my stomach. The crown is a deep purple, and the vein is bulging from how much blood is being forced in my cock, filling it to the brink. I'm about to burst. He strokes me in sync with his thrusts, and something inside me breaks open. I wrap my arms around his back and clutch onto him, while he owns a piece of my soul no one has ever had before. He slams inside me one more time, planting himself so far he's using his feet to push against the bed to get as deep as he can. Ryan throws his head back and shouts, coming deep and filling me with his seed. Feeling him let go has me shattering. I explode and cry out his name, gripping his ass and holding him against me as we both orgasm. Stream after stream leaves my cock in raging bursts, drenching my stomach in white. Being with him is by far the most intense experience of my life, which is saying something, considering I fight fire. In this case, Ryan is the flame. He collapses on top of me, my cum sliding between our stomachs, but he doesn't seem to care. Instead, he pushes my hair out of my face and kisses my forehead, my cheeks, my chin, then my lips. We fight for breath, gasping, our desperate hot puffs of breath combining as we breathe each other in. Ryan sucks my bottom lip into his mouth, traces the swollen flesh with his tongue before letting go. I love him. But is he going to love me and leave me? I fucking hope not. But sometimes hope isn't enough. And neither is love.
Chapter 18. Ryan. You're in La La Land, and I need to know how to get there, Zealand Sunday, my partner on the rig, says as he hands me an iced coffee. It's a quiet day, but no one ever says that out loud. It's bad juju. It's a hex. Once that Q word leaves someone's lips, it's like the emergency gods laugh at us and bring us the most ridiculous calls ever. One time back in Vegas, we had a new medic on our first day. As soon as she said the Q word, we got a barrage of bullshit calls, like having to pull a cucumber out of a man's ass or helping someone get untied from bondage. Their partner couldn't do it because they passed out. Or my all-time favorite, a woman called 911 because her cat was stuck in the tree. It was her. She was the cat. And she was naked. So then we had to call in the fire department to get her down. I'll be okay if I never have to see another 80-year-old woman stuck in a tree naked. Well, my La La Land consists of a very hot firefighter over there sitting next to Saint. I sip on my caramel macchiato. Rainbow must feel my gaze because he turns and winks at me, making my lace panties melt right off. I'm wearing the bright pink ones, just like he wanted. So not fair. How do you get the hot straight firefighter who just happens to not give two fucks about being gay? He is a unicorn. Y'all looking for a third? I know how to cook. We chuckle, and I shake my head. No, we aren't the sharing type. Sorry, Sunday. That's fair. If I had a man like that, I wouldn't want to share either, he says. I lean back in the blue plastic chair and watch Rainbow. He's still sore from me taking him a few days ago. Every now and then I'll see him wince when he gets situated. There's this little puff of pride I get in my chest. I'm the reason why he is slightly uncomfortable. That's on me. I fucked that tight firefighter ass, and I'm going to do it again. Okay, there you go again. Your face is red, so it isn't difficult to know what you're thinking about. Spill the details. Tell me everything. Zealand places his chin in his hand and props his elbow on the round wooden tabletop. Sex is amazing. Life is good. Hathaway! Captain barks at me. Well, it was good, I grumble. Wish me luck. Yikes, good luck. Sunday waves at me as I walk the green mile. The floor is literally green, but the distance to Captain's office isn't. It just feels that way. Rainbow tilts his head in worry when he sees me walk by the couch. He stands and takes a step to follow me, but I give a slight shake of my head. Get in here, Hathaway. I close the door and sit down quickly. My leg begins to shake with anxiety. I know what this is about. It's about me going back to Vegas. Captain Warwick's chair creaks as he leans back. His biceps bulge and stretch his shirt. For an older man, he's in great shape, which makes sense considering his job. I like you, Hathaway. Sunday likes you. The firefighters even like you. Even Taylor, rest his soul. I like it here too, Captain, I tell him, treading lightly. I talked to Regis back in Vegas. He wanted to know if you fulfilled that favor he owed me and when you were coming back to Vegas. My stomach turns with distress, and a heavy anxiety lands smack in my chest. Well, sir, he holds up a hand to cut me off. I'm not finished yet, son. Frankly, I've seen you around the firehouse. You fit in well with the group, and you've done a hell of a job these last few weeks. But as far as I'm concerned, you haven't yet fulfilled that favor. The anxiety turns into a near-panic meltdown. Oh my God, am I being fired? What is happening? I'll be bringing in a paramedic captain soon and expanding that side of this firehouse, he goes on. And I'm going to need experienced, reliable medics to build this team. Medics like you. And since you've shown such excellent leadership skills, you'll be eligible for a raise of about 10 grand. 10 grand? My eyes pop out of my head. That's not how I thought this conversation was going to go. Oh my gosh, hold on, Captain, what are you saying? I ask, my heart racing. 10 grand? The way I see it, Hathaway, you can't go back to Vegas until that favor is fulfilled, meaning you have to stay in Baton Rouge and work for me, indefinitely. And suppose you end up sharing living arrangements with another member of the firehouse, well, that can be arranged as part of your benefits. I feel like I look stupid right now. My mouth is on the floor. A beat of silence passes, and then another. I just don't know what to say. Unless, of course, you need to think about it more. A smile the size of Hurricane Jeffrey splits my face as I stretch my hand to his to make a deal. I'd love to stay. There's nothing to think about. That's great news, Captain agrees, shaking my hand. I'll have paperwork for your transfer soon. I'm sure someone else is going to be glad to hear that. His eyes glance out the window, and his slight smirk has me turning around to see Rainbow walking up to the window. He isn't even trying to hide. Instead, he's watching us intently and bouncing on his feet. Do you want to give him a show? Cap, I yelp when I take his question sexually. Should I pretend to fire you? I think I should. Let's freak him out, he explains in a mumble, trying not to move his lips. You're bad, I laugh. I'm bored, it's so Don't you dare say it, I yell at him and slam my hand against the desk. I will not be disrespected like this, he roars, but there's a gleam of laughter in his eye. Oh, it's on. I grab a stack of papers and throw them at Captain Warwick, my face all twisted up in fake rage. You know what, Captain? I shout, making sure to raise my voice enough to where Rainbow can hear me through the window. I am a damn good paramedic, and if you want me around, you're going to have to learn to deal with the way I do things. From the corner of my eye, I see Rainbow's hands clasped over his mouth, his face completely pale and his eyes wide. I've had enough of this, Hathaway, Captain replies, barely managing to keep from bursting out in laughter. You're on notice. It's you who's on notice, Captain, and you want to know what else? Unless you're giving me a direct order, I don't have to sit here and take it from you. I'm watching you, Cap. I point to my eyes, then to him. I barge out of the door with a loud slam and march straight over to Rainbow, who is currently panicking. What happened? Is everything okay? Did he fire you? Shut up, I tell him. Then I crash my lips on his, dipping him low in a dramatic kiss like a soldier coming back from war, taking and claiming him right in the middle of the station for any and all to see. Our tongues swirl over each other, and he moans from the surprise. I finally break the kiss and glance back over at Captain Warwick through the window, who is doubled over in laughter. Rainbow's eyes are glazed over like he's lost in a daze. That was so hot, Sassafras. You're damn right it was. The main room is empty at the station. The TV is off, but there is a new edition hanging on the wall above the sofa. It's a wall dedicated to the fallen. Taylor's picture is up there. What happened, Ryan? Are you going back to Vegas? Listen, he runs his fingers through his hair. Don't go back, okay? I've meant to talk to you about it, but I get too nervous every time. I love you. I gasp. I love you so fucking much, Ryan. I'm in love with you, and if you leave, well, I'll have to follow, but I'm not living this life without you, so you're stuck with me. I'm not going anywhere. I take a step forward. That was just a show to make you panic. Captain offered me a job. I took it. I never planned on going back. I love you too, Rainbow. So much. This time it's Rainbow's turn to grip the back of my head and envelop me in a kiss. Again, I sag into his arms, feeling happier than I ever have in my life. Until a call comes in for the paramedics, not the fire department. I have to go. I reluctantly break the kiss. We'll celebrate later. I lean into his ear and whisper, I'm wearing those hot pink panties you like so much. And with those final words, I strut away, adding a little shake of my ass. That familiar growl of lust I've gotten used to hearing echoes behind me and causes my skin to goosebump. I pick up the pace, and Sunday is getting into the passenger side of the rig. I jump into the driver's side, flip on the sirens, and pull out of the bay. There's nothing like speeding down the road and watching cars pulled to the side for us to zoom by. It's a surge of power. We're in control. So what did Captain want? He offered me a job to stay, and I said yes. Sunday squeals. You're staying? You're my official new partner? I'm so excited. All the other guys have been old and hated me. Well, you better get used to me because I'm not going anywhere. I swerve at the last second when a car doesn't get out of the way, and I slam my hand on the horn as we pull around him. The address dispatch gave us is in the middle of nowhere. It's near the forest and by a swamp. I don't want to think about what could happen to us out here all alone. The tires squeal when I take a sharp right. The buildings and cars out here are few and far between. You know, we should all go to Rue 61 one night. I haven't been there in ages. I could go for some good seafood, Sunday comments. Yeah, I can ask Kennedy about it. I forget you guys don't know him by his road name. Bring a single hot guy with you? Mama is on the prowl. You did not just say that. I chuckle as I make another turn and pull into a gas station that is right next to the edge of the forest. The gas station is old, run down, and the kind that has been here for a long time. It's where regulars come and where outsiders aren't wanted. The gas pumps are so old that the only way to pay is by going inside to pay cash. I don't like the looks of this, Ryan. Me either, Zealand, but someone in the store is having a heart attack. We have to go in. I make a move to get out of the rig first and jump to the ground. There's a fuel truck filling the tanks, but there are no signs of life other than that. Sunday comes in behind me with a gurney, and we share an uncomfortable look while we run inside, but we never make it. The door swings open and my heart drops. My ex, Trenton, is standing there with a gun in his hand, pointed right at my head. Oh, fuck, Sunday curses and holds up his hands in surrender. Trenton? I start carefully. What are you doing? You're a sick fuck, Ryan. Every word that leaves his mouth is full of hate. We can talk about this. I don't know what you're doing here or how you knew I would answer this call. You think I don't know everything about you? I know everything, he yells. Your parents are pissed that you aren't home, and you're out here casting your fucking disease on everyone, including me. I haven't been able to let you go. You're all I think about. I miss you. How fucking sick is that? I don't want to miss you. You're disgusting. I hate you for doing this to me. I take a step back when he comes closer. I don't know what you want, but we can go our separate ways. We don't ever have to speak again. I came to your hotel to kill you, you know. He rubs his hand under his nose. I saw how you lived, and I got so fucking mad. So I called my cousin who's a biker here, and you know what he told me? He said one of his straight friends was interested in you, and I hated you more at that moment. But when I had you under me, and I had the chance to kill you, I couldn't. It's wrong to love you, and Sherlock agrees with me. That entire club is tainted because of you. He pulls the trigger, and the bullet zips right by the side of my arm. It's a flesh wound, and it fucking burns, but I'll live. Shit, I yell, cupping my arm. I bring my hand back and see blood all over my fingers. I get a bit lightheaded. I know I shouldn't. I'm a medic. I've seen worse, but it's different when it's my own life at risk. Ryan, Sunday rushes to me, and Trenton aims the gun at him next. Don't even fucking think about saving him when all he's done is slowly kill me. I need to make sure he's okay. Sunday's voice quakes with tears. He's fucking fine. Trenton shoves the gun against Sunday's head. This is what you're going to do. You're going to go back to your little station and tell all your little friends what's going on. You're going to tell his new fuck toy that he's gotten back together with me. Just let me go. You're making no sense, Trenton. You don't even like me. You hate me. I fucking love you and I hate you for it. I need you to love me back. Sherlock doesn't like it. He wants me to kill you like we did a few of his other brothers. Sherlock. I'm going to be sick. You did that? You killed those men? Why? What did they do? That poor young kid, the rent boy. He was a whore, and Sherlock was angry when he caught lie with him. Sherlock doesn't like gays. Sherlock is dead, I whisper. Trenton chuckles. That was puzzle hanging from the tree. Sherlock is pretty good with disguises since he's ex-military. He was good at working in extreme weather and hiding in plain sight. What? I bend over and gag. Cosmo, what you did to him, you fucking bastard! I launch myself at Trenton and he backhands me with the same hand he holds the gun with. He was a message. Plus, no man looks that pretty. I couldn't help myself. I had to have him. God, he felt so fucking good. He loved it too. Sherlock fucking caught me, but he said he was going to help me. He's going to send me to one of those conversion camps. You can come with me and we can get better together, Ryan. You're fucking crazy, I spit. This time when I attack him, I aim lower. I tackle him to the ground, which leads us inside the gas station itself, and that's when I see a dead clerk. He's bleeding out on the floor and staring blankly at me. Trenton has always been bigger than me, like everyone, so when he hits me, I fly off him. But I don't give up. I never give up. I will never stop fighting. I have to fight. For Puzzle, for Fox, for Cosmo, for myself. My ex is fucking deranged, and I can't let him or his cousin hurt any more people. It all makes sense. Of course, there were 2 of them that night of the hurricane. Sherlock knew the clubhouse and the people and where they would be, and Trenton was along for the ride and did whatever Sherlock said. Sherlock is a sick fuck. Why now? I think Rainbow told me he's been in the club a long time. Maybe me being there was too much, like Jokester warned. One member being gay was one thing, but more than that might be too much for someone like Sherlock or Puzzle to handle. Sherlock has been to one of those camps, Ryan. It works. He isn't gay, and now he stops people from being gay. It's our best option. It's the only way we can be together. I don't want to be with you. I slam the gun from his hand and we fight for it. I stretch my arm and crawl over his body, but he grips me by the injured shoulder to stop me. I cry out in agony, but I'm able to reach the gun in time. The metal is heavy in my hand. When I aim it at his face, he freezes, but a familiar voice stops me. Put the gun down, walk outside with me, and maybe I won't shoot your friend's brain all over the ground. My eyes water when I see Sunday in Sherlock's arms. It's true. He is alive and well. A few bruises on his face from someone fighting back. Probably Puzzle. Let's go. We don't have all fucking day. Sherlock shoves Sunday out the door and he falls on his hands and knees. He stays there for a second and begins to cry. I don't blame him. This is all very scary, and if he's never been in a dangerous situation because he's gay, he's gotten lucky. Between my parents and Trenton, I've had my fair share of abuse. God, you little bitch, man the fuck up. Sherlock kicks Sunday in the stomach, and Sunday rolls to his back, gasping for air in a way that makes me worry he broke a rib. I get to my feet, and Trenton takes the gun from me, grinning as he places it against the back of my head while we walk back outside into the raging heat of Louisiana. You're going to go back to the station, okay? Only Rainbow can come. Once we get him out, the club should be back to normal. If he isn't here in an hour, this piece of ass is dead. Got it? Sherlock asks Sunday. He nods in fear and scrambles to his feet, kicking dirt and rocks into the air as he tries to maintain his balance. Sunday gives me one last look, tears streaming from his eyes and a wet face of regret apologizing from the driver's side of the rig. The tires spin as he speeds away, and I actually breathe easier knowing he's safe and away from here. I'm not going down without a fight, and I'm not done fighting. I kick Sherlock between the legs and know I only have a second before I'm dead. He doubles over and I steal the gun from him. I'm about to shoot when Trenton slams into me and the gun flies out of my hand. A gunshot rings out, and the scent of gas fills the air. While Sherlock is holding his useless nuts, Trenton is grappling with me. I'm on my back and he's punching me in the face. I turn my head as everything begins to go numb. I don't feel any pain. The fuel tank driver comes around the front. He's dancing with headphones on, not even paying attention. Sherlock manages to reach up and grab a lighter from the counter, lights it, and tosses it out to the parking lot. The flames rise with a whoosh, and then a sound louder than hurricane-force winds ram into us like a shock wave as it grows. The driver finally notices what's happening and bolts out of there without looking back. A tremendous boom shakes the ground. If I die, I hope it's in flames. I would be close to Rainbow in my last moments, who has made me feel nothing but an intense burn. No one can put that out. Not even Trenton. Not even death.
Chapter 19. Rainbow. So quiet. I'm allowed to think that to myself. I just can't say it out loud. Full house. Saint fans his winning hand on the table, and I toss my cards like trash in the middle. This is bullshit. You're cheating. I protest. Yeah, your luck is too good. Baldwin agrees, having my back. Gotta be cheating somehow. You're counting cards, aren't you? Kincaid asks, popping a handful of mixed nuts in his mouth. Counting cards? I'm not smart enough to count cards. Saint gathers the pretzels as if they're $100 bills and stacks them next to his cards. We're only playing for pretzels and to see who is throwing the next barbecue. Y'all need to calm down. The alarm rings, and all of us are out of our chairs before dispatch has time to rattle off the address. We run to our lockers and throw on our gear, but I pause when I hear the address. Hey, isn't that the address Ryan is at? Saint asks, just as the ambulance skids to a stop inside the bay. What the hell? I sprint when Sunday nearly falls out of the driver's side, beaten and bruised. He has tears pouring down his face, and he can't seem to catch his breath enough to speak. I catch him before he falls, and I glance into the ambulance to see it empty. Ryan isn't there. Everything I've always feared hits me full force. Where's Ryan, Sunday? Where is he? He's there. They told me for you to come alone. They have him. There was a gun. A gun? Who has him? I yell at Sunday, hoping the harshness of my tone snaps him out of it. His ex and some guy named Sherlock. My blood runs cold. You sure that's what you heard? Yes. He nods fast. I'm positive. He was wearing the thing you wear sometimes. The leather vest. He's dead, though. Sherlock is dead. This is what I want you to do. Can you listen to me? I want you to call the cops and have them come here. Tell them everything. And then I'll need you to go back to where Ryan was, in case he needs help. Can you do that? Yes. Yes. He wipes his face and winces when he rubs over a bleeding cut. I can do it. Good. Kennedy. Captain calls for me. Change of plans. They need jumpers. The wind isn't in our favor, and when the tank exploded, it set the nearby forest on fire. There's a report of 3 people trapped in a nearby cabin. Ryan. I move so fast that everything around me is a blur. I'm fucking terrified. Saint is next to me along with Kincaid as we get the flight gear ready. Locke and a few others take the truck while we head to the airstrip where the C-130 is. Everything is muscle memory as I strap on my parachute. I don't even remember getting into the truck and driving to the airstrip. I don't even remember getting onto the plane. My mind is full of worry. All I can think about is Ryan. I want to keep him safe. That's all I ever want to do. And now he's in danger. I feel like I should have done more. I should have protected him somehow. I knew the threat from the club and his ex were still out there, and I stupidly let him work. Well, let isn't the right word. He would have worked anyway. There's no telling him not to do something. He would kill me if I ever stopped him from doing something he loves. I want him safe. Hey, it's okay. We're going to get him. We haven't lost anyone yet, have we? We sure as fuck aren't going to start now. Saint slaps my shoulder, and it jostles me out of my daze. When the hell did we get in the air? I'm fucking strapped in and everything. I love him, Saint. I can't lose him. I can't. And you won't. You've never let anyone die in a fire. I open my mouth to remind him of Taylor, but he stops me. You are not what killed him, and you aren't going to let anything happen to Ryan. Something already has. I should have known. I press the heel of my palms to my eyes and try to control my emotions. I need my head in the game. I need to be clear-headed and focused. If I'm not, someone could die. You can't stop life from happening, Kennedy. You'll protect him. You protect everyone. My heart aches and I rub my chest where it hurts. Ryan has nestled his way into my heart and made himself home. He's rooted himself, and now all that's left for us to do is grow old together. I glance out the small window and see black smoke rolling into the air and merging with the clouds. The fire is growing fast, and I can see the bright orange hue from here. My gut twists when I see how bad it is. I'm reminded of the night Mime and I lost our parents. I bet this is what the smoke jumpers saw right before coming to our aid. And now I have to be that jumper. I have to come to Ryan's aid. I'm just as terrified as I was during the fire that changed my life forever. If I don't save him, if he dies before I can get to him, I'll walk straight into the flames and never come out the other side. I'll burn with him. I'll burn for him. That's what you do for the ones you love. You take on the flames. When my boots hit the ground, there will be no playing it safe. I'm going to kill his ex. I'm going to kill Sherlock. And this time, he's going to stay dead. The plane shakes as we fly through the smoke. Even though we're a safe distance from the fire, heat seeps into the plane like a ghost disappearing through a wall. I begin to sweat, and as we fly around to find a safe landing zone, the more impatient I become. Static from the headset fills my ears, making me flinch. We have to drop you a half-mile away. It's the only safe zone. The pilot informs me, snapping my attention to a laser focus. Fuck, I curse. Drop me in the unsafe zone. I don't care. I have to get to him. I reply into the mic. Negative, Kennedy. The pilot states, You can't help him if you're dead. He's right. We'll get to him. Saint tries to reassure me, but it isn't enough. The back of the plane begins to lower so we can jump out, but we still have a few minutes before we get to the drop-off point. I'm not waiting. I grab my gear, throw the headset to the ground, put on my mask and run. Kennedy! Saint shouts after me, and the hatch begins to close again. No fucking way am I getting further away from Ryan. I slide onto my stomach and glide across the floor, then out the hatch. I freefall. I cut through the air so thick with smoke it's like swimming through a curtain of darkness. I can't see almost anything. I just hope my parachute catches before I get too low to the ground. I spread my arms out and enjoy falling for a moment before reality sets in. There's nothing like the adrenaline that pumps through my system. A slight fear of dying gnaws at the back of my mind. What if the parachute doesn't open? What if I die before I can save Ryan? Or worse, what if the parachute opens, but the wind takes me instead? Sometimes it happens, and sometimes we're led straight into the fire without a way to stop. Something out of the corner of my eye has me turning my head. I see Saint right next to me. I can tell he's pissed at me, and like a true brother, he didn't let me fall alone. We yank the cords at the same time. The parachutes billow open behind us, and we jerk back. I find a decent area much closer than a half-mile to fall into and guide myself over. The wind is a bitch. Another gust comes through and whips around me, jerking me to the left when I need to go right. Saint is further away from me, drifting into an area that is inching closer into dangerous territory. Fuck. What have I done? The flames get higher, and the air becomes hotter. Bright shades of orange and red flick across the trees and ground. But as beautiful as it is, fire is a fickle mistress that can't wait to turn you to ash. My feet land on the ground at last. Saint is right behind me, only his chute gets stuck in a tree that's on fire. I cut the strings to my chute and watch as Saint dangles from the burning treetop. Saint! I shout at him and jump for his feet to tug him down, but I fall short. He drops an inch from the parachute, disintegrating into dust from the blaze. Saint is always prepared. He whips out a pocket knife and cuts the strings to his chute, then drops to the ground. He lands hard, his boots kicking up clouds of dust, and his fingers scrape against the ground as he curls his back to stand straight. You motherfucker. He shoves me. I deserve that. Kincaid is in that plane by himself because he couldn't get out of the hatch in time. So it's just you and me. Do you even know where you're going? Yes, I have the coordinates. They're in a cabin. I know exactly where that is from coming to the woods to camp. I yell over the flames roaring around us. You're a fucking idiot. Don't ever put yourself or me in danger like that again. I couldn't wait. He rolls his eyes at me, which reminds me too much of Ryan. And while I know I shouldn't have jumped, I don't regret it. Ryan needs me, and I need to see his eyes roll again. His sassiness is something I have to have in my life, like air or water or food. It's essential for me. He's essential to me.
Let's go before you get us killed.
Saint snaps with more attitude than I've ever heard him say.
And I don't want to relive a last call just yet. So would you try to think with your fucking head?
He slaps me on the forehead, and it takes all I have not to tackle him to the ground.
I get it. Good.
And with that, we spring through the woods, dodging fire and stepping into ash. It's so fucking hot, but nothing can stop me from getting to Ryan. The smoke can choke me. The flames can try to burn me. And I will fucking crawl until all that's left of me is soot. We come upon a small clearing and see a silhouette against the darkness of the smoke. Saint and I run forward to see that it's the cabin. The only part of the woods that isn't on fire is the small creek running in front of the house. This doesn't look good for us, but I'll be damned if I don't try.
Die or try,
Saint says, holding out his fists like he always does before we go in for a save. I bump knuckles with him and stare at my target.
Die or try,
I reply. We circle the cabin. It's impossible to hear anything going on inside since the blaze is so loud. I can't see through the windows because of the smoke, and our oxygen won't last long if we waste it on planning. I know there are 2 others with him, 2 people that want anyone dead. I've known Sherlock for years, and not once did I ever think he was capable of this. People keep secrets, and it proves just when you think you know someone, you don't know them at all.
Chapter 20. Ryan. The smell of smoke has me rolling my head slowly around my shoulders as I wake up. Everything fucking hurts. My head, my face, my chest, my back, my toes. How do my toes hurt? No, we can't. I don't care, Trenton. I'm only doing this for you. If it were up to me, I would have killed him when I had the chance. No one should be gay. It's not natural. But is it really gay when he kind of looks like a woman? He's slender and soft like one. Touch him, Sherlock. You'll see. He's perfect. We can share him and we don't have to go to the conversion camp. We can find a cabin like this and live there forever. I want him, Sherlock. Life wouldn't be so bad, right? Oh, God, no. I'll die rather than spend my life as some sort of sex slave for these 2 nut jobs. I pry my eyes open. My vision swims. When I can finally focus, Sherlock and Trenton are trying to whisper. Still, they're failing at trying to keep their diabolical plan to themselves. It's also really fucking hot. I'm sweating in every nook and cranny, and it's not cute. My panties are delicate, and they can't handle this kind of heat. I mean, the right heat, yes, but this? No. He's pretty, Sherlock agrees, and the way he looks at me makes me want to puke all over his shoes. I don't know. I went to that camp for a reason, Trenton. Being gay is wrong. No, it isn't. Trenton grasps onto Sherlock's cut and stares up at him with his crazy eyes, blinking at the man as if he holds the stars in his hands. Oh my God. Are they? No, that's too weird and disgusting. It can be us like we always wanted, and we can finally give in. Society has poisoned us, Sherlock. But you went to that camp to forget me. You didn't go to not be gay. I can't fucking be attracted to you, Sherlock hisses, gripping onto Trenton's wrists, and the man moans in pleasure. I gag, and bile creeps up my throat. They're cousins. Please don't kiss in front of me. My stomach can't take it. I've tried too hard to change. There's no going back. I'm not... Sherlock licks his lips as he stares at Trenton, really stares at him deep into his eyes. I can tell the moment he changes his mind. He cups the back of Trenton's head and lays his forehead against his. Aw, so cute I want to barf. I've never been able to say no to you. Trenton squeals and throws himself into Sherlock's arms. You're going to love him just like I love you, I promise. My God, they're acting as if I'm a pet. I try to rub my face and find my hands tied behind my back. The rope is cutting into my skin and the smoke is getting thicker. Okay, that's really great for the 2 of you and your gross love affair, but can't you let me go so you can live happily ever after? I'm not the guy for you. I don't like to share. I tug on the ropes again and grunt in frustration. Fucking idiots know how to tie a perfect knot. You'll get used to it. Sherlock stomps over to me and squats down to become eye level with me. "We need to get out of here soon. That tanker started a huge forest fire and you—" He pokes me in the chest, hard and right against a bruise. "Are going to kiss my fucking cock later for how hard you hit my balls."
"I'll bite it off if you even think about putting that ugly, probably small thing in my face."
I bat my eyelashes at him and make my voice cute-like. It earns me a backhand across the mouth. My lips tingle and my eyes burn from the pain, but I refuse to cry. I can't. I don't want them to see how weak I really am. I just want to be in Rainbow's arms. I don't want to die like this.
"It's a good size, Sherlock." Trenton comes to his defense.
I snort because my mouth just doesn't know when to shut the fuck up. That's a nice way of saying it's tiny. And that earns me another slap across the face.
"You're prettier when you don't speak,"
Sherlock grumbles, then coughs and waves his hand in front of his face.
"We need to get out of here. It was a bad idea to come to this cabin. It makes us a target, and the fire is going to come soon."
He opens the door and a cloud of smoke bursts through. Sherlock slams it shut.
"It's too close. We need to go. Now. Right now."
He runs his hands through his hair and sprints through the house.
"What are you doing?" "I'm looking for blankets. We can soak them in the river and run through the flames. It isn't a foolproof plan, but it's better than nothing."
Sherlock comes back from one of the rooms and has 3 blankets in his hand. He runs out the door again, vanishing through the smoke. I know this is my chance to try and convince Trenton to let me go. "Trenton, I know at one time you used to love me. At one point in our fucked up relationship, there had to have been a time where you cared about me."
"Love bug."
He drops to his knees in front of me. "I love you. I still love you." I hate that nickname. I don't want to go with you and Sherlock. I wish you the best in your fucked up love affair. We're only cousins by marriage. It doesn't even count. You don't know everything we've been through, so don't act like you know. Sherlock is right. You're prettier when you don't speak. I want to go home. I don't want to die here. Please. You have no idea how bad fires can be. We already need medical attention from the smoke inhalation. Just let me go." Trenton closes his eyes and grinds his teeth together. "I want you. Sherlock said I can have you. He wants you too. You just wait. Things will be so much better when we're together. You'll get used to us." "I don't want to. Jesus Christ, will you listen to me? I love someone else. I want to be with someone else. I don't want to be with you." "You'll learn how to be with us," he growls, dropping his chin to his chest as he stares at me menacingly. The door bangs open again, and Sherlock's body is thrown through the front door. Burnt, charred, extra fucking crispy. "Sherlock!" Trenton screams as he drops to his knees and cries over his forbidden lover. He's still smoking. His clothes are hanging off him in tatters, and his eyes are wide open. Dead. And he reeks. The smell of burnt flesh has me turning my head to the side and throwing up. Stomach acid burns my throat and leaves a bad taste on my tongue. "No, what happened? Wake up, Sherlock, wake up!" Trenton cries, shaking the man he loves. And my fool heart, the one that shouldn't give a damn, actually feels bad for Trenton. Losing someone you love isn't easy. And to think, I nearly felt like that when I moved away and left him. What was wrong with me? I clearly had no taste in men. I've grown. I begin to get dizzy. I don't know if it's from the smell or the heat, but I can't take it. The smoke is too thick. It's so hot. My head falls back onto my shoulders and I stare at the ceiling. I hear the cracking of glass, which has me dropping my cheek on my left shoulder. The window bursts, shattering into a million tiny pieces as the fire claims it. Flames inch their way into the cabin, licking the walls and spreading their sardonic tendrils to the ceiling. How ironic. I'm in love with a firefighter and I'm going to die in a fire. Who would have thought? I tilt my head to the other side and see Trenton put a gun to his head as he presses his body against Sherlock's. He stares at me dead in the eye. He was my one true love. And with those final words, he pulls the trigger. The loud gunshot has my eyes rounding for a split second. Blood splatters against my cheek and I stare in shock at his dead body. Holy fuck, what just happened? He killed himself. I've never seen anyone commit suicide before. The fire comes closer, and the scorching heat from it begins to make my skin hurt. Finally, a tear drops down my cheek when I realize my fate. I'm going to burn to death. It's top of the list of my most feared ways of dying, and typical me dying with my number one pick. I close my eyes when keeping them open becomes too much. I think of Rainbow and how much he's changed my life. Finally, I got to experience love, real love, the kind that people obsess over, the kind that people dream about and wish they had. I experienced a love so great, so profound, that I know I'll take it with me wherever I go after this. "Baby, breathe," a voice says. I know it's just my mind playing tricks on me. Rainbow isn't here. He doesn't know where I am, but I'm grateful to hear his voice anyway. "Breathe in the oxygen. Come on, Sassafras. Come on," the voice of the man I love begs. I can't. It's too hard to breathe. But if it means getting back to Rainbow, I can try. I inhale, and the air feels good in my lungs, cold and pure rather than hot and tainted. My eyes slide open, and I see Rainbow in front of me, holding an oxygen mask to my face. It's him. He's really here. "There are those big, beautiful eyes I love so much. Come on, Sassafras, let's get you home." He cuts the rope from around my wrist and picks me up. A cold, wet blanket is thrown over me, and when we rush out of the cabin, the loud crackling of the blaze deafens my ears. I hear another voice that sounds like Saint, but I can't make out the words. I'm jostled in Rainbow's arms, and I'm tired. I'm so fucking exhausted. I might be saved, but we aren't out of the woods yet. Literally. The oxygen feels good, but it isn't enough to keep me awake. I want to, but it's too much effort. I'm not sure how long we run for, but I don't come to until I feel myself rising in the air. That has a jolt of life surging through me. I begin to panic. I rip the blanket off me and see that I'm attached to Rainbow in a harness. "Hey, calm down, Sassafras. You're safe. I'm not going to let anything happen to you. You trust me?" he asks. I nod, clutching onto him as I shake. I guess now would be a bad time to say I'm afraid of heights. Not that I have the ability to speak. My throat is too dry for that. The wire pulls us up into the chopper and the wind blows, swaying us from side to side. "I got you. I'm never letting you go," he tells me. It's so easy for me to believe him, to sink into his embrace and to not let me fall to my death, even if I am wearing a harness. Everything is a blur since I'm in and out of consciousness. I stop moving and the chopper blades swish and whoosh in the air. The mask is taken off my face and Rainbow is in front of me, his dark hair a sweaty mess. His face has soot all over it from the ash and smoke. His eyes water. "I thought I fucking lost you." I pat his heart. "I'm wearing lace panties. I'm invincible in these," I croak. He grins and begins to laugh, then kisses me desperately while clutching the side of my face. "I love you." "I love you too," I swallow. "You came for me. I thought, there will never be a day when I don't fight for you. You hear me?" His hands land on either side of my face as he stares directly into my eyes. I nod, and he places a different mask on me this time, a regular plastic one that covers my nose and mouth. I blink and stare outside the helicopter door to the beautiful forest burning and the black smoke possessing the sky. I can't believe I survived that. It's one of the only ways I know of that hell finds a way to Earth. "How did you kill Sherlock?" I ask. "Don't worry about that right now. We need to get you to the hospital. I'll tell you everything later. Just rest," he says, holding my hand tight as if I'm about to fly out of the helicopter and leave him. "His vitals are good," Saint yells over the chopper's blades slicing the sky. "Some oxygen and rest, he should be fine. I think the bumps and bruises are just that. Nothing is broken. Slight bullet graze on the right arm, but he's okay." Duh, I could have said that. Instead, why not ask the paramedic what's wrong with him? "I could throw that fucker in the fire all over again for touching him," Rainbow says to Saint. I don't think I was supposed to hear that. I wait for the moral turmoil, but it doesn't come. I'm glad Sherlock is dead. I'm sure Rainbow planned to kill Trenton too, but Trenton took that option away himself. After everything the two of them did to the club and that poor boy who was just trying to get by the only way he could, they deserved to die the way they did. I have no sympathy for them, or empathy. I'm glad it's over. We fly to the hospital and I stare out to the sky. Somehow, even as the smoke rises from the fire, a rainbow rises even higher. I smile to myself and close my eyes for the rest of the trip. I have my own rainbow. He's shades of black and gray some days, and on others he is bright and beautiful, and he's all mine. And our love is the pot of gold at the end.
Chapter 21. Rainbow. It's been a week since the fire. I haven't been able to not watch Ryan sleep for a full 7 days. Anytime he moves, anytime he gasps or moans in pain, I'm there anytime he kicks the covers off. I'm ready to give him whatever he needs. I came so damn close to losing him. I'm scared. Every fucking day I'm scared. How can I sleep or focus when the love of my life nearly died? I wake up in the middle of the night in hot sweats. I have the same nightmare. I don't get to him in time. He's in the chair, burning, screaming, and like my parents. A tree falls through the roof of the cabin and crushes him silent. I reach out to touch him every time I wake up to make sure he's still there. I check his pulse, too. I can't be without him. I become obsessed with his heartbeat. It's comforting when I feel his pulse against my fingers. It takes away the anxiety building in my chest. Feeling his heart rate calms my own. Like right now, I watch the rise and fall of his chest as I place my fingers onto his wrist. I don't need to know his heart rate. Right now, I'm just enjoying the feel of it as I watch him sleep. His brown hair needs a cut. It's become a bit shaggy and unkempt, unlike him. But I like that I get to see him like this. I doubt he ever lets people see him any way other than perfect. The bruises on his face are still an ugly blue and black. He has nasty round purplish spots against his sides where the bastard kicked him, and his arm has a pretty nasty wound from the bullet. I lean down and kiss the abuse. I wish it was enough to make it better. He's taking pain medication, and he's out like a light. I kiss him again, roll out of bed, throw on a pair of shorts, and head to the kitchen. Bambi is there, giggling at something Hound said. I snort when I see Butcher making out with Renee in the corner. Apparently getting shot 3 times by the same crazy bitch isn't enough. Vic, Cosmo's usual piece of ass, isn't around today, since Cosmo hasn't been around. Instead, he's been in his room. Flatline is starting to get worried. Mime is at the coffee pot, and when he sees me, he pulls me into a hug. He's done that every morning since we came back from the fire. He even gives Ryan a hug, and I eat it up. I don't half-ass the hug, ever. I squeeze him tight. I love you, brother, I say to him. He pulls away and points to his eyes, his heart, and then aims his finger at me, his way of saying he loves me. Mime pours me a cup of coffee, then begins to pour one for Ryan, but I stop him with my hand. He's still passed out. He doesn't need any. Thank you, though. I add cream and sugar to my coffee and take a sip. I wake up a little more as the warm liquid settles in my stomach. Caffeine. Sex in liquid form. How's Ryan doing? Jokester asks with his hand on Bambi's thigh. Sleeping. He's been doing that a lot. Seems taking a shower takes it out of him. Makes sense. Prez nods. He went through so much. I wouldn't be surprised if he slept for another week. He sighs over his breakfast and pushes his eggs around. I still can't believe Sherlock was behind it all. It's fucking sick that he and Trenton were lovers. Small fucking world. Prez pushes his plate away. I should have known. It's up to me to protect everyone in the club. And I allowed that asshole in here. Look what he did. His fist slams onto the table, and the fork shakes against the plate, making that awful scraping noise. Fucking allowed that freak into our house, and what he did to everyone. Fox, Puzzle, Cosmo. He rubs his hand over his mouth and exhales. This is all my fault. I'm to blame. Prez. I slide the chair out from under the table and sit down across from him. You couldn't have known. Sherlock has been in the club for ages. When you took over as Prez, you didn't have to keep previous members, and you did. You were loyal. And he was hiding his true self the entire time. I hate what happened, but with him gone, the club is better. We will heal. We always do.
It's not us I'm worried about,
Prez states. Bambi slides her fingers through his hair to calm him, and it works. He leans into her touch and sighs.
Feels good, Bambi.
Cosmo will be fine in time. All in time. I have to believe our fun-loving Cosmo will return to us.
I hope you're right.
I'm always right. I stand and stretch, bending my back until that ache in the left corner of my back eases. I'm going to go check on Ryan. I'll be back. I'm about to turn right toward the bedroom when there's a knock on the door. Odd. No one knocks on our door. I reach into the cabinet against the wall and grab a gun, then tuck it in the back of my sweatpants. The window in the living room is fixed, and all the glass is cleaned up. The tarp is finally removed, and we no longer have to hear the material crinkle as we watch TV. I pass Fox, who's passed out on the couch, arm in a sling. Hound is next to him. I don't miss when Hound covers Fox up with a blanket. They're best friends. But every now and then when they aren't paying attention, I steal a moment of them acting like more. But I don't think they know. When I get to the front door, I look out the peephole and tuck the gun in the waistband of my sweatpants. Mr. McDonald's son, Dex, is on the other side. I unlock the door and step outside into the early morning.
Dex, this is a surprise.
I greet him. Everything okay? A grunt from behind me has me turning around and seeing Mime standing there with his arms crossed, staring Dex down protectively. He lifts his hands in surrender. I come in peace, big guy. I swear, Dex says to Mime. Mime's eyes soften around the edge a bit, but he doesn't say anything, not a surprise, and walks by Dex. He heads down the steps and keeps his head down on his way to the barn. Huh. Unlike Mime to just leave. Not much of a talker, huh? Dex watches Mime vanish behind the red barn doors. Don't make fun of him or I'll shoot you where you stand, Dex. Not making fun, sorry. I didn't know he's not talking was a thing. I apologize, he says, glancing at the barn again. I wanted to talk to you. He sits down on the swing in the corner of the porch and rocks it back and forth. I'm hoping you can tell me about my pa, since you were the last one with him. We buried him after the hurricane passed, but it happened so fast. I feel like it didn't happen. Like a heavy weight, guilt wraps around my gut and tugs. Hard. Dex and I sit down in the rocking chairs across from the swing and I pull out my phone. The last few weeks have been a blur for all of us. We've had so much going on. Yeah, he nods. It's been tough. I know, and I'm sorry for your loss. Your pa was a good man. But I actually do have something for you. I'm so sorry I didn't give you this sooner. First, I didn't have your number, and then my boyfriend doesn't seem like the right word. My fiancé had an incident. I have a message from him the day he died. I was going to come over to your house later today, but your ears must have been burning because here you are. I hand him the phone and stand, pressing my palms against my thighs. Just press play. I'll be back in a few minutes. Dex needs privacy for what he's about to hear. I pick up my coffee mug and get as far away as I can from him, while still maintaining a relative closeness, so it doesn't look like I left him alone. I'm on the other edge of the porch, just sipping my coffee, staring at the tree that caused so many issues that night of the hurricane. I hear the tinkering of metal coming from the barn, and I figure Mime is giving his try at the Ford. Out of the corner of my eye, I watch Dex play the message his father left for him on his dying breath. I can't hear it, but I don't need to. I can remember every second of him clinging on to life, bleeding from his throat, and using every ounce of strength he had left to leave a message for his son. To tell him he was accepted and loved, no matter that he was gay. Nothing can be hidden from a father. No matter how hard Dex tried, Mr. McDonald still knew. And loved Dex anyway. That's a damn good dad. Dex inhales a sharp breath and begins to sob. They are gut-wrenching sounds, the kind that tugs on your soul and burns your eyes as you witness someone else's pain. It's almost as if I can feel the agony myself. He places the phone next to him on the left and takes a minute to compose himself. Dex wipes his cheeks off and stares out to the front yard. I know what he sees, and I know it always takes my breath away. Rows of badass motorcycles perfectly arranged in a line, the chrome reflecting off the sun. It's hard to not be blown away by it. Was he in pain? Dex asks, still staring out to the front yard as he swings. I shake my head. No. I push off the porch rail and begin to walk toward him. He wasn't in any pain. My fiancé Ryan gave him some morphine, too. He passed without feeling a thing. Thank you. The words come out congested, and he clears his throat. I'm glad you're okay. It could have been worse, right? Both of you could have died. Your father saved my life, Dex. I had been drifting down the river. I thought I would die, but I fought my way out and somehow walked through the woods to the road. He stopped for me. If he wouldn't have stopped, that ain't my paw, Rainbow. He wouldn't have ever passed anyone by that needed a hand. I'm glad he stopped. Your family here would have missed you, and there's no need for two families to mourn. Dex stands and holds out his hand. Thank you, he says. I needed answers. I grip his palm in return. I'm sorry I didn't give them sooner. I sent the message to my phone. I hope you don't mind. Anyway, I need to get back. It's been hard on the farm without Pa there. Do you need help? We'd gladly come by if y'all need an extra set of hands. There's plenty of us, I offer. His cheeks pink. Actually, it would help. We lost the barn in the storm and a few horses. We have to rebuild. Horses are expensive, you know. Farming ain't easy as is, so we're behind. I couldn't pay you except in beer and food. I can tell that's hard for him to say, but I pat my stomach and lick my lips at the offer that sounds too good to refuse. Hey, that's all we need. We will gladly work. It's our neighborly obligation, right? All right, he nods, and his shoulders deflate. If you know anyone looking to get rid of an old truck, can you let me know? The only one we had was Pa's. Jesus, that has to be a pain in the ass when you have a farm. Maybe there are a few things the boys and I can do to make sure the McDonalds are cared for. I'll be on the lookout, Dex. I'll let you know. Text me when you need us over there. Thanks, Rainbow. I appreciate it. He climbs down the steps and begins to walk down the driveway to get to the farm. I give him a final wave before heading back inside, and what I see has me lifting my phone and snapping a picture. Fox and Hound are cuddling. They don't even know it because they're asleep. Fox has his head in Hound's lap, and Hound's arm is wrapped around Fox. Not wanting to wake them, I hurry around the sofas and check on Ryan. I was gone longer than I meant to be. What if he isn't breathing? What if he's in pain? I swing the bedroom door open, and it squeaks loud ever since I tried fixing it. What I see is my tongue sticking to the roof of my mouth. Ryan is lying face down on the bed, ass up, light blue lace panties on, and he's stroking his cock up and down. I swallow and get my head out of my ass to shut the door, locking it for good measure. You look fucking gorgeous, I groan, rubbing my hand over the delicate material hugging his ass. My cock tints my shorts, wanting nothing more than to sink into his tight ass. We can. You're healing. We can. You haven't touched me in a week. I miss you. I need you. He whimpers, swaying his ass back and forth. Please? It's hard to say no when he's begging so beautifully. What's a man to do when the most beautiful man he's ever seen begs for his cock? I strip off my shorts and stroke myself, flicking my finger over the slit as pre-cum dribbles out. Then, sliding my hands up his thighs, I hook my fingers in the waistband of the lace and gently tug them down. Jesus Christ, I've never seen an ass look so good. Lace is my kryptonite, and when it's on Ryan, I'm practically a dead man. I pull the panties down just enough so I can spread his cheeks to see his pretty pink hole. He's fluttering for me, begging to be filled and stretched. I growl low in my throat and can't help myself from grabbing a taste. I lean forward and flick my tongue along the puckered star, lavishing it. He tastes like soap. His skin is still warm from the shower he must have taken when I was outside with Dex. He moans and presses his face against the mattress as I lick him, spearing him with my tongue. I lift a finger and slide it inside. His ass sucks me in. He's warm and snug. Squeezing my finger tight, I continue to lick him while circling my finger inside. "God, Rainbow," he moans, rutting his hips back on my face for more. I pull my finger from him and spread his ass, diving in more so I can feast properly. He whines and shakes, crying out while I drive him to the edge. I reach and slap his hand away from his throbbing cock, then nibble at the puckered star in warning. My cock, my rules. He comes when I want him to. "Rainbow, please. I can't. I need you so bad. I can't wait anymore. Please." If I'm not mistaken, I hear emotion clogging his throat as if he's on the verge of tears. It's unlike him. I pull away and kiss each cheek. "Whatever you want, sassafras," I say, reaching for the drawer to get the lube. "Don't stretch me. I want to feel the burn." "I refuse to hurt you." "You won't. I need you inside me. You don't know how much." I situate his panties back on him, then slide the left side to the right so I can sink inside him while the sexy underwear is still on. I do know how much. I press my cock against the unforgiving muscle and moan as the head slides in. I need you as much as you need me. Always. I dribble some more lube between us, so there's no painful friction. I pull him up until his back is to my front, and I wrap an arm around him, my palm flat against his chest. His hands grip onto my forearm, and he turns his head in time for me to see his mouth fall open as I slowly sink inside him. Damn, there isn't anything in this world I'd rather witness. I love how he responds to me. "So full," he whimpers, his nails biting into my skin. "So big, Rainbow." My eyes roll and close at his words, already bringing my orgasm to a threatening level. I stop moving to gather control of myself, taking deep breaths in and out to calm down. I press my forehead against the back of his neck and groan when I'm to the hilt. My sack is pressed against his ass, my cock warm in his depths, and I hold him close. "You were made for me," I tell him, in case he didn't know. I begin at a slow pace, strokes long and languid as if we have all the time in the world. We do. Being this close to him, feeling him, and loving him has ended the world I've known and created a better one for me. He thrusts his hips down, meeting the 9 inches stretching him. Ryan moans, tilting his head back onto my shoulder and gripping the back of my neck with his hand. The position has him arching his back more, his ass pressing harder against me. I run my left hand up his body and tweak his nipples, pinching and pulling them until the sounds leaving his mouth are pornographic and for my ears only. I look down, loving how the blue lace adds friction to my shaft while I bury myself inside him. "So fucking beautiful how you take me," I grunt, snapping my hips quicker until the steady sound of our skin slapping fills the room. "Rainbow!" My name is echoed back to me in a desperate plea to come. Only I fuck you. Only I feel this ass. Only I make you feel this good. Me. No one else. He shakes his head. No one else ever. Fuck, oh God, yes, he shouts, as I hit that spot inside him that causes fireworks. I glance over his shoulder to see his cock bobbing free from the constraint of the lace. Poor thing looks angry. It's weeping with pre-cum spilling from his slit every time I slam against his prostate. So fucking good. God damn it. I push him forward. His hands press against the headboard while I grab a firm hold of his hips and fuck him. Hard. Without holding back. He's screaming now. His words are a blabbering mess that I can't understand. My cock disappears quickly in and out, and he shatters. I wrap my hand around his cock and jerk him, wanting to prolong his orgasm as much as I can. His cum is warm as it drips onto my hand, and a rumble of delight leaves me. I flip him around, not giving a fuck about the mess on his stomach and the headboard, and lie down against the bed so he can ride me. I'm nowhere near done with you. I stroke his sensitive semi-hard cock. It doesn't take much for him to be at full mast again. He bucks against me, riding me hard. His hands grip my pecs, and with the same ferocity, I hold on to the thick globes of the ass that I'm claiming. Fuck yes, baby. Ride that cock. It's yours. Use me. Make yourself come again. I order him, thrusting my hips up to meet him. Harder. More, he demands, his belly ring gleaming in the light. I push him against me, helping him gain more momentum. I toss my head back and bite the inside of my cheek. He feels too good. My orgasm is approaching fast. God, you know how to ride a cock. Fuck, I'm close. Me too. I'm going to come again. His mouth falls open on a silent scream, and he throws his head back as his hips stutter. His inner muscles clench around me, massaging the hard muscle penetrating him. His cock flexes as he spurts a few small streams of cum onto my belly. It's nowhere near as much as the first time, but the fact that I made him come twice strokes my ego the right way. I rear back and begin pounding harder than I have ever done before, drilling into him like a jackhammer. Rainbow, he gasps, his voice broken up by my relentless rhythm. He squeezes his ass one last time, and that finally pushes me over the edge. Ryan, I groan, unable to hold back as he milks me. I empty myself inside him, pouring every ounce of cum I have into him. He collapses on top of me in a heap. The move sends another spasm rocking through me since it changed the position of my cock in his ass. I wrap my arms around him and kiss the top of his head, holding him close as we try to catch our breath. I don't think you understand how much I need you, he says after a few minutes of silence. Ryan turns his head, and his chin digs into my chest as he stares at me. As much as I need you, I state. You're everything I didn't know I was missing, and everything I never want to miss. After all the pain in my life, I finally understand my name. He's the color I've been missing, the spectrum of beauty that I've needed in my life. Ryan is the rainbow I see after a lifetime of storms.
Epilogue. Ryan. 1 month later. Well, this sucks, I mutter as I stand in the middle of what used to be my motel room. I've been living in my own little world with Rainbow and completely forgot about my piece of shit place I never checked out of. When I finally remembered that I didn't always live with Rainbow, I nearly choked. How the hell did I become so absent-minded? Apparently I didn't care for any of the things I had because I didn't miss it one bit. And now that I'm here, I'm kind of sad. A journey of being alone has come to an end. I stand in the middle of what used to be my life, all those ratty apartments and motels and rundown places. Part of me will miss the resilience I had to develop living in places like that. It's bittersweet, but I wish I would have appreciated it more. The hurricane wiped the entire complex away. All I'm standing on is new grass. I'm sorry, Sassafras. I know that stuff meant something to you. Rainbow wraps his arms around me from the back and places his chin on my shoulder. He has to bend down every time to do that. It's not that. I mean, I guess it is, but I always felt so alone. I felt sorry for myself. I never took the time to appreciate how far I came on my own without anyone, you know? I never had a chance to lean on anyone, so I was very proud of that. Well, I'm proud of you every damn second of every damn day. He kisses the side of my neck, and I giggle. I spin around in his arms. You have to say that. You're biased. Damn fucking right I am. He grins before claiming my mouth in a heated kiss. I want to bend you over my bike and fuck you so bad. Rainbow, I gasp his name from the image he just put into my head. Now, in the middle of the day? No, I'm not risking anyone seeing what's mine. Plus, I made us an appointment somewhere and we need to go to it now. I narrow my eyes at him. I haven't heard anything about this supposed appointment. Where? He tugs me to the Harley and hands me the helmet. You'll see. Get that fat fucking ass on my bike right now. I scoff. That is not a way you talk to a lady. I press the clip together under my chin as I put on the helmet. Good thing I'm not fucking a lady then, he fires back. Cheeky bastard. I smirk while I mount the bike. I make a show of it, slowly swinging my leg over, arching my back, sticking my ass out, then giving it a little slap. His fists squeeze together at his sides, and the muscle in his sharp jaw flexes. You're a damn tease. Rainbow finally gets on the bike and starts the rumbling engine. The vibrations from the engine turn me on and always leave me half-hard. I run my fingers down his chest and cup his bulging cock through his jeans. And you love it. I do. I must like being tortured. I smile as I press my cheek against his back, and we pull away from my old life. I close my eyes and embrace the freedom as the wind lashes around me while we drive down the road. Rainbow places his hand on my knee. It has my mind reminiscing about how I used to have to hide who I was. I could have missed out on all this happiness and love if I decided to listen to others instead of myself. I become insecure with Rainbow from time to time because I'm the only guy he's ever been with, so my insecurities sometimes still get the best of me. Like, what if he wakes up one day and doesn't want me anymore? What if he wants a woman? He's done nothing to say he does, and he only has eyes for me. We come to a stop sooner than I thought, and the sun blinds me for a split second. My eyes focus, and holy shit, the man has brought me to a tattoo shop. What are we doing here? I ask warily. You'll see, he grins, still giving me no answers. He helps me off the bike and smacks my ass just for the hell of it. I roll my eyes, and he slaps it again. Oh, are we playing that game today? I bat my lashes at him. Hell yeah, every time you roll those pretty eyes, I'm going to spank you. And then when we get home, I'm going to fuck you until you can't speak. You know what rolling your eyes does to me. I do. It oddly turns him on and pisses him off at the same time. It leads to primal, angry, hot sex, so why wouldn't I roll my eyes? My ass hurts for days after nights like that. It's delicious. He sets our helmets down on the bike and drags me inside the shop, saying Rouge Tattoo in red neon lights. The windows are tinted black so no one can see inside. On the walls are many gorgeous pieces of artwork ranging from pinup girls to simple flower designs. The walls are painted black, and red couches line the walls for people to wait. Rainbow, it's good to see you, man. It's been a long time. A guy with tattoos covering each arm greets him, and I hide behind Rainbow, feeling a bit shy. I know. Sorry about that. Life has been busy. I hear that. Who is this? The tattoo artist's curious eyes land on me, and Rainbow tugs me away from his enormous back so I can't hide. This, he wraps his arms around my shoulders, is Ryan. He's mine. I wait for the revulsion to take over the man's expression, but his eyes just widen in surprise. Well, good for you, man. Your request makes a shit ton of sense now. He chuckles. Ready? Can you show him his? If he wants it. Rainbow turns to me and blows out a nervous breath. You don't have to get it. I thought it would be a nice surprise. What am I getting? I question curiously, and the artist slides a piece of paper across the counter. I hold a hand over my mouth and gasp when I see what Rainbow wants. His says property of Ryan, while mine says property of Rainbow. There's a small rainbow behind the words and clouds underneath. I know we haven't talked about it, but it's kind of a given for old ladies to get property patches. I know you aren't an old lady, but you're mine. You're my old man, and maybe that's weird to say, but it's true. Bikers don't usually get the same property patch or tattoo, but I wanted to because you're it for me, Ryan. I fucking love you, and I want to spend the rest of my life showing you how much. Can I get it on the top of my wrist so anyone can see? I asked the tattoo guy. You can get it anywhere you want. I want it there. I want everyone to know. Rainbow grins, and he slams a kiss to my mouth so fast I stumble back, and he has to catch me so I don't fall. You heard the man, Clyde. We want him on our wrists. Aren't you too fucking cute? Clyde chuckles with a warm smile. Duh, I reply with a roll of my eyes, which earns me a smack on the ass. I yelp because I didn't expect him to spank me in front of people. Sassafras, he warns as he whispers in my ear. I'm going to welt that beautiful behind if you keep it up. My cheeks heat, and Clyde must catch the drift of what is going on because he laughs. Okay, before you two get carried away and fuck on my floor, come on back so we can get you tattooed. We follow him back across the black and white checkered floor. A woman is back there getting tattooed by someone else. She's squeezing her eyes shut as the tattoo gun pounds against her foot. Oh God, that looks painful. Okay, who's first? He asks as he taps the chair. Rainbow sits down first, and Clyde prepares everything. He shaves the area, cleans the skin, prepares the tattoo machine, and loads the ink. The buzz almost has me dizzy. Rainbow takes it like a champ, and when he's done, the skin is a bit red, but the words are in beautiful cursive. I love it. Tears brim my eyes. No one has ever loved me so much to want to have my name on their body forever. Ready, Ryan? The guy bandages Rainbow's wrist, and I plop down quickly. I'm so excited now. He rubs a cream against my skin and then begins to prepare all the colors he'll need for the tattoo. My skin is numb. I think something is wrong. I can't feel my wrist, I say, alarmed and worried. It's numbing cream. Rainbow said he didn't want you in pain. He said you've experienced enough pain, and he wanted this to be a good experience for you. The machine buzzes again, and this time a tear does slip free. I tilt my head back to look into those brown eyes I love so much and stretch my arm back to take his hand. I love you for always thinking of me. Sassafras, there isn't a day where I don't think of you. I sit there and get my first tattoo ever, and it doesn't hurt at all. It's a breeze, and when I'm done, I have property of Rainbow proudly emblazoned on my wrist. Forever. The clouds under the words are gray instead of white, which makes me confused. Rainbow kisses the top of my hand and tells me, because not all days are perfect, but you make them pretty damn close. You're my rainbow across dark clouds, Sassafras. Loving Rainbow is what I'm meant to do. Everyone deserves to be this happy. Fighting through the bullshit, the anger, and the drama was all worth it because it led me to this moment. I've chased the rainbow, and it's been fucking worth it.
Thank you for listening to Rainbow, Book 1 in the Ruthless King's MC Baton Rouge chapter, by 𝐂𝐮, narrated by Tortom and Tim Page, both members of SAG-AFTRA. Produced by Blue Nose Audio. Production coordination by Candace Lawrence. Copyright 2021 by Ruthless Underworld LLC. All rights reserved.